Brothers in Crime, the Max series, by Simon King. Read to you by Nate Gothard. For Corey and Tristan, brothers and friends. Part 1. Homecoming. Chapter 1. King's Court Prison may have been the name most people knew it by, but to the people who lived and worked there, the palace is how it came to be known. I should know. It became my home for a very long time which will never be returned, courtesy of those who stole it from me. Within a few years of opening, the palace became nothing more than a cesspool of the worst scum society was capable of producing. But that doesn't change the fact that I should never have been sent there in the first place. I mean, I was just a fucking kid at the time. A child caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. I know. That's what they all say, right? All the crooks you've ever heard on TV or quoted in a newspaper, every one of them denying any knowledge or involvement in the crime they've been accused of. But what if this time, my time, it was the actual truth? Maybe I should just tell you the story and let you decide my guilt for yourself. Share the reality of what became known as my life. You're probably thinking, prison? That ain't so bad. I've seen Orange is the New Black. That was based on a true story too, wasn't it? I'm here to tell you that Orange may have been based on a true story, but there is no fucking way the show gave you a clear view of maximum security. I should know. I lived it. But let me share it all with you. Every goddamn bit of it. So you can experience it for yourself and see just how it all played out for me, my brother, and the people society would rather forget. My brother Aiden had been my legal guardian since our mother passed just 2 days after my 14th birthday. Her death had been a long time coming. Diagnosed with advanced lung cancer 2 years earlier, and by the time we laid her to rest, Aidan had moved his belongings into her room. It was just a couple of years later when he married and moved his wife Rhonda in as well. As for our father, he'd gone to pick up our dinner from the local pizza joint one night and just never returned, leaving our mum to raise 2 boys aged 6 and 10 at the time. I know it wasn't always easy, especially once her illness really took hold. But for the most part, she was a good mum, always trying to provide for her boys. In all the days since her funeral, I don't know why I never noticed my brother's drug habit, but I can tell you with a hand on my heart that until the night of our eventual arrest, I had no clue he was a user. A full-blown, needle-toting junkie. And that is my family in a nutshell. A father who walked out on us, a mother who passed from cancer, a brother shooting up anything he could get a hold of, and me, a naive kid with his head in the clouds and an imagination lost in books. What I can tell you about the relationship between my brother and I is that I worshipped Aiden. Real hero worship. He took care of me in every way that a kid growing up needed. I knew he didn't need to, but yet he did, taking on the responsibility of a child with seasoned determination. Looking back now, I don't know how it was possible, considering his lack of employment, but yet he did, managing to keep our household afloat with all the things a home required to function. It wasn't until those first few weeks behind bars that I finally found out the truth to our existence. The night that would see both our lives change forever happened to be my 18th birthday, a night which began with celebration and ended 10 days later when I awoke in the hospital. Aiden had surprised me with a night on the town, taking me to my very first pub and buying me my first ever beer. His friend Todd came along, and by the time midnight hit, I was pretty much tanked, barely able to stand. What I remember most of the night were the titties, beautiful girls on stage, dancing in a way which gave me a boner the instant I saw them. The bar Aiden had taken me to was a strip joint called Lassiter's, one of several in the area. It had a reputation for being one of the less seedy ones, although I wasn't in a position to compare. By the time we stumbled out of there, my legs felt unable to do the job they were built for, and I remember stumbling into the back of Todd's car, falling asleep almost instantly. I say almost because I do have one final memory, one which still haunts me to this day. It was Aiden asking Todd where he got the car from. The answer is something I've never forgotten. "I borrowed it from a mate. Relax," was what he replied, the final words I ever heard him speak. I awoke 10 days later in Ballarat Hospital, both my legs broken as much as my memories. I remember seeing the cop sitting by the door, and when I asked him about my brother, he simply stood and left the room without a second glance. It would be another 2 days before someone finally offered up some information, filling me in on the shitstorm which had descended on my life. Aiden, Todd, and I had been accused of killing a cop during a high-speed pursuit, a pursuit I had no recollection of. It was a stolen car which Todd had brought to the pub, and when a patrol car passed us cruising down the Ballarat Cider Hill Road just after 1 that fateful morning, Todd hit the accelerator, refusing to stop for the officers. What ensued was a 70-minute police pursuit around the back roads of Ballarat and ended when Todd's car clipped the back of a police cruiser, sending it one way and us the other. They say Todd died instantly as the car slid sideways into a tree, folding it almost completely in half. He hadn't been wearing a seatbelt, and what was left of his face after it connected with the tree would ensure a closed coffin at his funeral. It was sheer luck Aiden hadn't been wearing his seatbelt either, the impact ejecting him through a side window and into a field beyond the tree line, virtually unharmed. Me, lying across the back seat, would suffer plenty, as I was rushed to hospital with 2 broken legs, a dislocated shoulder, fractured skull, and a dismembered pinky finger. The officer driving the cop car we clipped was a 5-year veteran, just 26 years old, and a father to 2 little girls. He had no chance, hitting a tree almost directly head-on at 140 kilometers an hour and turning it into kind of a piano accordion, pinning the officer under his steering wheel. The car was crushed to half its size. Officer Lewis caught somewhere in the middle, with no chance of escape. His friends were still trying to pull him free as the fire began, taking hold as the trapped officer begged them to pull harder. But the vehicle refused to release him, his legs a mangle of flesh and metal that were intertwined with the steering column and engine block. Once the fire took hold, they listened to the screams of agony for almost 2 minutes as their friend and colleague burned to death. His final moments captured on the dash cam of one of the other patrol cars. It was that very footage that sealed the deal for Aidan and I, the jury just taking 25 minutes to reach their verdict. What I remember most clearly from that day is Officer Lewis's wife, sitting a few rows behind us. I can still hear her weeping as the jury foreman read the decision to the court. There were a few cheers from the police officers that had sat in on the trial, but it was that quiet weeping that screamed the loudest at me. Not the howls of despair from Rhonda, or even the cries of pain from my own girl Gabby. It was Fiona Lewis, sitting flanked by her husband's workmates, that chilled me to the bone. I had been in a vehicle that had caused the death of her children's father, her husband, and her future. Despite being intoxicated to the point of unconsciousness, as well as Aiden's desperate attempts to vouch for my innocence in the whole mess, the court found us equally guilty, sentencing us to 28 years with a minimum non-parole period of 25. I went to sleep after celebrating my 18th birthday with my brother and woke up to a minimum 25 years in maximum security. Was I guilty? Guilty by association, maybe. Hell, if you want to get right down to it, I was there of my own free will. No one forced me into that car, but neither Aiden nor I knew the vehicle was stolen, and I didn't know the pair of them had just shot up. It was a nightmare I awoke to that wouldn't end for at least a quarter of a century. Once we'd been found guilty and sentenced, there was nothing left to do but see where we would be classified to. There were a number of maximum security facilities around the state, some worse than others, but none more formidable than the Palace. Port Phillip in Melbourne had quite a reputation for being a shithole, even worse than Barwon, who had claimed their own fair share of headlines. But the Palace, located halfway between Ballarat and Cider Hill, had the reputation even hardened criminals feared. It was our lawyer that finally revealed the place where we would spend our time, meeting the pair of us one final time when she came to see us at the MAP, an assessment prison where crooks were held until classification had been completed. She didn't coat the news in any sweetness, telling Aiden and I that King's Court was where we were headed. Judging by the coldness of her tone, I've always believed she was glad to be rid of us, probably ashamed to have been tasked with defending a couple of junkies responsible for the death of a much-loved and respected police officer. Despite having never touched a drug myself, I was still labelled a junkie by the press, who jumped on the fact that both Aiden and Todd were as high as kites at the time of the accident. Although I tried my best to defend myself, I knew I was fucked from the get-go. Once the lawyer left us after revealing our fate, it was only a matter of time before we would make the trip to King's Court. Sitting in our cell that night was one of the hardest in all my time in jail. not the hardest, but certainly up there in the top 5. Some of the other crooks had found out about our classification and were burning both Aiden and I through the cell doors, mocking us the way kids would sometimes tease each other. The weird thing was, being branded cop killers didn't have the effect I had expected. I'd watched my fair share of shows and movies about prison, and I remember seeing prisoners practically worship anyone that stood against the law, especially cop killers. But reality rarely mirrors fantasy, and although we had been responsible for a cop's death, it was his daughters that the other prisoners reminded us of. "Hey Dylan," one crook called out late that first night after lights out. Aiden was already asleep, and by the sounds of the rest of the unit, so were most of the other inmates. I still struggled to sleep and lay awake for hours. It was well after midnight when I heard this crook call out to me, baiting me to answer. "Why did you kill our daddy?" he called out with a childlike voice. "Why would you kill him and take him from us?" A couple of other prisoners joined in and eventually were loud enough to wake Aiden. He went to the door and began kicking it, screaming for the fuckers to shut up. The unit erupted into a chorus of cheers, whistling and laughter, happy that they had a reaction, and I remember begging Aiden to keep quiet. It was both terrifying and gut-wrenching sitting there, listening to them trying to goad us. It wasn't until almost 3 that the unit finally fell into silence. I'd hoped for the officers to intervene, but none showed. Not that I heard, anyway. I tried my best to sleep, but even with the rest of the population now silent, was unable to. It was the fear about my intended destination that day that gripped me tighter than a well-paid hooker. I was on a train track headed for hell, and there wasn't a damn thing I could do about it. I didn't sleep a single wink the entire night the day we were due to be transported to King's Court. By the time our bus arrived that Tuesday morning, I was a stumbling zombie, my head feeling like it was filled with craft glue. We were lined up before a door, then split down the middle, each half directed to opposite walls. Several officers began to call names, and as we walked out into the courtyard, were assigned to specific cells within the transport bus. The bus wasn't like a regular bus you catch down to the local shop. It didn't even resemble a bus, looking more like a horse float from the outside. It appeared like a small transport truck, the kind with the big white cube on the back. There were several doors down both sides of the cube, with each door having a small window set high into it. Each door opened up to reveal a small holding cell, big enough for 4 prisoners to sit in, 2 on each side. Although Aidan and I stood in line together, the names were called separately and each of us placed into different cells. I was terrified, the worst I'd felt up to that point. It was the first time since being arrested that I was alone, left to defend myself against whoever was allocated to my transport cell. I didn't know whether any of the crooks who'd burnt us the previous night would now be sitting next to me, nor did I know where Aiden would be. It turned out it wasn't a full bus that morning, only half the seats filled by the time we pulled out of the courtyard. There was one other prisoner in my cell and he looked as scared as I felt. As the door was slammed shut, I looked at him and saw a face younger than my own. "Dylan Moody," I said, holding out my hand. He looked at it for a moment and at first I didn't think he was going to shake. But eventually he did, telling me that his name was Jasper Taylor. Although his name didn't ring a bell with me, there was something about his face that did. He must have noticed me staring at him and tried to turn away. "I'm not gay," he said, and for a moment felt caught off guard. Then I realized what he must have been thinking, and I began to laugh. It was probably the fact that I'd been holding my own fears and stresses inside. But once I began to laugh, it felt like a release valve had been unstuck, my roar growing louder and more intense. Jasper looked at me with a puzzled expression, but then, after a moment or two, began to laugh himself. Our laughter must have been loud enough to hear in the other holding cells because other crooks began to bang on the walls adjoining to ours. Someone's muffled voice floated through to us, but the words were too incomprehensible. We both held our breath, then giggled slightly. "I'm sorry. I've never been to jail before. Scared shitless," Jasper whispered to me. "Me too," I replied, on both counts. "Huh?" he said, trying to figure out my words. Then once he understood, flashed me a smile. The drive to King's Court took 4 hours, a little over 2 hours once we cleared the city traffic. Each of us took turns to stand and look out the tiny window as we made our way ever closer to our new home. The traffic wasn't really something I wanted to watch, but as we headed out onto the open road, the countryside is what I longed for. It saddened me incredibly to watch it slip by, but at the same time, I wanted to take in every last bit of it. I knew that it would be a very long time before I would experience it again, and so wanted to savor the moment. Although the sun was shining brightly as we left the map, the more I looked out the window, the more clouds were building on the horizon. I didn't know the forecast for the day, but from the looks of it, I wouldn't be surprised if the rain would fall in the not-too-distant future. "How long are you in for, Jasper?" I asked with my face pressed against the glass. We were passing a truck, and I could see the driver tapping away on his steering wheel, a lit cigarette between his lips. 3 years. My lawyer said I was lucky not to get 20. I suddenly realised why his face was so familiar, having seen it in a newspaper article a few days prior. He'd been the getaway driver for an armed holdup. The other two in his crew were still on the run, but given his naivety and young age, was able to get a reduced sentence thanks to a switched-on legal counsel. Damn, that's lucky. Wish I had your kind of lawyer. I continued staring out the window as Jasper sat with his back propped against the wall, his legs resting across the seat. I could hear him snore lightly a few minutes later, but his sleep was short-lived as the bus began to slow, then stop in a roadside parking bay. The outer door opened a few minutes later, followed by the trap being lowered. It was a small rectangular metal plate that acted as a peeping hole when opened. "Welfare check, lads. All good in here?" "How much longer?" Jasper asked. "I need a leak." "Hang tight. I'll get you a piss bag," he replied, then disappearing from view, leaving the trap open. All the traps must have been open because I could hear voices from the adjoining cells. I called out to Aiden, but was quickly told to shut up by one of the other crooks. When Aidan didn't respond, I figured he was sitting on the opposite side of the bus. The guard returned a few minutes later, holding a couple of sandwiches and what looked like an envelope in one hand and a couple of bottles of water in the other. "Here," he said, holding the envelope out to Jasper. He took it and looked at it with an alarmed expression. The guard passed us the food and drink, then saw Jasper's look. "Peel it open and stick your dick inside." The guard spoke with a tone that sounded like everyone should recognise a disposable piss bag. He slammed the trap shut, then closed the outer door, sealing us back into our private sitting room. While I began to chomp down on a rank-tasting chicken loaf and cheese sandwich, Jasper turned his back to take care of business. By the time he was done, the bus had resumed its journey, pulling back out onto the Hume Highway, and ever closer to misery. Chapter 2. It was just after 2 p.m. by the time we reached the prison, and slowly rolled through the outer sallyport door of King's Court. Jasper had his eyes firmly planted against the window, and I could tell his fear level had significantly increased. I could hear a lot of chatter between the guards and our transporting officers, one of them bellowing a laugh. The sound of it gave me an uneasy feeling, suddenly aware that I was really here, about to set foot inside a maximum security prison, a place I never dreamt of ending up. We sat in the sallyport for maybe 5 minutes, our doors remaining sealed as they went about their required duties. Jasper sat down just before we began to roll forward again, and I had just enough time to spot a couple of guards sitting at a desk before they slipped past, the bus creeping back out into daylight. There wasn't a lot I could see from my window, just some concrete walls topped by coils of razor wire. We sat in the bus for what felt like 20 minutes or so before hearing some sort of activity. The guards must have begun with the first door and were removing prisoners by the cell. When our door opened, one of our transporters was standing there, flanked by 2 officers in a different uniform. They both had radios hanging from their belts, as well as a large bunch of keys. While our transporter had a smile and was waving us out, the prison guards stood stone-faced, neither conveying any sort of emotion. I stepped down behind Jasper, with my pulse beating in my temples, and we were asked to go join 2 other prisoners already standing on a line. There was some sort of activity at the other end of the courtyard we were in, but I couldn't make out what it was because of the way the truck was positioned. "On the line, thanks, guys," another guard said. This one standing in front of the line and pointing at it as if we needed help to identify the bright yellow paint. He was holding some sheets of paper, and I somehow knew that there would be all the information he needed to know who and why we were there. Once we were standing before him, he looked at the paperwork and stepped towards us. "Hands by your sides," he said, pointing to Jasper, who had shoved his into his pockets. He returned his attention to the first prisoner in line. "Full name, date of birth, and prisoner number," he said in a matter-of-factly tone. "David Turner, 3rd of the 1st, 68, 24325 the prisoner said with the speed of someone not reciting the line for the first time. Welcome back, the officer said, then turned to the next in line. When he finished with Jasper and turned his attention to me, my heart was beating harder than at any time during the trial or subsequent imprisonment. I was shitting myself, unsure of what followed. Ah, another Moody. Welcome to the palace. Feeling like a bit of a homecoming yet? I wasn't sure what he meant, so didn't respond. Same as the others, he said, waving one hand in a please continue gesture. Dylan Moody, 12th of the 4th, 1982, and... I tried to continue, but my mind went blank. The number I was supposed to recite hanging like a jumbled mess in my mind. Try. Just humour me, the officer said, grinning at me. 4, 2, 3... I began slowly, but knew they were wrong. One less than your pal here, he said, pointing at Jasper. 291-70471. Remember it. You'll be reciting it for a long time to come. He looked at one of the other guards standing near a door, nodding his head. Follow me! The second officer yelled at us, and we all turned to follow him into the building just as a light drizzle began to fall, putting an almost symbolic touch on the whole thing. Despite wearing a jumper, it was cold as we followed the officer down a short corridor. There were doors running down both sides, set maybe 2 meters apart from each other. Some were opened all the way back on themselves, while others appeared locked. We passed through an open space that had several office desks set up, topped by phones and computers. An officer sat at each, a prisoner sitting opposite to them, and I knew that I would be sitting at one of those desks very shortly, probably for some sort of interview. My heartbeat continued to climb as my nerves began to spike. We reached the second corridor, turned into it, and were herded into an open door 2 down. The 4 of us squeezed into a cell no bigger than a suburban toilet cubicle. There was a metallic toilet in one corner, and the second the door was slammed shut, one of the other prisoners pulled his dick out and began to urinate. 2 others sat on the metallic bench that was set into the opposite wall, while I simply leant against the wall. Can't believe I'm back in this fucking hole, urinator said once he finished. Same, the one sitting next to Jasper said. How long we out for this time, Rat? 4 months. Jack's got me for some burg they reckon I did. You? Almost a year. Mrs. called the cops when I refused to get her a score. Told them I hit her. Fucking skank. They both looked at Jasper, then me in turn. Urinator gave me the up and down, then tapped his mate on the shoulder. You Dylan Moody? He asked, and my stomach threatened to let go. I nodded, unable to speak. Damn, man. You're going to be here for a long time. They got you guys good. I wasn't sure how to answer his statement, so didn't, simply nodding again. It was a relief when he turned to Jasper, his attention temporarily off me. But before he had a chance to ask him anything, the trap opened and an officer's face appeared. Come grab one of these meals. There was no malice in his tone that I could tell, and I began to wonder whether they knew who they had in here. Rhett and the other guy pushed past me and each reached out to where a prisoner stood, holding a tray filled with plastic takeaway containers. They looked filled with some sort of stew, and when I saw Rhett open his, actually felt my stomach growl at the amazing smell. Once Jasper grabbed his, I reached through and retrieved my own. The crook handed me a fork, stepped back, and the officer slammed the trap shut, leaving us to eat. We spent the next 10 minutes or so in almost complete silence as we ate, the only sound within the cell being our chewing. There was activity somewhere down the hall and we could make out voices. Every now and then, one of those voices would yell something, and I knew immediately that it was a prisoner kicking up about something. We sat around for almost an hour without being attended to, the confinement of the cell unsettling me some. But I was too scared to say anything, so simply sat on the floor with my back against one of the walls. Our meals were finished and we stacked the containers in front of the door. Rhett and the other prisoner, who I now knew to be called Jono, were talking about their previous time here, both housed in Blue Block. I could hear the occasional officer's boots clicking past our cell, followed by a jingle of keys and a door being opened and closed, but for us, it was a lengthy stint of time out. I'm not sure who began, but someone further down the corridor began to bang on their door, yelling for an officer. It was loud, the sound reverberating around our tiny hole and making my ears feel funny. As if to support his brother, Red also stood and began to kick our door, the pounding now momentarily deafening me. "Come on, for fuck's sake!" he screamed through the crack of the trap. But no one came, the officers uninterested at our temporary protest. It was almost 4 by the time I was called up, only Jasper remaining in the cell with me. The other 2 had been called one at a time before me, and I now understood that there was some sort of processing sequence we had to follow. The officer led me back down the hall and towards the desks I saw earlier. A couple of prisoners were already sitting at the desks, including one whom I recognised instantly. It was Aiden, looking deflated as he sat nodding his head. "Aid," I whispered as I sat 2 desks over from him, and he glanced at me, offering me a fake grin, then returning his attention to the officer. "What's your name, man?" the officer asked me, and I gave it. He went to a shelf on the far wall and picked up a folder, bringing it back to the desk and dropping it with a loud thud. "Been here before?" he asked, and I shook my head. "Welcome," he said with a grin, sounding sarcastic. He asked me several questions and explained the process that followed the interview. I would have my property sorted and then would see a nurse to make sure I was in a good frame of mind. I thought he was joking, considering where we were, but it appears as if that part had been spoken in earnest. Although my nerves were beginning to calm, they peaked again once the officer told me what unit I was assigned to. They didn't peak because of the particular unit, he said, but because I had heard Aiden get assigned his a few minutes before, and it wasn't the same. "Can't I go to the same one as my brother?" I asked, hoping to sound calm, but knowing they didn't. There was something in the look the officer returned to me, a kind of pleased expression that I was unhappy with my placement. Not just unhappy, but downright panicked, judging by my tone and his look. "Can't," he said, shaking his head. "No beds available. Prison is quite full this time of year." My heart sank as I began to realise that I was going to face this thing alone, without Aiden's support, the way I had pictured it in my mind the past few days. I had honestly believed that we would be housed in a unit together, even in the same cell, the officers recognising my need for my big brother to keep an eye on me. Now as I sat with my heart resuming its thudding, my fear level felt like it was exploding. I didn't know what Block 5 was, but I was positive I knew what it wasn't, and that was where my brother would be housed. The rest of the interview passed with me caught in a daze, unable to comprehend what was being said. The officer could have been instructing me on how to break out of this hellhole, but I wouldn't have understood, his words sounding almost foreign to me. All I knew was that I was about to step into a prisoner-filled unit alone, no one able to protect me. The processing of my property took less than 5 minutes, as I had very little. Apart from the clothes I was wearing at the time of the crash, I had nothing else. The officers that manned the property window looked to be having a great time with me, however, enjoying the fear that must have been scrawled across my face. The only item that was worth anything were my shoes, or so they told me. It was just a pair of Nikes that Aiden had given me for my 18th. But judging by these guys, they were as valuable as gold. "Want to take them in with you?" one of the officers asked, and I wasn't sure what he meant. They were the only shoes I owned, and so figured that I had no choice. None of these pricks had offered to tell me that I could have put them in my property tub and had them stowed in storage until such time I was either transferred or released. There was another pair of shoes, prison runners, or boobers, as they were known, that I could have requested. But I was totally unaware they existed, and thus the officers preferred to play me. "Positive you want to take them?" "What unit you been assigned to?" another asked, and when I said Block 5, they all began to laugh. "Can you fight?" another asked, and I felt my asshole pucker up. I ignored their ribbing and simply packed the green track pants, t-shirts and jumpers they handed me into a bag that sat on the counter. Once they knew that I wasn't going to bite, they finished my property, then had me walk into a small cubicle which sat on one side of the counter. 2 of the screws followed, and once I'd reached the back of the tiny room, they motioned for me to strip. Despite now having gone through the motions several times during the previous few weeks, this time felt more real than all the rest. I don't know why, but this instance, as I removed my underwear and stood naked before the prying eyes, I actually felt like a criminal. They made me do this dance of waving my arms and lifting my balls, stuff like that, but the shame that burnt my cheeks made the experience all the more real. Once I dressed in a set of prison greens, the screws took my clothes and placed them into my property box, before returning me to another holding cell and telling me to wait for the nurse. I sat alone in that cell for what felt like another hour, listening to the sounds of prison life on the other side of the door. I was scared, almost to the point of crying, and was unsure whether I had the strength to survive this. My thoughts turned to Gabby. Beautiful Gabby, who would be sitting in her room at that very moment, hopefully thinking of me. I reached to the back of my mind and found the memory of our very first kiss as I closed my eyes, desperate to calm myself. Thinking of her had always been my safety switch, the fastest way to regain control over my emotions. It was beginning to work, as I remembered sitting on the couch of her mum's house, us watching The Matrix for like the 10th time. I was as nervous then as I was now, but for very different reasons. I remember leaning into "Dylan?" a voice suddenly asked, and I opened my eyes to see the door open and a man standing there looking down at me. He wasn't in uniform, wearing a jumper and jeans. I nodded and he waved me out. I followed him into a room that resembled a doctor's office, and he closed the door. The nurse's questions were very similar to the officer who had interviewed me, probably trying to work out whether I was going to do something stupid, like hang myself. Once he was satisfied that I wasn't going to, he smiled, thanked me for my honesty, and led me back down the corridor, past where a number of bags, including my own, were lined up against the wall. He opened a door to a large holding cell, the only one with a tinted window peering in. I could almost see a dozen other prisoners inside, some sitting while others paced. I stepped inside as all eyes turned on me, and I felt my cheeks flush with heat. A couple of men sitting in the far corner began to laugh and my cheeks burnt hotter. "Dylan, over here," I heard from beside, and was immediately relieved to see Aiden sitting there. Another prisoner sat beside him and I sat on Aiden's other side. "You okay?" he asked, and I nodded, peering around the room. Jasper was sitting by himself and I waved at him to join us. "Two fucking moodies," someone suddenly called from somewhere near the back of the room, and I tried to look at my feet as I felt all eyes turn on us. "Orphan any more kiddies lately?" the heckler continued, and before I knew what was happening, watched with horror as Aiden suddenly sprang to his feet and sprinted towards him. There was an eruption of cheers as Aiden tackled a guy, swinging his arms wildly as they crashed into the row of chairs at the back of the room. I wanted to run and help my brother, but my legs were frozen, refusing to move. I watched as they both got back to their feet, now facing off with their fists held up. The other guy looked mean, tats adorning his face and neck. His arms looked like tight knots of wood, muscles rippling beneath yet more ink. Aiden suddenly pistoned one fist directly out and it connected with the heckler's nose, the crunch from it breaking, sending the crowd in to rejoice. Blood began to pour from the guy's nose, adorning his white t-shirt with pretty red patterns. The door suddenly swung open and a number of officers pushed their way in. I saw Aiden turn to look at them, and that was when the other guy swung. The fist connected with the side of Aiden's head, and I watched as the life seemed to disappear from his eyes. They briefly flooded, then closed as he dropped to the ground, his head hitting the tiled floor hard. "Everyone find a seat!" one officer yelled as two others grabbed the heckler with the broken nose. He didn't resist, smiling instead as he was cuffed and led out. He shot me a wink before disappearing through the door, and I felt instant dread, knowing that I was a target. Another officer pulled his radio out and spoke something into it, although I couldn't make it out. I was more concerned with Aiden, lying motionless on the ground. I couldn't see his face, but I could make out a patch of blood beneath his head. A moment later, several more officers and two nurses entered the room. "They won't let that go," someone said to my side, and I looked to see the guy Aiden had been talking to, still sitting next to me. "Who?" I asked. "The Jesters. That guy that Aiden just gave a broken nose to? That was Sting, one of their hitters, you might say. Sting is the guy that welcomes newbies into the unit." "The what? You really are fresh, aren't you? I doubt it'll be long before you know who they are." "Which unit is he in?" I asked, the familiar buzzing in my stomach starting up again. "Whatever unit he's assigned to. I think he's normally in Blue Block." My heart skipped a beat as I realised that was where Aiden had been assigned. I looked back at him, still lying unconscious as the nurses continued to work on him. "Don't worry, he won't be going there now. Not after this, anyway." "What do you mean?" "I mean, now that this little altercation happened, Aiden will probably be moved to another unit." Finally, something positive, I thought to myself. hoping for him to join me in my own block. A stretcher was suddenly wheeled in, and Aiden lifted onto it by several officers. As he was wheeled out, I saw his eyes open, but looking confused. "Stay strong, Aid," I called out, but wasn't sure whether he heard me. I looked back to where he'd been lying and saw a considerable pool of blood, now being wiped up by one of the nurses. "Maybe you should be the one trying to stay strong," the guy said to me, and as I looked at him, saw him pointing towards the back of the room. There were several prisoners standing in a group, and they looked to be in deep conversation, a couple looking in my direction. "Want you back, man," he said, then stood and went and sat next to a couple of guys opposite us. As I turned to Jasper, another officer suddenly began to call out names, and I heard the rest of the room silenced, everyone keen to hear their own name, and finally head to their unit. "Rogers, Taylor, Tran A, and Moody D." There was a movie I'd watched a few years before about a man wrongly imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. It starred Tim Robbins and Morgan Freeman and was called The Shawshank Redemption, based on a book by Stephen King. It was such an amazing movie, but there was one scene that I always remembered, a moment in the film that permanently etched itself into my brain. It was the scene near the beginning where Red and his boys were sitting near a wall and the bus carrying Andy entered the prison. They began to place bets on the fresh fish that were about to enter the prison, and I remember watching those guys step off the bus and be led across the yard. I remember thinking just how bad those saps must have felt, being paraded before the prison population like bait, waiting to be hooked. I suddenly remembered that very scene as our officer led the four of us out through the door and into a fence-lined courtyard. There were gates scattered around and I saw faces peering out from them. "Check out the newbies!" someone called out, and I saw more faces suddenly appear, all of them wearing shit-eating grins. Some began to point and laugh, while others began to cheer and howl. "Welcome, boys! Ready to play?" "Oh, look at that young blondie there!" someone else cried, and I looked at Jasper, walking a little ahead of me. "Hey, blondie! Ready to fuck? Wait until the lights are out and it'll feel just like real pussy." The rest of the crew cackled with delight as we were ushered out of the yard and into another corridor, this one flanked by a building on one side and a solid fence on the other. I saw cameras overhead, but other than that, very little else. No one spoke as the officer continued to lead us down the walkway. We stepped through another gate at the end and into yet another corridor. This one was flanked by steel mesh, and I could see several buildings in the distance, each surrounded by fences topped with razor wire. To the right we have blocks 3, 4, and 5, opposite blocks 1, 2, and 6. Each block is colour-coded. Remember your colour. There were a few prisoners in the yards of each of the blocks, and I could see some of them now turn their attention to us. But before they had the chance to approach us, the officer stopped before one of the gates. "Taylor, Moody, this is you guys. Make your way inside and see the officers at the desk." He slid a key into the lock, twisted it, then opened the gate, and ushered us through. Come on, he grumbled, hurrying us along. Once we were through, it slammed shut, and I knew the moment of my nightmares had finally arrived. I could tell Jasper was just as scared as I was as we slowly made our way towards the bright red door that stood at the end of the concrete path we were on. Anyone watching us could have guessed we weren't in a hurry to reach that door, as we were more trudging than walking, dragging our heels like kids headed to school on that first day after the holidays. The unit we were headed for looked to be 2 stories tall with rows of windows numbering about 30 along each level. There were half a dozen vertical bars in each and a separate section running along the top, maybe 6 inches high. Half of this space appeared to have a grill, and my guess was that it may have been a sliding section, able to be opened and closed at will. As we neared the unit, there was a sudden snicker from somewhere ahead, and when I scanned the building's windows, saw someone's naked torso. It looked as if the person was laughing at us through the grill part, then bending down to stare at us through the window. "Fresh meat? This should be fun!" He lowered his head again, and I saw someone else stand beside him, peering out at us with comical interest. The adjoining window suddenly filled with faces, and then another. Jasper and I must have had the same thought because our feet seemed to pick up speed as we hurried to cover the remaining distance to the door. Chapter 3. The door was locked as I tried to turn the handle, and we just stood looking at each other. I tried several times, but it remained in place, not moving the slightest bit. "Let me try," Jasper said, and I let go, watching him achieve the same result. I almost laughed, wondering why he thought it might just be operator error. It was, after all, a door handle. But the moment didn't seem to justify so much as a grin, and so we simply stood, staring at the obstacle before us. "Now what?" I whispered to my offsider as a face suddenly appeared through the other side. By other side, I mean the other door, the one on the other side of the small room that this first door led into. I would later come to learn that each unit had an airlock for its front door, and one needed to either scan their security card for admittance or be buzzed inside by the officers sitting in their control station. "Should we press this?" Jasper suddenly said, pointing to a small metal square with a button below a speaker grill. I figured it was our only option and pressed it before answering. The button chimed like a doorbell as soon as I pressed it, and instead of being answered by a voice, heard the door click. Jasper turned the handle and pulled the door open as another face pressed against the glass of the inner door. It stank. That was my first moment in a unit, and a memory that has remained with me through all these years. The stench that gripped me resembled something close to body sweat and rotten vegetables. There were a couple of large bins near the door, and the rubbish was overflowing from them, a swarm of flies circling their mountain of treasure. The second thing that grabbed me, and probably a lot more than the smell, was how different the unit looked compared to what I'd seen on some of the shows on TV. While most of the prison shows I'd seen had shown walls of cells with thick steel bars along their front, this unit had none of that. It looked like an open room, 2 stories tall with several sets of stairs leading up to the top tier dotted around the outside. The second tier had 3 pipe hand railings running the entire length and width of the unit, and I could see numerous prisoners leaning on the top rail while resting 1 foot on the bottom one. The cells weren't visible, just thick, steel doors spread 10 feet apart, spaced evenly around the outer walls. Numbers were painted on the wall above the doors, and each door had a trap about 3/4 of the way up. The trap was used to check into a cell without needing to open the entire door. From what I could see, there must have been close to 60 cells in here. I would learn later that some of them housed 2 or even 3 prisoners at a time. "What's your names?" an older-looking man said from behind a counter that was near where we entered. It looked like some sort of kitchen area, a couple of microwaves sitting before him. A fridge sat behind him and another prisoner was wiping the bench with a sponge. "Jasper," my offsider said without hesitation. The man held a hand out and Jasper shook with him before looking back at me. "Dylan," I said, trying to sound confident. The man turned his hand to me and I shook a wet and sticky greeting, his grip firm enough to tell me he was a lot stronger than he appeared. "I'm Dobby, one of the billets. Go and see the screws, then come back to me. I'll be showing you around." We both nodded and looked towards where he was pointing, a raised desk sitting in the middle of the unit. An officer was standing in it, looking towards us with a vacant expression. I tightened my grip on my bag and began to make my way towards him. As we emerged from under the top tier and into the open space of the unit, I saw dozens of prisoners lined along the upper deck, leaning on the handrail as their eyes scanned the new arrivals. One elbowed the other and whispered something before they both began to chuckle. My cheeks began to burn again, and my bladder felt ready to burst. "This is Block 5, also known as Red Block," the officer began to say, moments before we reached the edge of the desk. We had to look up at him because the entire station appeared to be raised at least a foot off the ground, the guard looking 8 feet tall. I made out a couple of other officers sitting in the station, the tops of their heads barely visible. "You're in cell 39. That's on the top deck. Here's your ID cards. Make sure you carry them with you at all times. Movement around the prison is only permissible if you have a valid movement slip, and Block 5 slips are red. If you are caught around the prison without an active slip, or one of a differing colour to the one assigned to your unit, you will be disciplined." I swallowed, trying to listen as best I could, but it was the multiple sets of eyes staring at us that kept pulling my attention away. "Are we in the same cell?" Jasper suddenly asked, and the officer stopped and stared at him. He waited for an answer, but I could tell one wouldn't be forthcoming. Once he was sure his feelings were conveyed, the officer continued his homecoming speech. He reached down beside him with both hands and lifted 2 green garbage bags up onto the edge of the desk. "Here are your bed packs. Each contains a sheet, blanket, pillow, towel, and pillowcase. He leant across to something on the desk and lifted some crockery up. Here are your plates, bowls, and cups. Here are your toiletry packs, he said, placing 2 plastic sleeves into the cups, each containing toothbrush, toothpaste, and soap. Telephone calls are made by keying in your prisoner number, followed by #4. Use someone else's number and get caught, disciplinary action will be taken. Do you expect to receive visits? We both nodded our heads. Here are visits forms for you to fill out. They will need to be submitted 48 hours before your planned visit and will only be approved if the times are available. Best bet is to book them a week ahead. You on medication? This time we shook our heads, and he didn't bother explaining what we didn't need to know. Any other questions? He asked, but before we could answer, continued. Good. Head to your cells, then find Dobby. He'll finish your admission into the unit. He turned back to his comrades without a second glance, leaving Jasper and I to figure the rest out alone. We each grabbed our bed packs and crockery and began to scan the cell doors, the numbers just above in fresh white paint. The number of prisoners watching us seemed to have doubled by the time we began to climb the stairs, and I felt my cheeks continue to glow, a trait I'd had since childhood. Welcome, lads, one prisoner said as we reached the top. What you in for? But before we had a chance to answer, another seemed to answer for us, at least for the time being. Allegations! The prisoner yelled from somewhere ahead, and most of the crowd erupted into laughter. We continued walking, our destination being the second door from the end. The stairs we chose to ascend were located halfway along the unit tier, which meant Jasper and I had to pass almost 20 cells to get to ours. It felt as if the majority of prisoners were lined up on this side of the unit, each one turning to check us out. Who's the catcher? One asked as we passed a group of 4, all of them laughing at the quip. Bring plenty of lube? Another asked. Intimidated isn't a word I would use to describe how I felt taking that walk, but it was the only one I could think of. I was terrified, expecting to be stabbed at any moment, and breathed a sigh of relief when we finally reached our door. I was slightly ahead of Jasper and reached out to open our cell. It was a solid steel door with a normal door handle that required twisting to open it. But to my horror, it refused to turn, taking me back to the outer door from a few minutes before. My heart leapt into my mouth as I felt a crowd begin to close in behind us. For a moment, I thought we might have to walk all the way back to the station and get an officer to let us in. I looked for a metal button that I might need to push, but found none. Then, as if sensing our fear, a voice of reason spoke up from somewhere behind us. Have to really turn that one with some force. It gets stuck. I turned to see a large man leaning against the door of cell 40. His muscle-ripped arms were covered in tattoos, and he had several on his neck. On top of his bald head, I could make out a tattoo that I would learn to recognize in my sleep. It was the letter J, but the design of it had been altered to make it appear like a cross between a fishing hook and a harpoon. It was the Jesters' standard identification tattoo, the one every gang member displayed, regardless of rank. As I stood, feeling unable to move, Jasper reached past me and grabbed the handle. With renewed energy, he managed to rotate it and unlock our escape, the cell's shadowy interior a welcome sight. We both rushed inside, almost jamming each other in the doorway as our bags tangled. But after stepping back and waiting for Jasper to walk inside, I quickly joined him, closing the door and throwing my bag onto the upper bunk. Whether by fate or sheer luck, we had only been in our cell for 5 minutes when an announcement came through a little speaker that sat next to our bunks. It appeared to be the same type that had been set into the wall next to the outside door we first saw when entering the unit. This one, complete with a button as well. Red block, 10 minutes till lockdown. I repeat, 10 minutes till lockdown. There was an audible click, followed by silence. I looked at Jasper and he just stared back. Words not needed to tell us what we were both feeling. There was a sudden rustling from behind me, and I turned to see the tattooed guy stick his head into our room. Sleep tight, lads. We'll catch up tomorrow. He didn't wait for a reply, and both Jasper and I recognized the tone immediately. It was a warning of things to come, although the things he meant remained unclear. We continued to stand our ground, both of us too nervous to move, as we waited to see what would happen when the 10 minutes was up. The sounds coming through our near-closed door reminded me of some sale item being restocked down at the local Kmart, the crowds making a mad dash as not to miss out. We could hear crooks wishing each other a good night, then retreat to their own cells. Another head suddenly came through the gap, this time an officer peering in at us. He pushed the door a little more open with a clipboard he held in one hand. "Settling in?" he asked, and I nodded. "I'm sorry, there's no available TV, but we'll organise one for you guys tomorrow. Unlock is at 8 a.m. See you then." He closed the door with a clunk, and we heard a key rattle in the lock, followed by a snap and a click. I looked at Jasper and knew that his thoughts mirrored my own. We were prisoners, locked in our cell for the night. From here on in, we were in Max. Our first night in Red Block reminded me of some nights back at the map. Prisoners were trying to bait us with comments about wanting to butt-fuck us, making us their bitches, and knocking our teeth out so we could suck dick a bit better. We didn't respond, not even to each other. The pair of us lying in our respective bunks without ever making a sound. I knew my cellmate was awake because his breathing was shallow and rapid, a sure sign of his nerves. It was also how I was breathing, and I knew that things were not going to get much easier over the next few days and weeks. I tried to close my eyes, blocking out the shadows that filled the cell around me, desperate to fill my mind with thoughts of better times. In the end, like on many previous occasions, it was Gabby that came to steal me away. Despite knowing each other for almost a decade, we had only begun dating a couple of years before, after attending a friend's birthday. She'd arrived at the party wearing a Pennywise t-shirt and, being an avid Stephen King fan, felt compelled to make my move. Something clicked in our relationship, and when she gifted me a first edition hardcover of It, I knew she was a keeper. Our relationship grew more serious over the next few months as we became almost inseparable. She would stay over more and more, eventually sleeping in our house for several nights at a time. Despite telling her mum that we slept in different rooms, Gabby and I would share my bed like an old married couple, doing the biz, as she liked to call it almost nightly. There had been business with the baby, of course, but I tried desperately to block my mind from it that first night. It was happy thoughts I needed, and that was definitely not one of them. "Do you think they'll rape us?" Jasper suddenly asked from the bunk below. His voice wavered, and I was sure he'd been silently weeping. It was a question not far from my own thoughts and one I didn't want to know the answer to. "I don't know," was all I could manage, and I felt cruel for not offering more. I knew he needed more, some sort of positivity that I felt incapable of providing at that point. "I guess it doesn't matter either way. Not like we can stop it." He was right, and as much as I didn't want to believe it, knew that I was powerless to avoid it. Like the reason I was here in the first place, I was now a mere passenger on this hell-inspired trip, unable to control my future. Whatever fate had in store for me, it was coming for me, whether I wanted it to or not. That must have been the point at which I finally slipped into the shadows of sleep, because I don't remember anything else from that first night. My next memory is being awoken by an officer's face staring in through the trap and calling out my name. Only once I acknowledged him did he pull back out and slam the tiny opening shut. Jasper's face suddenly rose from beside me as he stood, looking more scared than ever. "Thought you died. He called your name like 5 times, he said, before walking to the steel toilet and urinating. "I think I did die," I replied, sitting up and trying to stretch, my fingers scraping the ceiling above. Once Jasper was finished, I climbed down and took a turn relieving my own bladder, the piss stinging and hot. With neither of us having any sort of food, we waited for the officers to come and unlock our door, the time being 20 minutes of 8. The unit sat almost completely silent beyond our door, the only sound coming from the screws doing the trap muster. I climbed back up to my bunk and sat cross-legged, Jasper doing the same on his. "Guess it's time," he said under his breath, and I knew what he meant. "Gonna have to do it at some point. May as well get it over and done with," I offered, but he didn't reply. I wondered how Aiden was, and made a mental note to ask the officers for any news they might have. I knew the chances were probably slim, but maybe one would investigate for me, him being my brother and all. The minutes slowly ticked by as my stomach began to tighten more and more the closer the time climbed towards 8. I needed to take a dump, but knew that it was a definite no-no when sharing a cell. There's no way I'd want to smell someone else's shit whilst locked into a sealed box, and thus didn't want to put Jasper through it. Farting, however, was another matter entirely, and now let one rip, loud enough to pull a comment from my cellie. "Man, want me to pass you the toilet paper? Think you need it," he said, and I chuckled for the first time since arriving. The guards came around bang on 8 o'clock, unlocking the unit with the swiftness of well-practiced athletes. We could hear the clicking of locks approach and saw our door shudder slightly and listened as the unlocking continued along the far side. Our door rocked back and forth ever so slightly, standing open a mere inch. I hopped down, looked at Jasper, and swallowed hard, knowing that we had very little choice. Everything we needed was out that door, and we needed to show no fear. If we did, we would be toast before this race even began. Jasper rose to his feet, and I clapped him on the back as he stood next to me. We looked at each other, our eyes doing the talking for us. I slowly reached for the door and opened it, the both of us stepping out into prison life. Apart from one guard continuing to unlock the top tier and another 2 sitting in the station, the rest of the unit looked fairly deserted. While all the doors were open just a crack, none of the other prisoners had ventured out yet, Jasper and I the first ones. As we headed for the stairs, I spotted some toasters on a bench near the kitchenette, as well as some loaves of bread, and I pointed at them. My cellie nodded and followed me with a little more purpose in his step. As we descended the steps, I saw movement from the corner of my eye, and when I looked over, spotted a couple of other cell doors on the lower tier begin to open. A couple of prisoners wearing white t-shirts and black shorts stepped out from their cells and began walking in the direction of the kitchen. They looked at us, but didn't seem to find anything of interest. We had almost made it to the kitchen when a voice suddenly screeched across the unit with the volume of a bullhorn. "Where do you girls think you're going?" it yelled, and Jasper and I both froze, looking around for the owner of the voice. "It's not your turn for breakfast yet." I saw a prisoner on the top tier staring down at us as he walked towards the stairs at the centre of the unit. "Just let him eat, Gorman," one of the officers spat back, but to my surprise, the crook shook his head. "No way, boss. Kids got to know their place. Adults eat first, then the youngsters. It's the way it's always been." I stood, rooted to the spot, unsure of whether to continue or wait. This time, one of the crooks from the bottom tier offered his opinion, and it was one I chose to accept. "Come eat, lads. Make your toast now before the line goes out the door." It was Dobby, the one who first greeted us as we entered the unit. He was waving for us to join him, and when we walked to him, allowing him to usher us before him. "There's jam in that cupboard beneath the microwave." I saw the crook from the top tier join us, but didn't look at him. I didn't need to, because I felt his eyes burning into me instead. I waited for my toast to pop as Jasper buttered his, spread a generous amount of jam on, then handed me the plastic knife. "Should've listened to me," the loudmouth said with indifference as he popped his own bread into one of the spare toasters. "Guess some people just prefer the hard way." "Leave him alone, Brad. Man, why you always got to pick on the new ones?" Dobby said as he poured some milk into his steaming coffee. "I'm not. Just telling them how it is." Dobby took his plate and cup and headed to one of the several tables that sat on one end of the unit. They were round, each with 6 seats attached to it, like some picnic tables in a park. He called out to Jasper to join him, and once I had my toast, made my own way over. "Either of you boys done time before?" Dobby asked as I sat next to my cellie. We both shook our heads, and he nodded, like a counsellor understanding the issue. "There's some rules you're going to need to learn pretty quickly. Others, not so much, but better to keep them front of mind." He took a large sip, then pulled out a tobacco pouch and began to construct his morning smoke. 2 other crooks sat in the spare seats and began chomping on toast. "Do we have to do anything because you're helping us?" Jasper suddenly asked, and my heart skipped a beat. Why the fuck would he ask that? Dobby paused with a cigarette paper between his lips and stared at him. After a brief moment, he pulled the paper from his lips. "You mean will you have to suck my dick?" Dobby asked, then roared with laughter, the other 2 crooks joining in. The raspy laugh soon turned into a coughing fit that lasted a good minute. He didn't speak again until he finally managed to regain control over his lungs. "Oh my God, kid, that's a good one." "Some might try and get something from you," one of the other guys said. "I'm Rich. That there is Jim." They shook with each of us in turn, and once done, returned to their breakfast, handing the floor back to Dobby. "Listen, kid. There are those in here that just want to do their time and fuck off back to where they belong. They don't get involved in all the bullshit, don't play the whole gang thing and definitely aren't looking for a couple of pretend girlfriends. But you mind my words. Some in here do. Especially the girlfriend part. You best stay away from them. Both of you, he said, pointing at me. And then as if to ensure my ass puckered a few times, he added, especially you. I felt my heart skip another beat as he stared at me whilst lighting a cigarette. He puffed several times to make sure it was burning good and proper, then inhaled deeply. Why me? Because thanks to your brother, you now have a target painted on your back. One big enough to be seen from a long way away. Aiden? But that happened in that other building. How do you know about that? Kid, news in here travels faster than the screw's telephones at times. Someone's always watching. The Jesters know you, thanks to him. That big guy in the cell next to yours? I nodded, remembering the one who pointed out the stuck cell door handle. That's Chester Jennings. He's the Jesters' main man in here. The one that yelled at you guys before? That's Brad, one of his so-called subordinates. Don't ever be seen to back down. You don't want to be seen as weak in here. Someone calls you out, the worst thing you can do is go hide. Better to cop one out here in full view than getting whooped by a few of them later in your cell. It was Jim's turn to offer some advice, and I nodded my understanding, despite my thoughts turning to Aiden. Do you think the screws would know how my brother is? I asked. Probably, but you'd need to ask them, Dobby said. Listen, I need to go take a shit, but drop into my cell later on. Number 16, just over there, he said, pointing back over his shoulder. Jasper and I both nodded as he stood and left us sitting. Jim and Rich left soon after, leaving the pair of us alone and vulnerable to the crowds now sitting at the other tables. It didn't take long for the 3 empty seats to refill once their previous occupants had left, and for the questions to come thick and fast. Who we were, what we did, and where we were from. Our ages were the subject of some pretty lengthy conversation with more prisoners standing around our table. It turns out that Red Block was not prone to many new residents, instead being filled with mostly regular long-termers. Jasper's 3-year sentence was one of the lowest in the unit, and most were unsure of why he'd been allocated here. Must have pissed someone off, one crook offered, but that was the best they could come up with. You boys got jobs yet? Another asked, but someone else chipped in before we could answer. They just got here, right before lockdown. Of course they ain't got jobs yet. After listening to the dozen or so fellow prisoners for maybe an hour or so, one of the screws called both Jasper and I up to the station. To add a light, he pulled a small television from behind the desk and set it down on top. One TV as promised. A kettle suddenly appeared next to it, followed by 2 folders filled with sheets. I've put together these for you. They contain work application forms, visit forms, as well as a couple of request forms. Take them back to your cells, fill them out, and try to bring them back as soon as, so I can process them for you. Boss, do you know if my brother Aiden is okay? I asked. I'll look into it once I've done what I need to, he said. Jasper and I thanked him, and did as he asked, me carrying the television while Jasper took the rest. A couple of prisoners began to cheer for us, but I didn't hear any malice in it. Once the TV was plugged in and screening an old episode of McHale's Navy, I grabbed one of the folders and climbed into my bunk. I knew what I wanted to fill out first before I even reached for the stairs, quickly flicking through the papers until I saw visits typed across the top of one. It was Gabby that was at the forefront of my mind, the only person who I'd longed to see above all others. I needed to know that she was okay, having not seen or heard from her since being sentenced. I was nervous that she might move on, especially since me being sentenced to more time than we'd been alive, but something told me she wouldn't. She was a keeper. A girl with a strong moral compass, and I knew she'd remain loyal, regardless of the sentence. I grabbed the sheet and began to fill it out, carefully printing her name, date of birth, and home address details. I was so caught up in the moment that I never saw our cell door slowly swing open and 2 heavy-set crooks walk in. The first I knew of their presence was when one of them spoke. Look, Jack, that one's wearing your shoes. Fucking thief must have nicked them last night. I looked up from my sheet, startled. Jasper stood, but one of them pushed him back down into his bunk. I didn't tell you to stand. Came looking for my shoes. Think you could steal them, did ya? The other one said to me. We didn't steal anything, I said, swinging my legs around as I remembered the advice from breakfast. Never back down, is what they had said. "Well, look at that. Fag's grown some balls," Heavyset number 1 said, his grin telling me what they had in mind. I tried to jump down as fast as I could, but they read my move, a fist meeting my face as my feet hit the floor. I lost my balance and fell painfully back against the toilet, my back screaming with heat. Heavyset number 2 swept my feet out properly and my butt hit the floor. They each grabbed a shoe and pulled, my Nikes sliding off with little resistance. As they pulled back, Heavyset number 2 suddenly reached for Jasper with the speed of a snake, grabbing him around the throat. I saw a tattoo in the web of his finger and thumb and instantly knew who they were. The Jesters' hallmark tattoo sat staring back at me, the barbed hook looking embedded into the skin. If it had ended there, I would have been fine, having learnt the lesson about the shoes. But what happened next would send me into a panic attack almost worthy of hospitalisation. "What have we here?" Heavyset number 1 asked, reaching onto my bunk and pulling a sheet of paper from it. "Who's Gabby? Is that your room? Huh, fag? Hot is she?" I tried to lunge for the paper as he waved it in front of my face, but the fist that struck the side of my head ensured I saw nothing but stars for several minutes. By the time my vision returned to normal, the 2 were gone, along with the visits form. "Are you okay?" Jasper asked, leaning over me. I could feel warm blood still trickling from a cut on my ear, but I was too panicked to care. "They got Gabby's details," I said, desperately getting to my feet. "They were Jesters. You know that, right?" I knew, but didn't want to believe it. I stared at my bunk as blood trickled down my neck and into my shirt. "Here," Jasper said, handing me some toilet paper. I took it and wiped, tears stinging my eyes. "They know where she lives," I cried. He nodded, understanding the implication. "They know where she fucking lives," I repeated, more to myself as if I needed any more convincing. "Should we tell the guards?" Jasper asked. "No, you shouldn't," someone said from the door, and we looked back to see Dobby standing in the doorway. "Want this to go from bad to worse?" "Here," he said, reaching for the toilet roll and throwing it at me. "Clean yourself up. Time for the tour." Chapter 4. None of the guards noticed my bloody ear or fat lip. Although I cleaned it as best I could, the evidence of the assault was still written all over my face. Dobby took Jasper and I to see all the things we needed to be aware of. Things like how the laundry worked, how meals were dished out and at what times, how the medication was handed out, how to obtain and use some of the unit equipment like the treadmill and home gym, how to make phone calls, how to sign up for courses and employment, what employment was available. He spoke like a man conducting a high school lesson, the both of us listening intently to every word. The longer we remained with him, the less we felt the eyes that were still following us around the unit. I peered at a couple of prisoners leaning against the rails above us, and they locked eyes with me, refusing to look away. It was Intimidation 101. By the time we ended up back at the officers' station, lunch was being prepared in the kitchen. I tried to ask the officer about getting a job, and he told us to come back after muster. The overhead speaker suddenly came to life as one of the other screws announced the 10-minute mark until count. Jasper and I returned to our cell and closed the door as best we could. We realised that we needed to be more vigilant when it came to our front entrance, although I doubted it would matter much. The speakers announced muster, and both Jasper and I opened our door and stood beside it out on the tier with our ID cards in hand. We watched as the rest of the unit followed suit, everyone hurrying to their spots. I quickly learnt that both 12 o'clock and 5 o'clock musters were not times to be late, as lunch and dinner was served immediately following the completion of count. If the screws needed to wait for you, count would be delayed, and the unit made to wait that little bit longer for their food. Dobby pointed out that food was one of 2 things you never wanted to interfere with when it came to prisoners. "Medication," he said, foretelling the question I was about to ask. Jasper and I stood silently, watching the unit fall into place as the guards began to exit their station. One walked to the very end, preparing to start at the first cell once the unit grew silent. People were still shouting out to each other, while others called for silence. The guards simply stood and waited, letting us do this part of their job. It took just over 3 minutes for the guard walking the tiers to call for us to break off, but once he did, Everyone scurried towards the kitchen with their plate in hand. Jasper and I didn't notice everyone else already carrying theirs, and thus had to return to the cell for ours. By the time we made it downstairs, the line had already formed and we were last. We watched as crook after crook returned to the seats and began to eat their lunch. From what I could make out, it looked like some sort of salad with a couple of slices of sandwich meat, possibly chicken loaf. There were also a couple of boiled eggs, some cheese, and if you wanted to turn your plate into an actual sandwich, you grabbed some bread from the breakfast bar. This time when we reached the tables with our plates in hand, Dobby's table was full. I briefly waited for Jasper to get his lunch and looked around for somewhere else to sit, but nothing looked appealing. "Just go back to the cell," he whispered to me as he walked past, already aware of the issue. I slowly followed him, looking like the only ones not eating with the crowd. As we began to climb the stairs, there was a sudden commotion near the tables. Actually, it sounded more like a schoolground fight, the cheering and goading all too familiar in intensity. Jasper stopped in front of me and we both turned to watch the altercation. I'm not sure who started it, but I could see two crooks going at it, swinging wildly while yelling out a string of well-thought-out obscenities. Blood was leaking from one's nose, the other one leaning back as he punched crazily like a madman possessed. "Took my fucking egg, you maggoty dog!" Bloody Nose screamed through gritted teeth. "You owed me, cunt!" the other spat back. I looked to the station and watched as the officers simply sat and stared over the top of the desk. One clapped another on the back and pointed at the pair, maybe highlighting that they should do something. The other one pointed at the third officer, who wasn't bothering to look at all. Eventually they all stood, but you could tell it wasn't with enthusiasm. "All right, lock down!" one screamed as he stepped from the station, and then as if to drive his point home, raised his voice a few extra decibels. "Now!" he added when no one appeared to move. One of the other officers was speaking into his radio, but I couldn't make out what it was. I assumed he was calling some sort of response, because several other officers entered the unit shortly after. As officers began to flood through the airlock, the prisoners, not in the common area, began to exit their cells to see what the commotion was about. I was surprised at just how many were still sitting in their cells, despite the numbers sitting at the tables below. They came streaming out from doors and stood by the handrails to watch the show as the two fighters continued to throw punches. It was only once several screws began to climb the stairs continuing to bark orders that the majority of crooks began to abide, turning back to their cells while voicing their protests. Below, the fight had come to an end as one officer held up what looked like a can of pepper spray. This particular officer looked vastly different than the rest, dressed in an all-over blue uniform that resembled some sort of cop. I hadn't seen anyone like that before then, and so didn't know what to make of it. I knew that he must have been a little more persuasive than the other screws because the crooks stopped fighting almost instantly. "Show's over. Back to yourselves," the blue screw now shouted, looking around the unit and fixing his eyes on Jasper and I as we remained standing on the tier like deer caught in headlights. He suddenly held his hands up in a "what are you waiting for" gesture, and I didn't need a second request, turning for our own cell in an instant. It was several minutes until the guards came and locked us in, snapping our door shut without so much as a second glance to make sure we were actually inside. We realised why less than an hour later, when the door was unlocked with the same lack of interest, snapping it open and then moving on to the next without any warning. Jasper and I decided to simply remain where we were, each of us lying in our respective bunks as the television played a matinee of boring afternoon shows. I had been trying my best not to think about the consequences of Gabby's details being taken, hoping to speak with her later that afternoon when I was sure she'd be home. I didn't want to panic her, but also needed to warn her of the possibilities, ones that I wasn't even sure of myself. "Moody," the speaker beside our bed suddenly said, coming alive with a static crackle. "Yeah?" I replied, unsure of whether I needed to press the button to answer or not. Turns out I didn't, the officer responding instantly. "Come to the station," he said, before the speaker snapped back into silence. I jumped from my bunk and headed out the door after slipping on my boobers, the prison runners that Dobby had loaned me. I made my way to the station with only a couple of heckles acknowledging me and very few eyes watching me. It appeared that I was no longer major news among the population. Well, that's what I thought anyway. As I neared the Screws station, one stood and held out a red-coloured sheet of paper. "Got your ID card? Here's a slip. You're needed in outpatients. In my haste to get to the station, I forgot my ID card. I thanked the officer, grabbed the slip and headed back to the cell for my card. Jasper asked the question once I returned, and I held up the slip, telling him I'd be back as quick as I could. He still looked genuinely fearful, and I assured him I'd hurry. I knew that if it were me, I wouldn't want to be stuck in the cell alone either. But there was very little I could do, so I gave him a wave and headed out the door. Navigating the prison wasn't as quick and easy as I expected. Definitely not a case of simply walking to each gate and being buzzed through after waving the slip in the air. Each gate you approached was unmanned, and you had to wait for the officer in charge of it to actually turn up. It looked as if they were in charge of several at a time, and so the wait could be a few seconds to a few minutes. As well as having to wait for the responsible officers for each gate, there were also sections of the journey that catered for not only mainstream prisoners like me, but also what I heard the others refer to as boners. After listening to one of these boners get abused from every direction as they were escorted through one of the corridors, called names like maggot, grub, pedo, and dog, I ascertained that he was a protection prisoner. It would seem that protection prisoners were housed away from mainstream due to crimes like pedophilia, rape, and child abuse. Listening to the prisoners scream profanities at the boners, I knew that given the chance, the crooks would beat the living shit out of a boner in a heartbeat, or worse. What would normally have been a simple 5-minute walk ended up taking me almost 30 by the time all the gates were open for me. At each stop, the screw would check the slip and my ID card, then wave me through. I finally reached the outpatient's door, still completely unsure of why I was here in the first place. Once the door was open for me, a desk faced me immediately inside, a stern-looking woman staring at me. I approached, held up my slip, and she snatched it from my fingers before pointing me down the corridor. Once I reached that door and another officer let me through, I saw yet another desk facing me, this one manned by another officer, but one looking much friendlier than the previous. "May I help you?" she asked, and I handed her my ID card. "Ah, yes, Dylan. Go to cell 4. The door is open. Your brother is waiting for you." My heart leapt for joy as I heard her words, forgetting for the first time where I was. I hurried to the door, looked around the corner, and saw him sitting up on his bed. "Little brother," Aiden said, sitting forward and hugging me. Once done, I pulled back and sat on the edge of his bed. It was a room for one, and there was a television hanging from the ceiling, facing his bed. Apart from having a window that looked out onto a patch of grass flanked by the outer wall, there wasn't much else to the room. "How's the head?" I asked, looking at the bandage on the side of his skull. "He got me a good one, although they said it could have been a lot worse. Just concussed. How are you doing? Where they got you? Block 5 or Red Block? Take your pick. A shithole, whatever name you call it. And your cellie?" "Guy called Jasper. We came in on the bus together. It's his first time too." I tried to sound upbeat, but I knew Aiden would see right through it. "Listen, that guy that hit me," he began. "A jester, I know." "Yeah. If I had known, I probably would have kept my mouth shut. I heard their bad news. Stay away from them, Dylan. Whatever you do. You don't want to fuck with them." I began to tell him about the run-in I already had with 2 of them, and how they stole my runners, as well as Gabby's details. I didn't need to add my own concerns for Aiden to understand. "You'll have to warn her as soon as possible." "Why would they want her details? What are they going to do?" I asked, my tone now sounding more panicked. "Probably have her smuggle shit in. If she gets caught, it'll be bad for everyone involved. Especially you. You have to warn her, little bro." I began to understand, feeling a little silly at not recognizing her purpose to them before. But now, after having it explained to me, it made perfect sense. We sat around for almost another hour before I remembered my cellie. I should head back. Jasper's probably lying in a corner waiting for my return. Aiden nodded, and we hugged it out a second time. "They tell me that I'll probably be out in the next couple of days and taken to Blue Block. That's Block 4 and sits right next to yours. Come see me when you have yard time. Just tell one of the boys to come get me." I don't know why, but I suddenly realized just how much Aidan knew about prison. It never occurred to me that he knew people that had been inside. The journey back to Red Block went a lot quicker, only getting interrupted once as a couple of boners were led through a corridor I needed to take. The shouting and abuse was just as intense as the first time, and some of it was actually quite funny, especially when one crook began to offer cash, drugs and tobacco to the escorting officer as payment if he would just open the gate. Several crooks laughed hysterically, and the officer even managed a slight grin. As I entered the unit airlock, I could smell dinner being prepared and realised that it was only minutes till 5 o'clock count. I went to the station, handed my slip to the screw and headed up back to the cell. Jasper was lying on the bed with his back to the door, and I tried to be quiet, assuming he was asleep. But when he turned his head to see me, the fresh bruise he was sporting had almost completely closed his left eye. "Jasper, what the fuck happened?" I said, grabbing a washcloth and running it under cold water. "Have you reported it?" I asked, handing the cloth to him. He shook his head as he took it and began dabbing at his eye. "It'll just make things worse," was all he could manage. "Who did this?" I asked again. He didn't answer, simply pointing at the wall facing the bed. 40? I asked, remembering the big guy next door. Jasper nodded and I immediately understood his fear. The speaker snapped to life, crackled for a few seconds, and then an officer announced count to commence in 10 minutes. After dabbing his eye a few times, Jasper just held it in place and laid back down, staring blankly at the bottom of the bunk above him. When the speaker announced count, I walked to the door and stepped out onto the tier to find 4 crooks standing in the doorway of cell 40. The big guy stood in the corner and when he saw me, gave me a wink and a grin. "Hope your buddy's feeling better. He tripped and fell into my knee before. You should really watch his step on that slippery floor." His mates began to laugh as they headed off to their own cells. Jasper came out and stood on the other side of me, trying to hide his eye as best he could. Count began once the unit quietened, and I watched as a female officer began walking along the bottom tier cells with a clipboard in hand, carefully marking off each cell as she passed it. Once finished downstairs, the officer began to climb the stairs to continue her count, and when she reached the top, Jasper knelt down and pretended to tie his shoelace. The screw never even paused, passing us by with a flick of her pen as she continued her rounds. I'm not sure what would have happened if she'd seen the injury, but was sort of glad she didn't. Talking to screws seemed to be one of the worst choices in this joint. Once count was called correct, cell 40 slowly walked past us, plate in hand, and grinned down at Jasper, who stood his ground defiantly. I still wasn't sure what the altercation had been about, but was ready to back my friend, regardless of the consequences. "Could you grab my dinner?" Jasper asked once Chester was far enough away, and I said I'd try, unsure of whether the kitchen billets would serve me 2 meals. After grabbing the plates, I headed downstairs and joined the back of the line. Dobby was standing a couple of spots ahead and gave me a wave when he saw me. "Settling in?" he asked, and I almost told him about Jasper, then decided not to, remembering his previous advice. I simply nodded back at him and tried to offer a smile. He must have noticed the extra plate in my hand because he looked at it, then gave a half-hearted nod to no one in particular. The line continued to diminish as more prisoners passed me with plates of fish and chips. When I saw Dobby reach the front of the line and hold his plate out, he whispered something into the ear of one of the billets, then turned to look at me. The other guy looked at me, nodded, and continued serving. When Dobby passed me holding his plate, he gave me a wink and walked to his table. I didn't need to give an excuse for the second plate, the billet simply taking it and filling it with the same portions of dinner as the rest I'd seen. Although I tried to camouflage the extra plate as best I could, I saw several crooks nudge each other and point at me as I walked past. I didn't care, walking back to the cell with the plates held close and my head up, refusing to be intimidated. As Dobby said, they feed on fear. As I stepped back into our cell, I could hear muffled voices from within pause. There were 2 guys standing over Jasper, one holding him by the hair. The kid looked beyond scared, tears running down his cheeks as these 2 cunts looked to be having the time of their lives, manipulating a kid half their size. "Hey, look who's back," the one closest to the door said, turning his grin towards me. I froze, half a step inside. I knew if I went in all the way, they'd have both of us cornered, so I waited to see their next move, my back still visible to anyone looking up from the common area. Once they realised that I wasn't going to trap myself, the other one let Jasper go, but not before one final comment. "Don't forget what I said, Muffin," he said, both of them now turning to me. One had the Jesters symbol tattooed beneath his left eye, while the other had it on the side of his neck, Although the designs were slightly different, their messages read the same. They stepped past me and out onto the tier without so much as a glance, and once I was sure they weren't returning, stepped fully inside and closed the door. "What the hell do they want?" I asked, holding a plate out to him. Although he took it, the food remained on the plate, Jasper just staring at it. "Muffin," he whispered. "Huh?" I asked, unsure of the significance. I was starting to learn a few prison terms, but muffin wasn't something I'd heard before, unaware of its proper meaning. Without offering an explanation, Jasper turned and lay down, his back now facing me. I could sense his fear and wished I could have done something to ease it for him. But this wasn't the kind of place where someone of my stature had any sort of pull. We were both as vulnerable as each other, our fate completely in the hands of those who chose to manipulate it. Although I was desperate to speak with Gabby, neither of us left the cell for the rest of the day, the screws eventually locking us in for the night. I just couldn't bring myself to leave Jasper alone again, for fear of one of his tormentors returning. One of the Star Wars movies came on shortly after lockdown, and I settled in to watch it, although the volume was quite low. Jasper was still facing the wall, and I was unsure of whether he was sleeping or simply trying to hide his fear. It was almost an hour into the movie before Jasper suddenly stood and went to the toilet, pissing without saying a word. When he finished, he washed his hands, then turned and faced me, just standing and staring into the space between us. My head on the bunk was almost the same height as him, and so we were at eye level. They called me a muffin because that's what they have planned for me. I cocked my head up slightly, more so to show him that I was listening. "I don't know what that means," I said. I found out its meaning back at the map where someone actually told me that I had the look of one. I didn't know what it meant and he explained it to me. It's someone who gets passed around a unit for a fee. The big fucker from next door told me that they were going to make a lot of money off my ass. But at the time I didn't realise just how literal he was speaking. Those two before came to explain it to me. He began to cry as he spoke the final words, the weeping gripping him completely. I wasn't sure what to do as he stood there with giant tears rolling down his childlike face, and so just lay watching him uncomfortably. He eventually lay back down, quietly crying into his pillow. Although Darth Vader continued his trek across the galaxy, I had lost my interest in following it, eventually turning to face my own wall before falling into a shallow sleep. Despite remaining in our cell for almost 2 hours after unlock the following morning, I knew that we would have to venture out eventually, the world beyond the door refusing to simply pass us by. I still needed to talk with Gabby, and there was also the matter of food and stuff. I convinced Jasper to come with me and sit nearby as I made my call. To my surprise, he agreed, and so we put on our shoes and headed out. I knew something was wrong the second I stepped out onto the tier, the feeling so powerful that I put it down to some sort of ESP. You know when you get that feeling? Like when you see someone talking from a distance and yet somehow know they're talking about you? That's how I felt when I looked down to the station and saw one of our previous day's visitors busy talking with one of the screws. The officer standing in the station wasn't one I'd seen before, and by the look of him, wasn't much older than myself. The jester talking to him stood almost at eye level with him, despite his feet standing almost 10 inches higher on the elevated floor of the station. It was the way the officer's face looked as he listened to the crook talking at him that conveyed who was in charge of that interaction. The prisoner kept pointing at the officer's face as if trying to ram a point home before pointing up in our direction. As Jasper and I began to descend the stairs, the crook and the screw both turned to look at us, and that was when my feelings were confirmed, as one of them began to flash a threatening smile. "Do it," I finally heard the crook say, before he walked towards the other end of the unit, leaving the officer standing bleak-faced in the station. He looked at us ever so briefly, then sat down at one of the computer terminals and began to type something. "Come on," I whispered to Jasper, continuing towards the bank of telephones near the unit's airlock. There were a bunch of prisoners sitting at a table near the phones, all of them deeply interested in a game of poker they were part of. None paid us any attention as we passed them, and I sat down at the phone furthest from them as Jasper took a seat halfway along the line. He picked up the receiver and began to dial as I followed suit, glad to finally make the call. As the phone rung out a third time, I hung it up with bitter disappointment as Jasper continued his conversation. A medical trolley suddenly exited the airlock, and as it headed towards the dispensary, the poker players paused their game. 4 of the 5 players got to their feet and went to join the medication line as the announcement came over the unit's speaker. The unit seemed to come alive as prisoners from all corners of the building began to join the queue, anxiously awaiting their pills. Sitting in my spot, I could see just how much everything in this place was a game. Crooks began to eye each other off, exchanging hand gestures and facial expressions. There were those that would divert their medication and those that would receive them, each caught in a never-ending loop of prison bartering and standovers. As Jasper continued talking, I continued watching, each man fronting the line to take their meds and then get checked by one of the screws. Once done, they walked away, quickly palming whatever pills they could and handing them to whoever expected them. It was like watching a production line, one Jester representative receiving multiple doses as people walked past his seat near the end of the ever-shrinking line. Jasper finally finished his call just as the med trolley rolled past a second time on its way back out. He looked a bit better at that moment, and I honestly thought it might have been the beginning of something new. But just as we began to walk back to the stairs, an officer called out to me. "Moody! Need to see you!" The young screw called out, and I headed off to see him while Jasper waited. The screw looked at him, figured what he was about to say wasn't private, and refocused on me. "Go back to your cell, pack your shit, head to 14. Congratulations, you got a single." I may have been new in the prison and considered an infant in relation to knowing how this place ran, but I was switched on enough to use common sense. And common sense told me newbies didn't get single cells in a unit filled with long-termers. I looked around the common area and found my answer almost immediately. There was a group of Jesters sitting at one of the tables near the kitchen, all of them staring in our direction. One of them, the one who'd been talking to the young screw earlier, was now nodding his head while flashing a menacing smile at me, complete with several gold teeth. Jasper was gone when I turned back, and I looked up to see him disappear into our cell. I hurried back to catch him before he did anything stupid, knowing full well that his anxiety would be peaking. I could already hear him cursing before I reached the top of the stairs, the cell door standing wide open. "Fuck, fuck, fuck!" he spat, pacing back and forth as I walked in. "They set this up, Dylan, those fuckers set this up!" "I know they did, but you have to be strong, man," I said, hoping to sound rational yet knowing it wouldn't make a difference. "You have to stay. Promise me you'll stay." He was pleading now, and for the briefest moment I actually thought he was going to drop to his knees. "You can't leave me here." "You know I can't stay. I have to do as they say, or else they'll drag me out." "Please, Dylan, you gotta stay." I wish I could. I walked to the shelves and began to grab my clothes, stacking things onto the bed. Jasper just stood where he was and watched me, rubbing his hands together in a nervous fit. As I reached for my bag, he began to pick scabs off the back of one hand, looking at me with fearful eyes, big as soup bowls. I could see his terror, raw and unyielding, yet felt completely helpless. I began to stuff my things into the bag, and Jasper finally conceded, sitting on his bunk and folding his legs beneath himself. "I'm sorry. I understand," he whispered, staring at the floor. "It'll be okay," I said, knowing that he recognized the lie more than me. "I'll be right down there. Just come to my cell whenever you want." He nodded, but I could see that it didn't work. The fear had gripped him with both hands and wasn't letting go. As I grabbed my now-filled bag, he stood, stepped forward, and held out his hand. I shook with him, and his eyes met mine, the expression pleading what his mouth was now unable to speak. "I'll see you soon," I said, then turned and walked out, leaving Jasper to his fate as I headed towards my own. Chapter 5. The cell I was assigned to sat on the opposite wall to Jasper's, and if I left my door open, could just make out his door from my bunk. I know that not being there to protect him should have been at the forefront of my mind, but if I'm going to spend the time writing this for you, then I may as well be as honest as I can. Being in a single cell was like winning the lottery, or so I thought that first night. I could do anything I wanted whenever I chose, from taking a shit to having a pull. Like I said, honesty. I watched what I chose on the television and turned it off when I was tired. It was the best in a worse situation kind of thing. The first morning after receiving my new room, I went to get breakfast as soon as my door was unlocked. I must have had a bit more of a spring in my step, because Dobby called out something that made the rest of his table laugh when I walked past. Carrying a plate loaded with toast, I decided to join them and grab the only remaining seat, in between a large man I didn't know and an Asian called Duck. After the usual introductions and greetings, their conversation returned to the previous topic of which screws were the worst. Being mostly distracted by the unit's other bad boys, I'd completely forgotten about the other powerhouse in here, the ones running the show. Turns out that quite a few names came up. Names which didn't mean much to me at the time, but ones I took a mental note of to ensure my readiness in case I came across one. Names like Paul Hansen, Jason Williams and Rawiri Wasi made the rounds with stories of arrogance and contempt for any breathing man in green. But one name created the biggest reaction. Everyone in agreeance once he made his appearance. A screw by the name of Richard Durran was touted as being the worst of the lot. He was the grandson of Arthur Durran, a screw down at Cider Hill in the 20s and 30s, who carried around a baton called Mr. Knuckles. The lads told me that the baton had been handed down from father to son and father to son, eventually finding its way into the hands of Richard, who brought it proudly to work. "Mr. Knuckles?" I asked. Dobby looked at me with a grin. "Yep. You don't want to meet that prick on a good day, let alone a bad one. That baton of his has broken more fingers in this joint than spirits, and that's saying something." The others all agreed, nodding in joint unison. "Put your hand where they don't belong and BAM! Old Mr. Knuckles swings down and takes a bite out of him," Dickie said, the large man sitting opposite me. He was another crook I liked from the get-go, a jovial soul with a laugh that could light up an entire unit. A shouting match suddenly erupted near the station, and I looked to see a crook arguing with one of the screws. "For fuck's sake," Dobby muttered, taking another bite of his toast. "Gonna get locked down again if he don't quit," Duck added. The shouting match continued until a second officer stood and waved his hands up and down, trying to calm the prisoner. Eventually he did, stepping forward and listening to what the second officer had to say. Whatever it was, he seemed to accept the words because he stepped forward, took a pen, and signed something on the edge of the station. "All right, I'm going back to my cell. Thanks for the chat, boys," I said, and once I scraped the rest of my uneaten crusts into a nearby bin, headed back home. My cell door stood half open when I returned, despite me closing it as best I could. They swung outwards, so I knew instantly that someone had been inside. Although I didn't really own anything of value, or have anything worth stealing for that matter, I was surprised to find myself hurrying towards it. I guess it was instinct or something, my brain telling me that my personal space had been invaded. I shouldn't have entered my cell because once I did, I regretted it from the get-go. The incursion hadn't been someone checking out whether I had anything worth stealing, but rather to see me personally. The man was standing in the middle of my cell, his tattoo-covered back turned to me. He must have heard my approach because when I stuck my head in, he began to talk without turning, assuming my interest in his words. He assumed right, because his opening words did grab my attention. "Isn't that where Aiden is going to be living? Over there in Blue Block? Hell, you got like the perfect vantage point here, haven't you?" He didn't need to turn around for me to know that Cell 40 was taking up a lot of space in my room. The guy was huge, his 6'3" frame looking just as wide. I could just make out the Jesters tattoo on top of his head, the tip of its barbed point looking like the end of a flat mohawk. "You know, there comes a point in every man's life when he needs to learn just what the universe has in store for him." He turned to look at me, his eyes looking as menacing as the rest of him. "Come on in, Dylan. Let's talk." The man standing in my cell was William Jennings, also known as Chester. On the outside, he'd been an enforcer for a local bikie gang, but once he was sentenced to life in prison for murdering an undercover cop, he cut off all ties with the bikies and began to pledge his allegiance to the most powerful prison gang there was, the Jesters. The vicious beatings which he dished out soon allowed him to climb the ranks of the gang, eventually gaining the admiration and trust of John Rock McGovern, its leader. Chester had been tasked with finding a snitch within their ranks, one who'd been sharing information with the prison's management. After spending several months lying in wait, Chester's persistence finally paid off when he discovered a string of notes being handed to one of the screws in Block Red who in turn took them to the intel department. Once Chester found his man, he took it upon himself to deal out the necessary punishment. The snitch would never walk again after having his spine snapped during a violent beating that ended with him being thrown from the top tier of his unit, landing on a table below and breaking his back on impact. Chester presented his findings to Rock, who in turn didn't hesitate in appointing Chester his new number 2. Despite protests from a couple of other Jesters, Chester soon beat them into submission as well, ensuring his appointed position was uniformly accepted throughout the gang. While Rock ran the gang from within Blue Block, Chester was eventually moved to Red Block, ensuring that gang affiliates within this unit didn't question orders from the top. New gang members would be subjected to an induction of fire, so to speak, with ceremonies needing to be survived in order to claim the honour of wearing the mark of the Jesters, its instantly recognisable tattoo. The inductions prospective gang members were subjected to were well-thought-out battles of strength, designed to test the commitment of its latest recruits. Those that failed would be beaten by the rest of the applicants, while those that passed were beaten by current gang members. It really was a win-win situation for all. One such initiation process I witnessed was called the Dance of the Flames. The applicants were taken to the side of the unit where cameras weren't able to watch, thus ensuring the ceremony could be conducted without the interruption of overzealous guards. Each wannabe gang member was given a rolled-up newspaper which was required to be secured between their butt crack. Clenching tightly normally did the trick, although some managed to insert their cargo partly into their assholes for that little bit of extra grip. Once everyone's paper was secured into place, the newspapers were lit on fire, the flames growing intensity as the carriers began to slowly move about, fanning the bonfire about to erupt. The initiation process normally didn't take too long, the only loser being the first to pull their cargo out, but some have been known to continue for almost a minute or more, contestants either too scared of being the first or too scared of the beating that followed. Either way, they were doomed from the onset. I'd heard from Dickie that one unfortunate soul had managed to obtain 3rd-degree burns to his butt cheeks, the injury so severe it was almost deemed 4th degree. Another initiation ceremony favoured by some was the Battle of the Foreskins. This challenge was normally played out in an elimination battle, each winner progressing through until there was only one man left standing, or hunched over in pain depending on his stamina. It involved a sharpened piece of metal shaped into a ring, each end pushed through the foreskin, while the other end was pushed through an opponent's foreskin. Once they were ready and secured to each other, they had to push their opponent away, trying to trip them up in order for their foreskin to rip. The winner was the one with the hook left in their knob, the loser normally rolling around on the ground, cupping their old fella as gingerly as possible. Those unfortunate enough to be missing their foreskin were given the option of having either their scrotum used or for the hook to be pushed through the head of their knob. Most favoured their scrotum. "Come," Chester repeated, gesturing for me to join him. I didn't notice the second crook standing beside me, but he gave me a slight push, then closed the door behind me while he remained outside, I guess as some sort of lookout. "Sit, please," he said, and I complied, not needing to guess the consequences if I didn't. Chester turned back to the window as I sat on my bunk. I looked up at him and my neck felt the strain of having to cock my head up significantly trying to see his eyes. "Chester Jennings," he said, holding one hand out to me. I shook but didn't reply. "We haven't been formally introduced, Dylan. How have you been? All good? Settling in?" I nodded but remained silent, unsure of how this meeting would end. He stepped sideways and sat next to me, his eyes never leaving the window as something seemed to hold his gaze. "Dylan, have you ever wondered where your brother got the money from?" I didn't understand the relevance of the question, so remained quiet, but something began to stir in my stomach, deep down in the far depths, like something about to waken. You know, the money to look after you. Tell me, did he ever see him go to work, like a job or something? "No, I was at school," I said, telling the truth. Aiden had never discussed money with me, but I remember him always having some, handing me folded notes from his wallet whenever I asked for some. I knew we weren't rich, but I assumed that he was getting some sort of help from the government. Added to the inheritance my mum had left us, I always assumed we were in a good place. "I always find it amazing to see just how many of our dealers don't share the source of their wealth with their family," he said, the feeling in my stomach intensifying. He must have seen my surprise because his grin now grew. "Oh, you didn't know?" No, I whispered, unsure of what I was acknowledging. Yeah, Aiden had been selling gear for us for almost 4 years. He was good too. Although is exactly that. He was good. But little old Aiden got a taste of the merch. Not just a taste, but a damn good liking for it. So much so that he began to use more than he would sell. Now, well, with him locked up and you here beside him, there's a debt to be paid. The uneasy feeling exploded inside of me as I began to realize the purpose of the meeting. What do you want? I asked, thinking he would use me as Jasper would be used in his own cell. What I want is irrelevant, Dylan. What I need is your cooperation. Do you know what a prison is? It's a supermarket. A supermarket with everything a well-refined junkie needs in order to become a subscriber. But getting the gear in here can prove a challenge at times, and well, that's where you come in. How can I help? I'm in here like you. Yes? Yes, you are, he said, shifting slightly and putting a hand on my shoulder. He squeezed it hard and I began to pull away from the pain, but that only tightened his grip, his fingers biting into the meat. But where there's a will, there's a way. And you, my friend, have both. Especially when it comes to helping repay your brother's $42,000 drug debt to us. I began to feel lightheaded as I heard the number, stars actually dancing across my vision as my head began to feel weird. You still with me? Chester asked, now leaning closer. Oh, and if you think about not cooperating in this little venture, there are those in your life that may have hoped otherwise. You catch my drift? I was beginning to understand why I was given this cell, given Aiden's transfer to the unit visible from my window. If I didn't do as they wanted, they could quite easily beat Aiden right in front of me, forcing me to do their bidding. I understand, I said with a weak voice. He smiled back at me and I thought that was it. But Chester had another surprise for me. No, Dylan, you don't. But you will. Oh, yes, my friend, you will. He checked his watch, gave it a tap, and rechecked. Shit, is that the time? You better go, kid. You'll miss your visit. I looked surprised at him, not registering his comment. Go, go, go. Don't want to miss this one. He stood and pulled me up with him like a rag doll, pointing me at the door and shoving me hard enough to lift me off the ground. I crashed into the door and it opened slightly. The other crook pulled it open and pointed at the station where the young officer stood watching us. Moody! He called, and I nodded. Grab your card, you've got a visitor. Holding my ID card in one hand and the red movement slip in the other, I walked towards the gate with a head full of thoughts that seemed to intertwine with each other, none clear enough to make out. Somehow these guys had managed to get one of their couriers to visit with me, no doubt holding some sort of package that was ready for me to bring back to the unit. I was under the impression that I needed to initiate the visits process, but this didn't appear to be the case here. I had thoughts of needing to swallow a balloon, the package containing enough drugs to kill me a dozen times over. I felt completely helpless as I passed through each of the gates between my unit and the visits centre, the guards asking me for my ID and pass at each, failing to reach through my thoughts. I was on autopilot, walking like a man distracted by the inner workings of his mind. Once I reached the centre, the screws processed me and then sat me in a holding cell while waiting for my visitor to be seated. There were a few prisoners in the room with me, although they were all talking animatedly about their upcoming appointment. I remained silent, my nerves in the pit of my stomach feeling as if I'd swallowed a boat anchor. The moment I walked into the visits area, I knew that things had gone from bad to worse, as I saw who was sitting at table 12, the one allocated to me. The table sat near the back of the room, the furthest from the officer's station, but alongside the bank of windows overlooking the small outdoor area. It was Gabby, staring out the window, her sunglasses on her face. I could tell by the rigidity of her posture that something had happened. When she turned and saw me approaching, there was no smile, the way I'd played this moment out in my mind over the previous week. She didn't stand to greet me or say a word, simply remained in her seat with one leg crossed over the other, the dangling foot spinning from side to side. Gabby, I said, sitting in the chair opposite, getting a good look at her for the first time. There was a bruise on her left cheek, one she'd tried to cover with makeup but failed to fully hide. A tear slowly rolled down the cheek, leaving a trail as it went. Her bottom lip had a cut, the wound fresh and raw. I could see her mouth tremble as she struggled to contain her emotions, and I felt rage building inside me. As she reached up to remove her sunglasses, I tried to grab her hand, but she pushed it away.
They told me to show you what will happen again if you refuse to do as they say. It will be worse next time, they said. Much worse.
She pulled her sunglasses off and I saw with horror that one eye was completely closed, a milky blue cut above and below it. The colour looked feverish, and she stared at me with her one good eye. "Gabby, I'm so sorry," I began, but she cut me off, her tears edging closer.
"They raped me. 3 of them came to my house while Mum was out and they raped me, Dylan."
My own tears began to sting my eyes as I watched her pain burning in her own.
"They told me they needed to see if my cunt was big enough to hold their drugs, and so they raped me. All of them."
Tears began to fall freely from her eyes now, running down her face before tumbling into her lap. Her foot was still spinning from side to side as she slid the sunglasses back onto her face. I didn't know what to say. Words trying to come out but then getting caught in my throat. My face was burning, although I wasn't sure whether it was embarrassment, anger, or shame. This was all my fault, and I was powerless to help her. They told me to slip the drugs into my built-in box, which I have. In a moment, I'm going to reach under my skirt and pull it out. I'll place it in my mouth when I grab some chocolate, and then we'll kiss. You'll swallow the balloon and hand them to a man called Gorman once they pass through your system. Her tone was matter-of-factly, and I knew whatever words I did manage to speak would not help in easing her pain. I looked down at the table and felt silly at not seeing the open block of chocolate sitting there. Gabby had broken the block into small squares, ready for her plan. I took one, popped it into my mouth, and looked out the window. "I will fix this," I said, but she made a pfft sound that cut into my heart. "You can't help me. No one can help me now. Not you, not your brother, no one." The right words still eluded me, and for a moment wanted nothing more than to stand up and walk away. But I loved her more than anything, and seeing her like this was one of the worst pains of my life. I would have done anything at that point just to hold her close, to be able to comfort her the way she comforted me when I was feeling sad. "Twice a week," they said. "Twice a week we'll be going through this little charade. Something about having to pay for your brother's debt." "What debt, Dylan? What fucking debt?" There was a sudden commotion at the officers' station as a woman began arguing with a couple of screws. It sounded like she was disputing her allocated time, and before I had the chance to answer Gabby's questions, she took the diversion as a perfect moment to act. She was wearing quite a short denim skirt, and I watched as she reached under, her hand moving this way and that as she manipulated something under there. I could make out that she wasn't wearing any underwear, but rather than seeing it as something erotic, focused instead on the 3 distinct scratches on her inner thigh. She saw me looking and frowned. One final look to the station gave her the go-ahead as she slipped the balloon into her mouth. I looked at the station where one guard was now standing and giving the room a once-over, his attention still at the other end. Gabby leant forward, pulled me towards her, and locked her lips onto mine. She passed the balloon through my lips and I swallowed, almost gagging from the size of it. Once it was gone, I tried to pull away, but Gabby held me close, her lips caressing my own. When she finally pulled back slightly, she whispered, "I love you, Dylan," and walked past me without looking back. I watched her heading to the station and then towards the exit, an officer following her out. "Let's go, Moody," another officer called, and I walked back to the processing area with the drugs in my stomach and a knife through my heart. There was a welcoming committee near my cell when I returned to the unit. It wasn't Chester, but rather the 2 crooks who grabbed Gabby's contact details from Jasper and I. "How was your visit with the missus?" one asked, the other one chuckling into his hand. I wanted to kill them, both of them, slowly and satisfyingly. But as much as I wanted to inflict pain on them, I knew I couldn't. For one, if I began fighting them and one of them punched me in the stomach, it might rupture the balloon and then all my fighting days would be done. But secondly, I knew that I didn't stand a chance against either of them, let alone both. They were solid boys with serious jail time behind them. They knew how to take care of themselves, especially against a skinny young runt like me. And so, I did nothing, simply brushing past them and into my open cell. "Yeah, don't forget to take a peep in your poop, Dylan. Need you to go looking for treasure." I looked at them one more time, then closed the door to the unit, the Jesters, and the day. I wanted to go to bed and sleep my pain away, something I knew Gabby would probably be doing as well. 2 days it took for the balloon to finally resurface into the world. Apart from feeling it push through my butthole, the bright yellow plastic practically glowed in the bottom of the toilet bowl, half forming the turd that encapsulated it. I grabbed a rubber glove which I'd gotten from the cleaning billet, reached in, and grabbed it. Holding it tight, I flushed the toilet, using the gushing water as a kind of washer. Bits of shit broke off and were flushed away as the balloon came out almost totally clean. I flushed a second time, gave the remaining bits of shit a rub, then inspected the balloon for any leaks or cuts. There were none, and to my relief, found it to be completely intact. I took it to the window and held it up to the sunlight streaming in. I wasn't sure what it contained, and found that I didn't really care either way. Drugs were drugs as far as I was concerned, and my main mission now was to get them as far away from me as possible before someone found them here. If the screws did a surprise cell inspection now, I'd be fucked. The only place I could think of putting the balloon was in my jocks, nestled uncomfortably against my own important package. It felt cold, and I exited the cell in search of Gorman. "Hey, Moody!" one of the officers called as I walked past the station, and I don't know why, but I tried to ignore him. My pulse was pounding in my temples already with nerves, and I didn't want to hold this stuff any longer than I had to. "Moody!" the officer repeated. "Yeah," I said, turning to him but continuing to walk. "Here, take this and get on up to admissions. You've got a piss test." Although the words sounded as clear as a bell, my nerves seemed to jumble them as they hit my brain. With a thumping heart and a plastic hand pressing into my ball bag, I went to the station and took the bit of paper the screw held out for me. "Good luck," he said as I grabbed it, his demeanour far from friendly. I tried to look around for someone to help me but saw no one. I had the screw still watching me, probably to make sure I headed out the door, and as long as his eyes were on me, could do nothing but walk towards certain doom. Walking towards the airlock, I desperately looked along the top tier, frantic for anyone to see what was happening. But the top tier and most of the common area was deserted. The only activity around the pool table near the station. The walk to admissions was probably one of the longest ever, as I desperately tried to find somewhere to stash the goods. But with officers continuously passing me, solid fences on either side, and plenty of crooks following behind, there was nowhere safe. The balloon was just going to have to follow me for the time being. As I was shuffled into the building, an officer greeted me at the door and asked whether I was ready to piss. With the little reminder tucked into the space behind my ball bag, I respectfully asked for time, as I had just peed back in the unit. It was a lie, but one I hoped would buy me some time. It worked, and I was led to a holding cell next to the urinalysis area. There was a billet mopping the floor further up, and an officer reading a newspaper on a table behind him. Once the holding cell door opened, I saw 3 crooks already inside. With just a single bench running down one side of the cell and 3 lads already sitting on it, it left standing room only, which is what I did once the door slammed shut behind me. "What unit are you from?" one of the lads asked. "Red," I replied, leaning back against the wall. "Dickie Longman still in there?" I wasn't sure whether he meant the Dickie I'd met a couple of days prior, so I nodded. "Tell him Banter says hi." "Banter? Sure," I said. "What's your name?" "Dylan," I replied, trying to sound pleasant, despite feeling my lungs about to implode with nerves. One of the other crooks was staring at me and suddenly pointed a finger at me, as if he'd had a sudden revelation. "Aren't you Aiden Moody's kid, brother?" he asked, and I wasn't sure whether it was a good thing or bad thing that he recognised me, so simply nodded. "Fuck, man. He's cooked. I heard your brother is into the Jesters for like 50 grand. "What?" the other one asked, chuckling a little as he did. "Are you fucking serious?" "Actually, it's more like 40, but yes, he owes them." I tried not to sound too much like a smartass, and I think it worked, because they simply laughed like it had been a massive expose. "Man, you're fucked. Hope you got plenty of mates." The trap suddenly dropped and an officer asked if anyone was ready to go. After considering, the one called Banter said he would, flashed us a wink, and walked out once the screw opened the door. "He'll be back shortly," one of the others said. "He's just winding them up." I wasn't sure what he meant, but true to his word, Banter returned a few minutes later, wearing a grin, his pants, and carrying his t-shirt. "Sorry, boss. Guess I wasn't ready," he told the officer, who simply grunted and slammed the door shut again. "They want to fuck me around, I'll fuck them around," Banter said, smirking at the door. As each person was taken out, our numbers began to recede, and within a very short hour, sat in the cell alone, my heart in my mouth as I tried to think of options. There was a camera in the top left corner of the cell, and I wasn't sure how pedantic the officers were monitoring it. It suddenly hit me that I really only had one option, probably the most obvious one. I stood and turned my back to the camera, reached into my jocks and gripped the balloon. The trap suddenly opened and the officer's face was staring at me. "What's wrong? Itchy balls?" he said, and I withdrew my hand. "Actually, yes. Haven't had a... Yeah, sure, kid, listen, I don't really give a shit. You'll get stripped anyway, so whatever you've got hidden in there to adulterate the sample, we'll find it, take it, and charge you. So, ready to piss?" He sounded annoyed, but something in his tone told me he was enjoying himself. "Can I grab a drink of water, please?" I asked. The other crooks had been given water throughout their wait, so I knew it was allowed. The officer grunted something, then slammed the trap shut. I heard his footfalls fade away, and then return a few moments later. When he opened the trap again, he held a cup of water out to me, which I took, thanking him for his understanding. "Yeah, sure," he repeated, and closed the trap again. Remaining with my back to the camera, I drank the water, then reached into my jocks and brought the balloon out. I held it next to me for a few seconds, took a deep breath, and then without a second thought, put the balloon into my mouth and swallowed hard. I drank the remainder of the water and sat back down, relief washing over me. The truth of the matter was I was busting, piss threatening to run down my leg at any moment. My bladder felt like it had been replaced by a brick, pushing into my side with the weight of a barrel. I waited a few minutes more to throw off any suspicion, then began banging on the door. The trap opened again, but instead of a guard's face peeking in at me, it was a prisoner, his matted beard still containing bits of lunch. "Hand it to me," he hissed, peering nervously from side to side. "Huh?" I said, not understanding. "The fucking balloon, dickhead, what else? Hand it through." I swallowed it again. I had to, I cried out, and he looked as stunned as I felt. "What the fuck is the matter with you?" And with that gently closed the trap, leaving me staring at a painted door. The piss test went as well as it could, considering I had to do it with 3 grown men staring at me. It took me a bit to get the courage up, my bladder stabbing into me while my dick froze shut with stage fright. It was the weirdest sensation, needing to piss but unable to, but my pecker finally came around, releasing the fountain I'd held within. Once it was all over, one of the officers gave me another red slip and told me to beat it. I didn't need to be asked twice. Asked for someone to let me out the front door and then almost ran back to the unit. But if I had any notions about Chester and the others accepting my excuse for not providing the drugs to them upon my return, I was mistaken. As soon as I entered the unit, a crook standing near the door told me to go to cell 40. I nodded and went without question, climbing the stairs with dread. As I neared Jasper's cell, I saw that the door was closed, but despite this, heard muffled voices from within. Voices that didn't sound friendly. As I stepped past and took the last few steps to 40, the door suddenly opened and a meaty arm dragged me into Chester's cell. Without notice, a sharp pain suddenly exploded in my midsection, and I dropped to the ground gasping for breath. "From your girlfriend's cunt to asshole to us," someone snarled into my face. My eyes were having trouble focusing, the room swimming before me as I tried to suck air back into my lungs. Panic gripped me as I tried to feel if the balloon had burst, trying to feel any sudden change in sensations. Hands suddenly grabbed my hair and yanked me back to my feet, shaking me like a puppet. "Where's the drugs, Dylan?" Chester asked, and I tried to wheeze the words out, willing them at him. But I didn't speak clear enough, and a hand smashed into the side of my head, my ear blazing with heat. I went stumbling sideways, felt the hand in my hair grip tighter and drag me back. "We're not here to play games, little man. I hope you need to shit soon. Otherwise, I'll get Jake here to reach all the way up and drag the drugs from your ass. You understand me?" I nodded frantically, one hand clutching my stomach. "Right then. Fuck off out of here." He finished, and whoever was holding me pulled me to the door and pushed me out onto the tier. As I slowly stumbled past Jasper's cell, the door was partly open, and I could see him lying on his bunk. He had a bleeding lip and didn't wave back when I did, turning away instead. I figured it was shame. Or at least I hoped so. I couldn't watch him any more than I could watch out for myself. And I hope he realised that. None of the officers batted an eyelid as I walked past the station, despite one looking directly at me. It was the grin on his face that told me all I needed to know. He knew what was going on. By the time I finally reached my cell, exhaustion gripped me, and once I fell forward onto my bunk, knew I wasn't getting up again until morning. My prediction proved correct, waking briefly in the middle of the night to hear someone screaming profanities from under their cell door before slipping back under the shadows. Chapter 6. It was a couple of days after my second visit with Gabby that Aiden finally transferred into Blue Block. It was Dickie that came to get me, telling me to head outside once yard time commenced. Yard times varied each day, but today it was between 1 and 5, giving us a few hours in the afternoon sunshine. Aiden was already waiting for me by the fence, holding something in his hands. As I neared him, I saw the shame on his face, and I readied myself for his apology speech, a speech I wasn't sure I wanted to hear. "I'm sorry, bro. I never meant for any of this to happen." It was a piss-poor start, and my anger let him know. "Sorry? You're sorry. They raped Gabby, Aiden. 3 of them raped her. You should see her." I could feel the words leaving my lips like bullets fired from a gun. They were aimed at his face, my anger raw enough to drip venom. "I know," he replied, and that surprised me, considering I hadn't heard from him nor Gabby. "You know?" He nodded, staring at his feet. Rock made sure I knew. He also threatened Rhonda, said he'd have her killed unless we helped him. 40 fucking grand, Aiden, I said, feeling like a prick for dismissing the threat made against his wife. How the hell do you rack up 40 grand of debt with these guys? And how do you know them anyway? But I couldn't wait for an answer, my anger spiking as it took hold. "Fuck, I don't even know you anymore!" I cried, staring into the sky. "It's not as bad as you think, we can..." But I'd heard enough. "Not as bad as you think? Are you stoned now? They fucking own us! All of us, thanks to you and your brilliant ideas." I stared at him for a few seconds, hoping for my words to sink in, and then turned my back on him, walking away from the only family I had left. At that moment, I didn't care who he was, needing distance between us so I had time to think. He called out a couple of times, trying to get me to return, but I refused. I walked back to the unit and returned to my cell with tears stinging my eyes. He sent messages via Dickie and Dobby, but each time I received one, simply shook my head. Aiden also began to stand near the fence adjacent to my cell, calling for me to come talk to him. I'd turned the television up to full volume to drown him out, only turning it down for musters or when asked by the occupants of adjoining cells. On the other hand, Gabby started talking more and more during subsequent visits, and even managed to smile during one. I still loved her terribly, and was afraid to ask her if she felt the same. I think if she'd have told me that she didn't care for me anymore, I would have killed myself there and then. But she did still love me. That much I could tell just from looking at her. The bruising on her face had healed, and when she'd slip her hand under her skirt, even managed an erotic flash for me once in a while. She still had the power over me, and I would have given anything to go home with her. Some days after seeing her, the walk back to the unit would be the hardest of all, knowing that our lives would never be the same again. From the way things were going, I started to believe that things were going to work out for the better. By the time November came around, Gabby and I had our routine worked out to near perfection, the kisses lasting longer and longer, or until we were told to separate by a watchful screw. I'd shit out the drugs the following day almost on cue, readying myself for the familiar stretching of the ring. When I dropped them up to the drop-off cell, 41, which sat directly opposite Jesters, the crook inside would greet me the way someone working in their garden might greet the postman. Everything was going like clockwork, and by my calculations, meant our debt to the Jesters would be repaid in just over another year. As long as things continued to go the way they were, Our little importation gig would run like clockwork until we could finally quit. But either through a young person's naivety or just plain stupidness, the Jesters were never going to let us go. We were making them money, and with the kind of control they held over us, nothing was going to make them relinquish it. It wasn't until Rhonda came to visit with me in late November that I discovered just how bad things were about to get.
He's using Dylan. He's using a lot.
She sounded desperate as she spoke, her tone louder than her volume.
He hardly calls anymore, and when he does, I can hardly understand his words. It's like he's so high on whatever they're giving him that he doesn't even recognize me.
She wept quietly, looking around to make sure no one was listening. I was shocked to learn that he was using as much as he was. I hadn't spoken to him since the day that we met near the fence, but at the time, didn't notice anything different about him. Our paths just didn't cross, and I guess I just needed time to forgive him. Now, sitting here and listening to his wife weeping, I realized that I might have made a mistake by refusing to speak with him. "I'll go talk to him, I promise," I said, trying to sound genuine. I looked at her as she sat there and was ashamed to see a mere shadow of the woman I once called a housemate. She'd lost a lot of weight, and judging by how gaunt her face looked, it wasn't by choice. Her skin looked pale, the hair, once treated to a daily ritual of grooming, now hanging in limp strands. We chatted for the remainder of the visit, but none of it mattered, her mind somewhere else. If I had to put a name to it, I would say she was depressed. Depressed enough to probably worry many of those that knew her, but helping her was beyond my capabilities, and as much as I wanted to, knew I couldn't. What I could do, however, was speak to her husband and see just how bad things had gotten. If seeing the change in Rhonda was shocking, then the change I saw in Aiden was downright terrifying. I didn't recognize him at first. The skinny morsel of a man walking towards the fence, barely a whisper of his former self. Like Rhonda, he'd lost a lot of weight, but it was the rest of the stuff that shocked me. There were track marks on both his arms that now dangled loosely by his sides. Although not massive to begin with, what muscle he did have was nearly completely gone, almost to the point of emaciation. He hadn't washed his hair in like forever, and it hung down over his eyes in oily strands. His face wasn't much better, with sunken eyes and cracked lips staring back at me. When he spoke, I could see several teeth missing, a couple of them looking as if they'd broken at the gum line. "Aiden?" I asked as he walked towards the fence. "Hey, bro. Long time no see." He sounded jovial, almost exuberant at seeing me. He must have noticed my shock and began to laugh. "The greatest escape in a place like this. Should try it sometime. You'll think you can fly, man." He waved his arms like a bird, staring at the sky, then laughed again. "Aiden, what the hell happened?" I asked. "Aiden decided to jump the fence," a voice suddenly said from behind me. I turned and saw Chester walking towards us, slowly, as if enjoying an afternoon stroll. "Rock tells me that Aiden here has gone from being a seller to being a buyer." I felt the familiar burning in my cheeks and bit my tongue to keep from screaming. "Racking up quite a bill, aren't you, Aiden?" I turned back to look at my brother, but he just stood, staring at the ground. Someone else was now walking up behind him, and from the look of the way this man walked, knew who he was before he spoke a single word. "Not interrupting, am I?" the newcomer said, and I shook my head as Aiden appeared to cower a little. "You must be Dylan. Rock McGovern." He neared the fence and held his fist up just behind it, looking to fist bump with me. For a moment, I wanted to keep my hands by my side, but then thought the better of it. I fist bumped his and put my hand in my pocket. "I was about to tell Dylan about his brother's latest debt. What are we up to now, Aid? 44 grand? Chester asked. My heart both sank and exploded at the same time. With all the regular drops that Gabby had been making, I'd calculated the initial 42 grand to be down to around 36. Now hearing that the amount had gone up instead of down had slammed me in the stomach. It was then, at that very moment,
that a naive and previously sheltered 18-year-old child suddenly became aware of a future that he never expected. A future that would refuse to let him or Gabby go.
You look a bit surprised, Dylan. Not what you were expecting?
Rock said, leaning against the fence and looking at Aiden.
Quite a role model you have here.
Tell him, Aiden.
Tell your brother about all the wonderful trips you've been taking on his money.
Aiden continued to stare at the ground, and as my anger grew, so did my shame. Although I'd felt a lot of different emotions towards my brother over the previous months, none stood out more than at that very moment. The brother who had protected me, cared for me once there was no one else to, who had provided me with food and clothing and all the rest of the things a growing kid needed. It had all been based on a lie that he also protected me from. The shame I felt at that very moment wasn't for the brother I knew or the brother standing before me. The shame I felt was aimed at me and me alone. Why hadn't I seen it sooner? Was I really that naive? Or was I so caught up in my own things that I simply chose to ignore them? I didn't know, and at that point, knew that it didn't matter much. No, I whispered quietly. All three men looked at me, Aiden with a surprised expression that looked almost comical.
Come again?
Rock said, leaning against the fence. His tattooed arm was pressed against the wire hard enough for his skin to poke through in places, edged by the steel fence. He pulled away a little, and I saw the red lines running across his tattoos.
No, seriously. Say that again.
I said no. I'm done. This is never going to end. I tried to sound defiant, and probably just sounded like the scared kid I was. Chester took a step forward and stared into my face. You don't get to choose, kid, he snapped at me. You don't get a say in anything. Remember your girl? Want to see what I can have done to her? I'll get a line of blokes a mile long to fuck her. I'll get cunts to fuck her so hard that her box will be wide enough for a dump truck to park in it. That'll make it so much easier for her to smuggle shit in. On the other side of the fence, Rock laughed.
Dump truck. I like that.
You like that? Chester asked mockingly. So do I. Rock took a step back towards the fence and waved for me to come closer. When I didn't move fast enough, Chester kicked me in the ass hard enough to lift me off the ground. I stumbled forward and grabbed the fence for balance.
Listen here, kid. I suggest you do your bit for the cause. You don't want your girl hurt, do you? Or your brother here? Because if you like, I can end his miserable life right here and now. How would that be?
You wouldn't. Not here, I said, still trying to sound more confident than I was.
Not here? Actually, kid? Exactly here. This is a dead zone. You know what that means?
I shook my head.
There's no camera pointed at this spot. See?
He was pointing up and behind at several spots, and as I followed his finger, saw what he meant. The prison had numerous dead zones around the grounds, despite having hundreds of cameras set up along fence lines, lampposts, within buildings and outside units. But none of the ones I could see were pointed to where we were standing at that point.
None. See? So let me give you some friendly advice. Call that cunt of yours to stretch her cavity a bit more, or we'll stretch it for her. And while she's at it, we'll also need phones and chargers.
I looked at him, not understanding. Bones? How the hell am I supposed to swallow one of those?
I don't give a shit how. Just figure it out. Each phone you bring in, I'll knock off $1,000 from your debt. That's like 4 balloons. Think about it. And remember what I said. Fuck us over, and someone will cop it. Your girl, your brother, his wife, or maybe even your friend, Jasper.
I realized that I was caught like a pig in a trap. Nowhere to run and no choice to make. I had to do as they said, or I would be responsible for getting someone hurt. Neither of them waited for an answer, simply fist-bumping with each other before turning back to their units and walking away. Chester began to whistle as he walked, like a free man on an afternoon stroll through the park. Aidan and I stood there for what felt like forever, neither of us talking. Words were eluding me, my mind unsure of whether to yell at him or to tell him to get better, to try and beat whatever addiction he was battling. But as I was about to ask him to stop, he looked up at me with eyes that spoke more than words ever could. "I'm sorry, Dylan," he said, and before I could reply, turned back to his unit. I wanted to say something, to call out after him, but it was like my mouth refused to listen, remaining tight-lipped as I watched him stumble back into his unit and back into his own version of whatever hell he was living. I'd been back in my cell for no more than an hour when I hurried back out and made my way towards the bank of phones at the back of the unit. I wanted to talk to Gabby. Had to talk to her. I wasn't sure if one of the outside goons had told her about the latest debt updates, but I wanted to get in first, needing to tell her of the threats made against them all. She didn't pick up on my first try, or the second, but on the third try, a sleepy voice answered me. "Gabby, you okay?" I asked. "Yeah, sorry, fell asleep watching Sound of Music. How are you?" She sounded normal, without any hint of concern or fear, and I began to relax a little. "Gabby, I need to see you as soon as. I'm due for a visit on Friday. Can it wait?" "No. Can you come tomorrow if I can get you in?" I was desperate, and I think she could tell from my tone. "Of course," she said. "Okay. I'll let you know." I hung up and went to the station, one of the better screws sitting at one of the computers. Collins turned to me and asked what I needed. I told him, and he checked his computer console for available times. "Had a cancellation at 3:45 tomorrow. Want it?" he asked, and I nodded. I gave him my prisoner number and he punched in the details. Once he'd printed off the receipt, he handed it to me, and I returned to the phones. I told her everything, not holding back even when it came to Chester's quip about the dump truck. She remained silent throughout, either from shock or anger, or just her usual politeness at not wanting to interrupt. When it was all said and done, I paused, waiting for her to answer. There was no reply, just silence as she sat with her hands folded in her lap. "Gabby?" I asked quietly. "I heard," she replied in a flat tone. I didn't understand the vacancy of emotion from her, expecting her to begin shouting at me, or simply acknowledging me at the very least. "Did you hear what I said?" I asked, hoping for a little more. "I'm so sorry for getting you involved in this. I understand." It was all she could offer me, and I understood perfectly. "We'll figure it out, I promise. But for now, we just have to, I know, continue smuggling illegal drugs into a maximum security prison." It was then that I realized her demeanor. It was shock. Some kind of realization at the severity of the threats against us. I wanted to hold her, tell her we could run away and never return. But of course that was just a stupid daydream. A ridiculous thought given the circumstances. Before I had a chance to stop her, she suddenly reached under her skirt and pulled out a bright pink balloon. She didn't bother hiding it, simply holding it by the knot as it dangled in midair. "Gabby!" I hissed, trying to grab it, but it was too late. The screw's already coming for us. "I'll take that," the first officer to reach us cried. He held a hand out and Gabby, still expressionless, handed it over. "Prisoner Moody, return to processing. Ma'am, come with me, please." I sat a moment longer just looking at her, hoping for anything. But there was nothing. Her eyes as vacant as the rest of her. It was as if she was on autopilot, unable to respond. Without a second look, Gabby rose to her feet and followed one of the officers back to the main entrance. "Move it, Moody. The suit will see you out back." I felt a hand on my shoulder and shrugged it off before walking to the tiny door next to the station. There was a billet standing there with a broom, and although I didn't recognize him at first, knew his name the instant he spoke. "Aw, man, you're fucked. Chester ain't gonna like this," he said as I walked past him, and to my horror, saw Brad Gorman standing there. He'd been the prick telling Jasper and I not to eat breakfast our first morning in the unit. He was also one of Chester's closest snitches. I didn't answer him, simply walking through the door without so much as a sideways glance. Once out the back, the screws strip-searched me, then stuffed me into a holding cell to wait for the supervisor. Your girlfriend's been charged with attempting to smuggle contraband into a prison, possession of a trafficable amount of a controlled substance, and I just got off the phone from one of the drug squad officers that searched her home, where they found even more drugs. She's going to jail, Dylan. I sat stunned, angrily looking at my hands. Adding to my woes, a tear slipped from my cheek and landed on the table I was leaning on. Now, I know you weren't bringing it in for yourself. Give me a name and I'll make sure they're dealt with. I've already spoken to the governor and he's more than happy to ship them to another facility. I looked up at him, gobsmacked by his stupidity. You think me telling you a name is going to fix this? I'll be dead before lockdown, I said, trying my hardest to sound in control. We can protect you. Transfer you into one of the protection units. I laughed at him, my eyes remaining as stern as ever. And what about my brother? His wife, Gabby? You going to put them all into protection? He leant back in his chair and stared at me for a moment as if considering my proposal. Then, he looked back over his shoulder at the closed door, making sure we were alone. Actually, Dylan, I don't really care about any of you. Fiona Lewis is my niece, and this Christmas will probably be one of the most difficult days of her life. I'm only giving you options because that's what Monty asked of me. If it was up to me, I'd drop a lot of you into one compound and let you guys figure it out. Monty was the governor of King's Court, and from what I've heard, not a man to fuck with. I don't have a name, I said, sitting back in my seat. Great. Saves me a lot of unnecessary paperwork. You'll be charged with trafficking a controlled substance and punished accordingly. For the time being, you'll return to your unit where officers will lock you down until the governor calls you up for a hearing. Might be tomorrow, might be the next day. Any questions? I shook my head, and he stood, opened the door, and waved me out. I stood and slowly walked past him and back out into the processing room. The screw on duty handed me a movement slip, and I headed out, making my way back to unknown consequences. When I walked back into Red Block, I looked up towards Cell 40 and saw Chester standing there chatting to someone. I wasn't surprised to see Brad Gorman turn and look at me as I headed to the station. Chester saw me and ran a finger across his neck, the threat coming through loud and clear. Soup called and said you to be locked down. Let's go, Officer Collins said, and I followed him after one final look up to the top tier. Chester was standing there with his arms folded across his chest, staring at me in a way I knew meant trouble. The screw locked me into my cell, and I dropped onto my bunk. I grabbed my pillow and screamed into it so loud that my throat began to feel like I was swallowing flames. I screamed again and then again until I began to cough painfully, sitting up and letting my tears fall. It was Gabby I was thinking of, now living her own nightmare courtesy of a brain fart. I couldn't bear to think of her in jail, and tried to think of a way to take the rap for her. But I knew it would do no good. There was nothing I could say or do that could clear her name now. I closed my eyes and cried, not caring if anyone heard. I awoke again at some point during the night, moonlight shining through my window. I got up and went to the toilet to urinate, surprised at how long the process took. Once done, I went to the window and looked across to Blue Block, wondering where Aiden was at that moment. A few of the windows were lit over there, and although I could make out a couple of people, none looked familiar. After watching them for a few minutes, I returned to my bunk and dropped back off, sleeping dreamlessly through until morning. I was awoken by shouting the next morning, an officer yelling for me to wake up. I apologized to him for not waking sooner, and he responded by slamming the trap shut. I heard count called correct on someone's radio a short time later, and unlock commence. But when I heard my neighbour's door unlocked, the officers passed my door and went to the next, the lockdown continuing for me. I buzzed to the officers' station and felt my heart sink as I heard an officer named Brendan Wells answer. "What?" he said, sounding annoyed at the interruption to his day. "Any news on when I can get out?" I asked, ignoring his tone. "Why? You got a hot date?" he asked, then cancelled the call, the speaker snapping into silence. "Prick," I muttered, and went to the window, looking out towards Blue Block. A couple of prisoners were playing basketball at the other end of the compound, while a few others were walking laps around the perimeter. Other than those, I could see very little else and sat back down on my bunk. "Hey, cunt!" a voice suddenly whispered under my door. It was Gorman, his phlegm-invoked rasp only too familiar to me. "What?" I called back. "Ready for a show?" "Chester sends his regards." "Gorman!" I heard someone else yell and thought it sounded like Wells. "Fuck off from that door or you'll get locked down as well." "Whatever you say," Gorman said, his voice fading out as he walked away. My heartbeat picked up as the familiar boat anchor turned in my stomach. I thought about buzzing the station up again, but knew it would prove fruitless. Whatever Chester had planned was going to happen soon. "Dylan!" Another voice suddenly called, and this one I recognized instantly. It was Aiden, and when I went to the window, saw him standing on his side of the fence. A fresh bruise looked to be covering his left eye, the shiner almost glowing in the sunshine. "Aiden, what are you doing?" I called through the small gap at the top of my window. "Rox said you need to fix things. Said Gabby dropped the ball and lost 10 grand worth of gear. Did she get caught?" I nodded, then realized he couldn't see me. "Yeah, she's been charged. Haven't spoken to her about..." And that's when I saw the two crooks walking briskly towards Aiden, crossing the ground between the unit and the fence with urgency only someone on a mission could convey. "Aiden!" I called out, meaning to warn him, but I only managed to draw his attention back to me and away from the two approaching men. I saw one holding something by his side, and as he closed the gap, saw the pointed end of a nail shiv. "Aiden, watch out!" I tried to call out, but half of it was lost as my still hoarse throat locked up. I banged on the window to try and steal their attention, but I knew it was too late, even before the attack began. When I say that I saw one of them with a nail shiv, I was mistaken. There are other weapons still hidden in their clothes. They each had 2 shivs, one for stabbing and one for slicing. The slices were made from disposable razor blades that had been deconstructed, their blades attached onto the handle of plastic knives. One had a stabbing shiv made from a sharpened toothbrush handle, while the other carried a 5-inch screw that had been filed down meticulously into a sharpened point. While Aidan was fighting off one, the other was attacking him from behind. I tried screaming, but my throat felt like fire, betraying me in the worst way possible. I ran to my cell door, kicked it a few times, then ran back to the window. One had managed to stab Aidan in the throat, cutting his screams off before they began. Each crook swung both his arms in a frenzy, stabbing and slicing as they went. Part of me wanted to believe that this would still be just a warning, giving Aiden and me a decent scare before backing off again. But as the attack continued, my terror exploded as more and more blood began to flow from the punctures and slices. One blade sliced the top of his right ear off, while another went sideways across his face. Aiden's white t-shirt soon resembled something from a horror movie, and he struggled to stand, his legs beginning to buckle beneath him. As Aiden's legs finally crumpled, I saw officers suddenly exiting Blue Block, one with a radio to his mouth. But that's when I saw one crook look directly at me, then begin to stab my brother in the eyes, first piercing one and then the other. Aiden grabbed his face as blood poured through his fingers, and I could hear his screams of agony as my own filled the cell. As one of the officers finally reached the scene, the other crook swung his bolt with one final thrust and stabbed it into the side of Aiden's head. As he stepped back, I saw Aiden's hands drop by his side, the bolt sticking out from his ear. With a desperate scream for help, I watched as my brother slowly fell forward, landing on his face and lying motionless. The screws later told me that he was dead before he hit the ground, the bolt smashing through into his brain. A strange silence followed as I stood watching helplessly from my window. Both of the attackers dropped to their knees and held their hands out before them, ready for the cuffs to be applied. They both had blood spatters across their faces and t-shirts, as well as matching grins, which they turned towards me. One blew me a kiss, and that was when I lost control, picking up the only thing I could, a chair, and began smashing it into the window. They both began to laugh as they were led away, Aiden lying motionless before them. My own cell door suddenly opened and 3 screws barged in, grabbing me without a word and throwing me to the ground. "My brother! My brother!" was all I could manage, but it was as if they either didn't hear me or didn't care. Once I was cuffed, they led me out of the unit and up towards admissions, eventually placing me into a holding cell. The walk to that building was one I've never been able to remember. The entire sequence erased from my memories. I don't know how long I spent in that cell. but I do remember hearing each of the musters get called over a radio. Each time they were called, my trap was lowered, an officer calling out a number 1 before slamming it shut again. It must have been at least 5 hours, but by the time I was finally taken out, I knew I wanted revenge. It was the cops I had to wait for. Officers called in to investigate the homicide. I was deemed an eyewitness, yet knew I couldn't help. The Jesters' network of eyes and ears spread throughout the prison. They would no doubt be watching me, and thus, I offered them nothing. Other than piss the officers off, there was very little else I achieved, and by the time they finally gave up, simply handed me back to the supervisor. It was already well past lockdown, and she told me that my belongings had been moved to a new unit. "You'll be in the medical ward for a couple of days, just so the nurses can keep an eye on you. After that, you'll be sent to yellow." When I didn't respond, she bent to look into my face. "Dylan, do you understand?" I gave her a faint nod, the only one I could manage, then allowed myself to be led outside. The medical wing sat almost directly behind admissions, and so the walk was a brief one. Once in the unit, the nurses gave me a once-over, then asked for me to be placed into one of the observation cells. They thought I might kill myself, and so set up round-the-clock supervision from the on-duty officers. As the cell door closed on me, I sat on the bed and felt the fear and helplessness slowly abate. There was a new emotion beginning to fill my veins, one I wasn't sure I could handle. Vengeance. I knew what needed to be done, and although I didn't have the slightest idea of how I could achieve it, I knew that I wouldn't rest until I did. The names that began to fill a list deep within my soul would be what drove me in the coming months and years. Regardless of what else got in the way, nothing was going to stop me from getting payback. And as I sat in that dark cell, planning for all the ways that I would make them pay, I began to smile. Because Dylan Moody had just died with his brother. The child finally laid to rest forever. Part 2. Initiation. Chapter 1. There is one thing that every prisoner has in common, regardless of crime, sentence, sex, race, gang affiliation, or mental state. Hell, even the screws share it with us to some degree as well. It's time. Plain old Father Time himself. Seen in a different light by so many, but still the one thing driving those that are locked behind the walls. From the moment we wake until the final thought takes us back into the shadows of sleep, time is the path on which we all walk each and every day. It defines those with a sentence from those without. The ones that know when they are getting out see time very differently to those that know they will never see beyond the prison walls again. There are those that are waiting their day in court to find out just how much time they will spend behind the walls, while others might wait for a transfer to a different prison, counting down the days until their move is complete. For some, their days are filled thinking about time, such as how long it is before the gymnasium opens its doors, how long until the next meal is served, or the hours between themselves and their next dose of medication. It may not mean much to the person sitting in their living room, patiently waiting for that 8:30 screening of the latest Marvel movie or weekly edition of their favorite TV show. But for those locked up behind doors they cannot open, time is seen in a whole new light. Although not mentioned by name, it's the driving force behind anything and everything in a prisoner's life. While some may not come right out and say it, they are controlled by its passage just as much as everyone else, regardless of whether they're on remand or sentenced to life. Time dictates to all of us, grasping us within its clutches, and none of us will ever escape it. For me, time passed by slowly those first few months, slower than I had ever experienced at any point in my previous life. It took time for me to get accustomed to having the course of each and every day decided for me, being told what to do and when to do it went against everything I had ever been told during my life before prison. Although the days seemed to go by with the slowness and horror of a never-ending dental session, it was the nights that were the worst. Lying in my bunk while listening to the never-ending screams from the unit is not something you ever really get used to. You might think that living next to a train line can be considered a tough existence, but I've heard it from people who experienced it. The train's eventually fading out of reality. Prison is not the place for things to fade out of reality, and although you can block out the voices from the other side of the door, it's the voices on the inside that scream the loudest. One voice that would never fail to be far from my thoughts was Gabby, crying to me from beyond my reach. She'd been sentenced to 3 years, a hefty length considering it was her first offence. During those first few months, I often heard from her, Gabby calling me every other day, but her voice began to change about 4 or 5 months after entering prison. It was the tone, going from fearful and meek to carefree and mocking. It was like she'd found her place amongst other prisoners. Because there was just one women's prison, also maximum security, it housed around 400 cons. I could only imagine the type of people Gabby had to deal with, doing what she could to survive. I knew she had a survival instinct deep down, her strength bubbling to the surface when she needed it. But it was when my mind turned to another event that happened between us that I would break down. The memories of what had happened, intermixing with what could have been, are too difficult to deal with. Most of the time when those thoughts cross my mind, I cry myself to sleep, remembering the moment we found out about the pregnancy and the baby and... Not yet. Maybe later, when things settle down a bit, but not yet. I promise I'll get to it soon. For now, I need to tell you about the rest of the things that happened those first couple of years, how they would come to shape the things that followed. One of my greatest regrets from those first few months was my lack of fight. I'm not talking about fighting with other prisoners. It was my own fight for things that I needed, wanted, was entitled to. The screws would have a say in how things went down, and if they liked you, the chances they would say yes improved vastly. But if they didn't like you or were under pressure from higher powers, both from their side and ours, the answer would always be a stern no. Aidan's funeral was held a week after his murder. The service was held at the Chapel of the Holy Trinity, the same church where we were both baptised. He was laid to rest in Fernhill Cemetery next to Mum. Rhonda was unable to pause her cries, sobbing uncontrollably throughout the service and the burial. At least, that's what she told me when she came for a visit a couple of days after the funeral. I had been denied leave to attend Aidan's funeral. My own brother laid to rest without me there to say goodbye. I had to put in the appropriate request form, just as Wells had told me to do. And the prick even gave it his tick of approval, but it was the supervisor's signature that the request needed in order to be approved. It was Durran's signature I saw scribbled on the line when the form was returned to me. The keeper of old Mr. Knuckles itself. Before the screw who brought the request form back to me had a chance to return to other duties, I asked him why. It was such a personal event, one that couldn't be repeated. "It's not like we can rebury him when I get out," was what I said to him. He just turned, shrugged, and mumbled something about the decision being out of his hands. That was the day I broke my first TV, picking it up and smashing it to the floor with such a rage I actually remember seeing red. I was locked down for a day for that stunt, made to pay the cost of the television out of my own pocket. Once I was locked down, I put in an urgent request to speak with the supervisor. Durran wasn't on that day. Amanda Daniels on duty instead. Although I had a couple of dealings with her previously, she wasn't one I would have chosen for help. She was one of those officers that loved her job, always walking around like she was on a mission to change the world. I heard a couple of other screws once mumble something about her as she passed them. "Run into a code, Mandy," one said, and the other just laughed. But the answer was still a firm no, despite my weak protests. I don't know whether kicking off would have made much a difference, but I do know I would have felt a lot better about it, instead of simply copying her reply on the chin. "I can't change another soup's decision," Amanda said firmly. She really did love her job, the smirk on her face confirming her lack of care. The bitch may as well have spat in my face. Her response sounded about the same. But as I stood up to walk out of the office, she did give me a small bit of information that, at the time, surprised me. "Don't blame Durran. Wasn't his call either. The word came from upstairs, if you know what I mean." I turned back, looked at her for a moment, then thanked her. There was something in her eyes at that moment that I hadn't seen before. I think it resembled defiance. Anyway, I left there no better off and returned to my cell with a belly full of anger and a head full of pain. Aiden's funeral went ahead without his brother, and that was that. Rhonda came to share all the tidbits of information with me, like who was there and what they wore, as if I cared. I didn't in the least, barely hearing her words, but I did nod occasionally to make her feel better. Rhonda had been through enough, and I didn't want to insult her more. After she left that day, I think it was that day. My memories for that time are a bit hazy these days. After she left, I returned to my unit with a new feeling, one I hadn't ever experienced before. It was hatred, but on an entirely new level, like a raging inferno burning in my heart. I knew at that very moment the only way for me to survive this place was to hate everyone and everything. Gabby and Rhonda aside, the world had just died to me, buried in the same hole as my brother. Things needed to change. The very things that I had begun to accept. Nothing was going to get through the wall I was about to build, not unless I allowed it. Scrawny was how you would have described me if you had seen me back then. A young kid with arms that looked like they'd been picked off some 12-year-old and stuck onto my shoulders. My legs matched perfectly. And as for my chest? What chest? When I looked at the other inmates around the unit and the rest of the prison, you could immediately tell those that worked out from those that didn't. Those that worked out walked with a kind of air that said, "Don't fuck with me." Some, I noticed, even had the letters DFWM tattooed onto their knuckles, a kind of warning to those thinking of making a move. I began to change everything the minute my cell was locked down the night of Rhonda's visit. As I listened to the screws continue to lock the unit down around me, I dropped to the floor and began to do press-ups. I managed a whopping 8 that first go, giving my arms a shake-out and dropping for a second time. 6 was all I could manage. But to stay the course, I swung around onto my back and began to do sit-ups with my feet wedged under the edge of my bunk. 22 I struggled through before the burning in my stomach became too much. I dropped back, stared up at the light burning above me, and made a pact. 2 hours, every single night, regardless of the pain. If an exercise became too painful, I'd swap it for another, never stopping for the 120 minutes. I stood, switched off the light, and waited for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. I could see the other unit through my window, several crooks standing or sitting by their own windows. Seeing them only seemed to build my determination, and I dropped back to the floor to continue my regime. As nights turned into weeks, I could feel my body begin to change. Not a lot at first, but enough to drive my determination into overdrive. As my arms began to tighten with fresh muscle and my stomach grew tauter, I began to concentrate on those exercises that would build my shoulders, arms, and legs. I wasn't interested in cardio, too scared that any bulk I was putting on would melt away with the sweat. What I wanted was mass, and lots of it. The first opportunity to weigh myself came about a week after starting my newfound direction. I faked a headache, was sent to the nurse, and jumped on the scales sitting outside the waiting room. I was growled at by the screw on duty, but it was worth it. I needed to chart my progress, even if it was just a weigh-in once a month. That first time, I was a measly 57 kilos. I actually laughed out loud a little, earning me another spray from the screw who thought I was taking the piss out of her. "Sorry, miss," I said as I walked to the nurse's room. I sat through some minor checks such as blood pressure and stuff, took my tablet, and headed back to the unit. It was almost a month later that I was called up for a piss test. There was another set of scales sitting near the area's entrance, and I jumped on, again copping a minor pasting from the screws escorting someone else through. Although the disappointment was minor, I told myself it would take time. I had hoped for a number starting with 6, and when 59 kilos popped up, felt my heart sink a little. But it was an improvement nonetheless, and as long as my weight was going up, I didn't care. The Jesters left me alone for those first few months after murdering my brother. Although I would see Rock out of my window occasionally, he didn't appear to have an interest in me. Foolishly, I believe they considered the debt settled. Chester had been transferred out of my unit a week or so after that incident, walking out with a bag slung over his shoulder. I watched as he left, relieved. But when he turned back for a final look near the door, knew things weren't over between us. He saw me watching him and blew me a kiss. "See you soon, kiddo," he called out. My heart was pounding as I watched him turn and walk out, not calming for almost 10 minutes. Dobby dropped past not long after to see how I was doing, but I noticed that he looked uncomfortable standing in my doorway. I wondered whether he knew something I didn't. The Jesters still had several of their members living in the unit, and I knew how little control the Screws had over them. Even with Chester gone, Rock was only a few dozen yards away. His orders passed through the fence, virtually unchecked. It was a letter from Gabby that would change the course of my thinking, her words burning a hole through me in an instant. It was around March 2001 that a Screw by the name of Hendricks summoned me to the station. The other Screws called him Jimmy, and I remember thinking obnoxiously how original their thinking was. "Yes, sir?" I said as I approached. He didn't reply, simply holding up an envelope which I took. "Thank you," I said as he turned back to his computer, not bothering with pleasantries. It didn't bother me. It was just the way it was. I took the envelope back to my cell, not looking at it until I was safely inside with the door closed. My heart skipped a beat when I recognized the handwriting. Gabby's familiar hook at the end of the Y in Dylan looking back at me. But something felt off about the letter, and I knew that whatever it contained wasn't going to make me happy. Whenever Gabby sent me letters, the envelopes would always have love hearts, kisses, and little bits of sweetness drawn over them. Sometimes they would be coloured in, like the red hearts or red lips where she left marks with her lipstick. But this envelope was completely bare, save for my name, unit, and prison. She had printed my details neatly on the envelope's lines without a single mark of adoration. I could feel something heavy in my stomach as I carefully peeled it open, pulling out a single slip of paper. I sat down, looked out of the window as I took a deep breath, and began to read. "Dylan, things have not been a cakewalk over here. I still feel like this is all some terrible nightmare and I'm going to wake up at any moment lying in your arms. Some of the women are pretty fucked up, off their heads for most of the day and night, like a non-stop party train. Others are passing their days by hopping from one bed to another, not caring about who sees them. I know I said that things would work out with us, but I'm really struggling. 3 years is a fucking long time to be locked up in a place like this, and I need help. I'm so scared most of the day. About a month ago, these 2 women came into the cell I share with another newbie and tried to force a pill down my throat. I tried to fight them off as best I could, but they were so strong. I screamed and some Screws came to pull them off me. I was sent to the slot for a week, and while in there, I met someone. Dylan, I know the promise we made to each other, but I was so scared in there. The screaming and the non-stop harassment from the other bitches. You can't help me from over there. There's enough shit on your own plate. I'm sorry, baby, but a guard came to help me, and things just kind of happened. I never meant to hurt you, but we got close. I'm pregnant with this child, Dylan. After what happened between us, I'm going to keep it. I'm so sorry. Please believe me. Maybe we should just be friends for now, at least till all this shit sorts itself out. Sorry, baby. Gab. By the time I read the final words, the tears were rolling down my face so hard that the sound of them hitting the paper sounded like a pitter-patter on a roof during a thunderstorm. Okay, so maybe a bit overdramatic, but you get the idea. The pain of those words cut me through like an ice pick. The letter was shredded within seconds and flushed down the shitter, gone from my life like Gabby now was. I don't know why, but all I felt was betrayal as yet another person left my life. Wanted is a bad word. My feelings so much more intense than just want. I needed someone to pay. Needed to pass my pain on to someone else that deserved it. The rage I felt at that moment was pulsing out of every pore, my fingers trembling with uncontrollable adrenaline. I looked at the mirror on my wall, saw my sorry-looking reflection and almost punched it, I knew it wouldn't be enough. What I needed was something else entirely. Several crooks were sitting around the television that hung from one wall of our unit. Scanning the faces, I couldn't see any worthwhile, continuing to look around the common area. I'd nearly given up when I saw a lonely figure laying on the workout station, bench pressing alone. I headed to the kitchenette, looked around the benches, and found what I was looking for almost immediately. It wasn't perfect, but I figured with the adrenaline and zero care factor, it wouldn't matter. "Hey Dylan, you alright, man?" Someone called to me as I headed towards the gym station with a head full of steam, the item dangling from one hand. I barely heard the words, not even bothering to look at who said them. My focus was on the bloke pumping his muscles up, his voice still in my ears from the day Gabby and I were caught with the drugs. "Aw man, you're fucked. Chester ain't gonna like this," was what he'd said to me in the visitors center before running off and squealing on us. His screechy fucking voice was what now ran through my mind, the rage within me starting to reach fever pitch with every step. I heard Dobby mutter something from somewhere off to my right. I turned to look at him standing in the doorway of his cell, cleaning his glasses with a strip of toilet paper. He looked concerned, and I probably should have taken note at that point, but I didn't, my fury now controlling every muscle in my body. Behind me, I heard a faint commotion as two crooks began arguing over the TV remote. Jasper later told me that the crooks were trying to get the screw's attention, so I could do what I needed to. "What do you want, fuckface?" Brad Gorman said as he sat up, finally seeing me almost standing on top of him. He had a grin on his face that bugged me even more, only serving to build my now uncontrollable emotions ripping through me. My eyes focused on his, beads of sweat dotting his brow. He didn't seem to notice the power cable wrapped around my right forearm, the plug that slid into the frying pan dangling slowly beneath my hand as I held it beside me, allowing the rage to somehow ferment into action. "You're not my type, bitch," Gorman said, looking over my shoulder at someone standing on the tier above us. Two things occurred at almost the same moment in time, each connected to Gorman's face. The first thing was him making sense of whatever the person standing above us was trying to point out to him, the object dangling from my hand. Have you ever seen just how dangerous the power leads from an electric frying pan looks? Their long, spike-like tip has always reminded me of the spike in RoboCop's hand. The second thing that happened, in almost perfect slow motion, was the lethal lump of metal and plastic connecting with the side of Gorman's face just as he turned his eyes down to see what was now swinging at him. His face lit up in a near panic, then seemed to settle with the realization that flight time had passed and pain was about to knock on his door. The anger that was propelling the cord in my hand swung with very little thought or consideration of the consequences if I actually killed this fuckstick. My ability to care had long left my consciousness, the only emotion left being revenge. I lost the love of my life, and this cunt, this piece of worthless shit sitting before me, had a helping hand in making that happen. I swung the cord a second time as blood began to pour from a cut next to Gorman's left eye, the flow blinding him some. He held an arm up to protect his face, and as my makeshift wrecking ball came a second time, broke 3 of his fingers. He began to gasp, the scream somehow catching in his throat. I saw his eye open, staring back at me with a kind of horror as I swung a third time. That's when he finally saw death sitting on my shoulder, watching and waiting to see if I'd claim a soul for it. The third and final swing that managed to connect found the side of his head, just above his ear. The metal spike bit into his scalp, held on, and tore a 3-inch hole in it. I saw a brief flash of white as I exposed some of his skull from beneath his flesh. I tried to swing a 4th time, bringing my weapon down on his head as hard as I could, but something suddenly struck me painfully in the shoulder. There was quite some weight behind whatever it was, enough to knock my scrawny ass off balance. Gorman was holding one hand to his eye and head at the same time, while his other was held before him defenselessly. There was a lot of shouting now, seeming to bear down on where we were standing. That's when a hail of fists rained down on me, knuckles smashing into my face and knocking me unconscious. I woke up as the stretcher still sat in the unit, me strapped in and unable to move. I was screaming, but not in pain, the anger still raw within me. I could see Gorman still lying next to the gym station, a nurse kneeling beside him. There was some sort of shouting from above me, up on the tier, and I felt something wet land on my face. One of the pricks standing there had spat a loogie the size of an oyster on me. I was unable to wipe it away due to my arms being strapped down, as I gagged from the smell of it. One of the nurses knelt beside me and thankfully wiped it away with a cloth before I totally lost my lunch. I looked up and saw a couple of jesters staring down at me, one of them running a finger across his throat. I knew I was fucked, but at that moment, didn't seem to care. I was still screaming with anger as they finally wheeled me out. Some officers were lifting Gorman up on another stretcher, and I thought I saw him limp, no rigidity visible. Maybe I had killed him. If I did, then I was more fucked than before this little episode. Did I care? Not at that moment. But I didn't even feel victorious, despite what I had done to him. I was simply angry, unable to move the pain that now lived within my heart. Chapter 2. It was an actual television someone had thrown at me from the top tier that knocked me down during the fight. If it had connected with my head, the doctors told me I would have more than likely been killed, if not seriously injured. Although it took a couple of days, my fury did eventually settle enough for me to begin thinking rationally again. I was charged with assault a day later, fronted court the following week, and had 18 months added to my sentence. I'm not sure whether I considered the act worth it at the time, but I certainly do now, as I write this for you. Because of the assault on Gorman, the powers that be decided it best to move me from the unit and place me somewhere a little less threatening. The Screws actually believed they could control prisoner politics through unit allocation. It took me all of my first week in jail to see how little effect they really did have on prison life. It took a couple of days of non-stop protests to sway their decision to move me into protection. I was made to sign a form stating that I was happy to move to 2 block or yellow. Still within sight of blue and red, it would mean trouble if any loyal jesters lived within the unit, orders able to be passed along with little effort. There were other gangs besides the jesters. Rock's crew might have been one of the more powerful ones, but others existed, their members hoping to one day dethrone the powerhouse. Sitting directly opposite the jesters, operating with the same ferocity, were the Cruds. Cruds considered themselves a home for those without a family, without reason to exist. They looked for those most vulnerable and offered them everything to survive inside. One time while we were playing cards, Dobby told me about some of the other gangs that needed mentioning, starting with the Cruds. Crud is what you find under your fingernails, he'd said. The shit that accumulates there considered the lowest forms of scum. That's what they consider their recruits to be, before joining. It makes for some pretty lethal soldiers. Those that don't care for anyone or anything. He wasn't exaggerating either. Many of the members that join Crud come from broken homes, no homes, and homes more suited for demolition. Their families are mostly non-existent, and those that do have them don't waste time worrying about them. While prison life is brutal in itself, the gangs take it to a whole new level of fucked up. 3 days ago, 2 Crud members had learned of a new crook arriving from another prison. The crook in question had been dating one of the gang members' sisters on the outside, and during their relationship, had often raped and beaten her. She only had her mother for protection, the father long gone. With the brother in jail, she was vulnerable in ways that this piece of shit took advantage of on a daily basis. Rumour has it that the Cruds paid a screw to fuck up the paperwork, allocating the prick to yellow. He made it through the gate and the side of the building before being called to a group of crooks standing near one corner of the yard. It was a well-known blind spot, and within 30 seconds of arriving, was left with a caved-in skull, a broken arm, and a sliced-off penis which they stuffed down his throat. The latest I heard was that his brain injuries were permanent. The guy left wheelchair-bound for life. His penis was considered a total loss, the tool disposed of accordingly. Although not life-threatening, the injuries inflicted on him would remain until his final days, ensuring no woman would ever suffer at his hands again. Whilst the Jesters and Cruds were considered the 2 strongest gangs, several others were also known to have influence. Apart from the normal racial gangs that seem to form in most jails, we also had the Rooks, the Lads, and one gang made up of actual rich boys called the Bucks. The Bucks wouldn't be seen dead getting involved in the dirty stuff, like assaults, intimidation, drug pushing or bullying. If they wanted something done, They simply paid for it in cold hard cash. Of course, cash couldn't be used within the jail itself, but they always found ways of making the transaction, whether through a relative, friend, or the fixers. Fixers, as the name implies, are the fixers of the population. You need a special blend of bourbon to toast a new baby? They would fix you up for a price. And fixers always had plenty of people on the outside. They could bring you in virtually anything you asked for, within reason. The most brazen of the fixers was a man called Clancy Brown, a half-Asian, half-Australian member of the Lads, whose mother named him after an actor from her favourite movie, Highlander. Having the same surname seemed to help her cause. Clancy had a network of helpers that could near guarantee anything you needed, if you had the money. Although money was a little more difficult to gain access to if you had no one on the outside, there were jobs on offer to amend that. A number of factories dotted the landscape around some of the units, each assigned a specific contract from outside businesses. With hundreds of able-bodied men needing to occupy their day, it made perfect sense to employ them for far less money than outside labour. $10 a day was what the system put on the table, requiring workers to perform their duties for 6 hours a day. One of the factories constructed timber pallets, the banging of the hammers sometimes heard around the prison for hours. Another factory built metal laundry sinks, crooks there using sophisticated metal pressing machinery. Another served as the laundry, not just for prison needs, but also outside clients who required a regular laundering service. One of these clients was a local retirement home, the elderly residents needing their bed linen laundered. It was also rumoured to be a fantastic source of contraband, items easily smuggled inside via the many bags of linen. Another factory had the task of creating a lot of the uniforms prisoners wore. Dozens of sewing machines lined up for crooks to use. Learning how to become a seamstress didn't really strike me as appealing, hence I considered other options. There were also various other groups, those assigned specific tasks. The gardening crew took care of the prison grounds, using tools and mowers for their duties. The maintenance crew took care of things like painting and repairing broken furniture. Each unit also had numerous positions assigned to specific crooks. Known as billets, these roles were filled and vacated so often that taking one on was called bobbing. You kind of just bobbed on the spot for a bit, did one for a few weeks, then bobbed somewhere else. Some roles included bin billets, carpet billets to vacuum and mop, tier billets that looked after the top tiers, induction billets who took care of new arrivals, kitchen billets who prepared and served meals. The main kitchen ran a little different from what I heard other prisons did. Whilst the kitchen probably prepared the food much the same way, it didn't serve the food directly. There was no meal hall. Instead, large grey trolleys would have trays of food stored in them, claimed by each unit's kitchen billets, and then reheated and served in-house. The trolleys also served another great way for contraband to move around the prison. With no family on the outside and Gabby in jail herself, I had very little hope of money finding its way into my account. With no family or friends to speak of, Rhonda was my only source on the outside. I couldn't expect Rhonda to drop coins into my account, although she did a few times. I felt bad taking it, but knew there wasn't much of an alternative. I would phone her each time, thanking her for the funds. We'd chat for as long as the system allowed the connection, but it hurt hearing the grief in her voice. It made my own pain flare up, leaving me angry all over again. To occupy my own day when I wasn't training, I first joined the kitchen brigade, the opportunity more than just a regular paycheck. For one, it got me out of the unit almost on a daily basis, the position running 7 days. I say almost because there were other things sometimes required of prisoners, such as mandatory drug testing, unit ramping, and courses to complete for further qualifications. For me, I couldn't think that far ahead in my life, so didn't bother. I needed to focus on the here and now, so stuck with things that would benefit me in the short term. I was also able to enjoy a much better diet than the slop that ended up as lunch and dinner by the time the unit kitchen billets served it up. The civilian cooks that ran the kitchen would give us everything we needed for proper meals, albeit bacon, eggs and hash browns for breakfast, or hot dogs with all the trimmings for lunch. Another benefit that affected a lot more than your workday was the added bonus of climbing the regime level in the unit. The regime is what screws used to determine what possessions you could keep in your cell, how often you could have visits, the amount of money you could spend on canteen items, stuff like that. It definitely had its advantages, particularly if you really needed those extra things. The kitchen had several stations which crooks would be assigned to. Along with their duties, they would also have their hours defined, depending on their responsibilities. While some started at daybreak and worked till shortly after lunch, some began at 10 and went home at 4. Others started at 1 and worked till 7. The great thing about working in the kitchen is that jobs become available on quite a regular basis. You know why? Because of a little word that a lot of crooks seem to have trouble with. Temptation. They can't seem to keep their fingers to themselves, often grabbing whatever they can, stuffing it down their pants and taking their haul back to base camp. While the regular screws would give everyone a thorough pat-down, both entering and leaving the area, it was fill-in screws or blow-ins that made it easy. And fresh blow-ins were even better, often too timid to even look at us sideways. But each time someone was caught with stuff they weren't entitled to, it was see you later alligator time, and everyone took another step forward in line, from the worst jobs to the best. Fortunately for me, what most considered one of the worst jobs, I considered the best. Washing metal trays was, by far, one of the best jobs I ever did. The tray room, as it's known, sat at the far corner of the kitchen, an area isolated by trolleys filled with both clean and dirty trays. There must have been close to 30 trolleys in total, set up in rows that built a make-believe wall around the sink. With the radio blasting music, I stood in that isolated space for my entire 6 hours and never moved once. People left me alone and I could do what I needed to, finishing my shifts in the blink of an eye. The hours flew by as I hosed the shit from the trays, dunked them in suds, and re-rinsed them a second time before sliding them into a trolley for later. Although the civilian chefs often dropped by to say that another position had opened due to another theft, I always passed, preferring my own little hideaway. I think they must have understood because they never asked twice. We had our favourite chefs too, although some of us for entirely different reasons. One of my favourite chefs working in the kitchen was a Frenchman by the name of John Pierre. Everybody called him JP, and what I liked about him was that he, like me, was a Stephen King fan. He would sometimes come and stand near me, and we'd talk everything King for hours. Whether it was a favourite book, favourite story, favourite movie, or even a favourite quote. I mean, the man was a god, having created worlds on a monumental scale. Sometimes we would discuss SK's accident. A couple of years prior, the great man struck by a van as he was out for his daily walk. "Count every book he releases from that day onwards as a bonus," JP said once, his thick French accent sounding too real to be true. That was one point we agreed on. His latest works, considered extra special. Other chefs were also great to work with, but for a couple of the lads, none more special than Carly St. Clair. This I found out personally one afternoon when JP asked me to help with setting up milk allocations for the following day. This role involved taking a list and calculating the exact number of prisoners that lived in each unit, then setting up stacks of crates in the big walk-in fridge that sat in the other far corner of the kitchen. I went to the small office where the screws were and poked my head in. The two of them were sitting at the bench, each with their noses stuck in girly magazines. Roy Billingsworth didn't even bother looking up from the tits staring out at him when I asked for the unit list, simply reaching beside him and holding it out for me with a weird grunt. Craig Moody half looked up from his own mag, shot me a brief glance with one raised eyebrow, then himself went back to work on his afternoon boner. I thanked Roy and left the office, unfolding the list as I walked towards the fridge. The number at the end of the list showed me with the total number of prisoners currently residing in the Palace, 1071. With 32 cartons of milk per crate, it meant I had a few stacks to work through. I walked into the fridge, pushing through the slit in the curtain of plastic, the cold slapping me in the face. As I walked out of the doorway and into the main area, there was movement to my left, and I nearly jumped out of my skin as I turned, taken completely by surprise. Clancy Brown was standing with his back to the wall, while Carly St. Clair was squatting before him. Her hand was wrapped around the shaft of his dick, her lips working their way slowly back and forth on his knob. She never slowed, simply looking at me with a weird kind of smile. "Yo, man, you mind giving us a minute?" Clancy said calmly, the grin on his own face telling me he was close to whatever destination she was taking him. "Not a problem," I said. "Won't be long," I heard Carly mutter as I turned and walked back out. Carly walked out of the fridge about 2 minutes later, wiping her chin with that same grin on her face. She gave me a complete up and down, and I could see a couple of dots of cum on her blonde hair. She must have seen me notice them because she shot me a smile. "It's okay. Going to the ladies to freshen up. Wanna come?" She paused between wanna and come, almost enunciating the final word like a salesman promoting a new car. "Maybe some other time," was all I could manage, unsure of the sincerity of the offer. She turned without another word, and I watched her walk away for a few seconds. She did have the cutest butt hidden under those white chef's pants, and I didn't mind staring for a bit. "Not your type?" a voice suddenly said from beside me, startling me for a moment. Clancy was standing beside me, looking fresh and ready for work. "She's all right, I guess," was all I could manage, and for a moment he just stared at me. Without warning, Clancy began to laugh, a loud bellow that drew looks from other crooks nearby. When he finally settled again, he slapped me on the back in a buddy kind of way. "You guess? And you see anyone else offering around here?" I suddenly felt stupid, realizing the stupidity of my words. He was right, of course. The ratio of willing women to men about. I thought of the list again. 1071 to 2. There was old Stale Gale, as she was known, an officer as old as the hills and as wide as the double doors leading into the kitchen. The snarl that lived on her face most days was enough to turn milk into curdled goop with a single glance. "I hear you," I said, and Clancy smiled. "Got a lot to learn about this joint, man. A lot." He slapped me on the back one final time and headed to his station. The only one perfect for a man in his position. Receiving inward deliveries. Chapter 3. You may have been wondering whatever happened to Jasper, the poor soul who turned out to be my first ever cellmate. His first few weeks in Red Block were just as tough as mine. While he may not have lost his brother or girlfriend, what Jasper really lost probably hurt him just as much. While I had been transferred to a cell considered a front row seat to the murder of my brother, Jasper remained in our original cell. The Jesters had bribed the screws to keep Jasper alone so they could turn him into a muffin. When Jasper explained its meaning to me, I had no idea the harsh reality of what he meant. I figured he'd be hired out to someone for a day here and a day there, maybe betting a crook or two in the process. What the Jesters did was beyond unspeakable, turning Jasper into a walking sperm bank. I never realised just how many of them were prepared to fuck another male, the fees sometimes as low as a bottle of soda. And by fucking, I'm not talking about some kind of love-making session with two men alone in a bed. They'd rape him 3 or 4 at a time. There was no lubrication used. Jasper sometimes held down by several crooks at a time while they forced themselves onto him. It was the fighting back they wanted, forcing Jasper's screams into a pillow or mattress as they savaged him. I saw him once, the blood trickling down his legs as he stood staring at his window. He wasn't speaking, just appearing to contemplate something. I tried talking to him, but it was as if he didn't hear me. I stood in his room for almost 10 minutes, but Jasper never turned, remaining at the window as the blood continued to flow. When they were kind enough to give his asshole a break, they forced him to provide oral satisfaction instead, beaten if he let any of their cum spill on the floor. I can only imagine the diseases they must have passed on to him. Condoms, not an option. He was turned into a living fuck doll. No one able to help him. Some crooks would return again and again, sometimes during the same day. The bruises that marked his face were nothing compared to the bruises he was carrying inside. I was sure that he wasn't going to make it, maybe topping himself during the night, the only way to escape his tormentors. Turns out, it was another way. It happened about a month after Aiden's death. Like I said, I was already expecting to hear the screws shout about a suicide each morning, waiting for the day Jasper finally escaped his tormentors. On this particular Sunday morning, the unit was unlocked just as it was any other. Being on the bottom tier had its privileges, and I never hesitated to be one of the first to have breakfast. Back then, my stints in the kitchen began at lunchtime. As I stood waiting for my toast to pop, I stole glances up to the far corner of the unit, waiting to see if Jasper would pop his head out. It was rarer to find him coming down for breakfast by then, hence me looking out for him. I tried to bring him some toast a couple of weeks prior, but he declined, thanking me for the gesture. He asked me never to do it again, in a polite kind of way. I think he didn't want to be seen as hiding, to show his attackers any kind of weakness. I felt for him. I really did. Sometimes I wish I could have done more for him, but I knew there'd be nothing worthwhile to help him. The Jesters would simply have an extra target in their sights. Now I already knew my own battle would soon start again with them. But Jasper never gave in, riding the train of abuse like a man, so to speak. I really believed that time would eventually run out for him. But it turns out that Jasper chose his own departure date, one more public than I could have ever imagined. Dobby and I were sitting at one of the rear tables, eating our toast and discussing my job in the kitchen. He couldn't understand how I could possibly love standing at the tray racks for hours at a time. "I tell you, it's the worst, I know," he said with a piece of toast hanging out between his teeth. "I'm serious, I don't mind it," I quipped back. My grin must have confused him because he doubted my sincerity. I get to hide away for my entire shift. "The only time I want to be hiding in that joint is with that hot chef. What's her name?" he said, stuffing another piece in. He didn't bite his toast, instead tearing off bits of the square and stuffing in those instead. "Yeah, I know who you mean." Although it had been some time since my own last sexual experience, Gabby was still front of my mind for me back then. "No, really. What's that cutie's name?" he repeated. I was about to answer when a commotion began at the other end of the unit. It didn't sound like an argument between two crooks, sounding instead like people running towards a spectacle of some kind. Dobby must have seen it before me because I still remember the look on his face as he stared at what had grabbed his attention. I turned to see Jasper standing on the top tier railing. He was right in the corner, so he used the converging angles for balance. A small crowd was already forming beneath him, although they seemed to be stepping back as they anticipated the inevitable. "What the fuck is he doing?" Dobby whispered from beside me, rising to his feet. Jasper was standing perfectly still, the cord he'd constructed from a bed sheet tied around his neck. He'd torn the fabric into strips and twisted them together to fashion quite a decent-sized rope. As I slowly walked towards him, I saw that there was no expression on his face as he stared vacantly across the unit. His left eye looked completely shut, a dark patch of purple bruise covering almost the entire side of his face. There was a thin trickle of blood coming from both his left nostril and the corner of his mouth. The screws ran from their station, one barking into his radio. The other was calling for lockdown, but few were listening, more interested in the kid standing on the railing with a makeshift noose around his neck. "Lock the fuck down!" Jason Williams yelled, stopping right behind the group continuing to form. "Really?" he added, reaching for his can of pepper spray. The bulk of the group now slowly moved towards individual cells. The 3 or 4 cells that sat on either side of Jasper remained empty, those prisoners shoved into random cells as other officers now rushed in. I was retreating backwards, trying to see whether Jasper would follow through. I could see by his expression that he would step off at any moment, ready to end his torment. And then he did just that. He took one final look directly at me, dropped the other end of the rope that he'd been holding, and stepped off. There was an audible "ah" from some, heckling from others. Me? I froze as I watched his instant descent. Time almost frozen as his fall looked like a scene from a movie. It's funny how that happens sometimes, the moment seeming to stretch ahead of time itself. Jasper sucked at maths and because of that had miscalculated the distance to the floor. As his feet struck the linoleum-covered concrete floor, I heard both his legs snap like dried tree branches. The rope snapped his head back a split second later, leaving his torso hanging at a weird angle, maybe a foot off the ground. I was waiting for the scream of pain, but none came. Just before an officer shoved me into my cell, I saw Jasper's eyes closed, his body hanging limply from the bedsheet. Several officers had rushed to him, untying the rope from his neck. Judging by the speed the officers were moving around him, I wondered whether he was still alive. I doubt they would have been moving at all if his neck had snapped. It turns out, my prediction was right. It was a crook by the name of Parker something or other that told me about Jasper the next day. Parker was a billet in the medical wing of the palace, and he told me that Jasper was brought up to the unit unconscious, then taken to the local hospital by ambulance. 2 broken legs and severe bruising of his neck. They got him on S1, Not surprising after his show, he told me through bits of toast flying from his mouth as he ate his breakfast. S1 was a raiding medical staff assigned to those having suicidal tendencies. I was put on S3 myself at one point, requiring officers to check on me every hour while I was secured in a monitored cell. They'd watch you piss, shit, eat, masturbate, and whatever else you did throughout your day. On S1, Jasper would be checked every 15 minutes, although by the sounds of it, he wouldn't be running too far anytime soon. Is he awake? I asked, already thinking of a way to see him. Yeah, but he ain't talking. Not to the nurses, not to the screws. Only to one person. Who? I asked curiously. Besides the nurses and the screws, who else was there? I doubted he'd be mixing with other prisoners given his recent past. Amanda Daniels. Supervisors looked after a number of units during their shift, depending on their allocation. While they have their regular units, they are sometimes allocated others when their supes are absent. Turns out that Supervisor Thorne, the medical unit's regular supe, was off with bronchitis. Daniels was allocated the medical unit, and when she saw Jasper lying in his cell, went in for a chat. I don't know how she did it, but somehow Daniels managed to convince Jasper to go into protection. This meant he would never join general population again, marked as a rat for the rest of his time at the palace. He must have taken some convincing, because Parker said Daniels went to see Jasper no less than half a dozen times. Maybe she offered him a hand crank or something. I could hear his objections from out in the hall, but she eventually convinced him. By dinner time, she came out with the signed paperwork, Parker said, still spraying toast at me. I was glad and a little sad. Protection was no place to be caught up. Some of the crooks there not far above pond scum. When you had the likes of kitty fiddlers, rapists, sex murderers, and worse, how could it be better? But what you didn't have was the Jesters. Blocks 11 and 12 in protection was one area they failed to get inside of. I did hear that they could still get a hit in there if needed, but it was rare. When it came to the rats in protection, no one wanted to be associated with them. With Jasper choosing to hop across to the other side of the fence, the Jesters would lose their grip on him. As long as he didn't contract any nasty diseases, he may have saved his own life in the process. He really did suffer those first few months. I heard he'd been butt-fucked so often that whenever he sneezed, shit would shoot from his ass because his sphincter had lost all its strength. I can't tell you whether that's true or not. I didn't see Jasper again for a very long time after that morning. I heard the occasional whispers from crooks in the know, but for the most part, we parted ways that day. With Jasper gone from their unit and no one else fitting the void he left, I knew that my days were numbered. The brief hiatus they gave me would surely end now that I was the only real newbie they could toy with. Several crooks had come and gone from Red Block since Jasper and I had arrived, but they'd been mostly regulars, the type that come and go from jail the same way people visit a bar. Although I eventually made it to Yellow Block, I was still within reach of the Jesters. I knew what I needed, and I needed to get it quickly. I needed my own protection, although not the protection Jasper got. What I needed was friends, and not the likes of Dobby. He was still sitting in Red Block anyway, amongst the snakes I needed to hide from. I occasionally saw him through the fence if we happened to be out in our respective yards at the same time. We'd wave, maybe yell a hello or something across the fence line, but that was about it. Since arriving in Yellow Block, mixing with other crooks had been difficult. Aiden's death still hung heavy on me, and a lot of the guys knew what happened. They left me alone for the most part, only interacting with me during chow time. Two guys I did see regularly were also part of the kitchen crew. We'd chat on and off as we walked to and from work each day. It wasn't really anything particular we talked about, just shooting the shit. Although not really considered as friends, once I knew what I needed, I quickly realized that they were about to become the best I ever had. What I needed to survive was my own form of protection. I couldn't take the Jesters on alone, and quickly realized that I needed my own family. With several gangs to choose from, I needed to pick one and be accepted quickly, or else the Jesters would return for round 2, and maybe hand me the same fate that they gave my brother. I waited until lockup one evening, returning from work only 10 minutes or so prior. JP needed me for a bit of extra time as prison management had enjoyed some kind of function in the visitor centre. Almost 24 trays of food were brought up and we needed them cleaned before lockdown. By the time the function finally ended, it was a little after 7, just 30 minutes short of lockdown. Me and another crook, Harold something or other, were waiting at the back of visits for things to stop. The screw eventually unlocked our cell and walked us into the main area, dozens of tables and chairs filling the area. We collected all the trays, half flung them into the meal trolleys and raced them back to the kitchen. Harold, or Hal as he likes to be called, failed to close one of the doors properly, and when he hit the edge of the footpath, toppled his trolley arse over tits. The crash from the trays spilling onto the concrete was deafening. "What the fuck are you dicks doing?" a screw yelled from further down the path, and I shot him a wave as I bent to help retrieve the escaped cargo. By the time we reached the kitchen, JP anxiously told us to move our butts, less than 10 minutes remaining until the control room announced for all movement to stop. This warning came around 10 minutes before actual lockdown, so we knew we still had some time on our hands. "Good night, Dylan," Officer Friendly said as she locked my cell. I shot her a brief smile, a genuine one because she was also one of the nicer ones. And yes, her name was actually Friendly. Jacqueline, or Jackie Friendly, was a fairly young officer and one favoured by a lot of the boys because of her large breasts that hid behind tight shirts. She must have been in her mid-30s or so, her smile one you could fall asleep to. Once the door was sealed shut, I bent down into the sink and slurped some water. I knew that it was training time, but the thoughts running through my mind weighed heavy on me. I knew I wouldn't be able to concentrate until I worked out just which gang I would try and join. There was a notepad on one of my shelves, and I grabbed it and a pen. Once I was sitting on my bed cross-legged, I wrote the names of the possible choices in big black letters in the middle of the page, leaving space in between for any thoughts I wanted to scribble down. I considered my options, all but the Jesters having members in Yellow Block. They still had some time to reach into the unit through those willing to do their dirty work for a fee, but no actual members here. I needed to think about the realistic protection each of the other gangs could give me if I joined them. First on my list, and probably the easiest to wipe from it, were the Bucks. Yes, they could pay for my protection, but why would they want to? I had no money of my own and certainly didn't have anything of worth which they might consider valuable. I drew a big fat cross over their name and moved down to the next option. The Rooks could have been one possible option. They had quite a few members within Yellow Block, some of which were quite intimidating. But while they may have had the numbers in this block, they lacked any real influence anywhere else. To be kind, they were small fry. I repeated the act, scratching a large cross through their name. The lads were next, a group best described as the hillbillies of the prison. Remember when you were back in high school? There were always these guys that had facial growth resembling bum fluff, permanent grease trapped under their fingernails, and hair that appeared oilier than engines they always worked on. That was the majority of the lads. These guys would hang around in groups of 4 or 5 and talk nothing but cars and chicks. Who drove which car, who fucked which chick, and who smoked the most weed. That was pretty much the extent of their conversations. I knew instantly that they were not the right fit. The Jesters would walk all over them with a belly full of prison brew. After scratching them off the list, I stared at the only gang left, the ones I already felt a connection with. When I first came to prison and heard Dobby talk about the Cruds, I always believed that they were just assholes with attitude. Tossers that didn't give a shit about anybody. Now, sitting in my cell alone, feeling like the world had moved on without me, I began to understand what some of its members must have been going through. My life had all but disappeared with Gabby's letter. Now, nothing left to fight for. But that was wrong, because there was something left to fight for. Revenge. Chapter 4. On the day that Russell Crowe won the Oscar for Gladiator, I set my plan in motion to become a member of the Cruds. I'd studied them over the previous week and knew that I needed to make some changes if I was going to be accepted into their group. I began to sit alone at meal times, waiting until the rest of the unit had been served their food. It made finding a lone spot a lot simpler. I also began to reduce my level of self-grooming, my hair quickly growing beyond control. I started to wear my t-shirts for more than a day, the crisp whiteness quickly fading into a kind of cesspool of stains and smudges. I needed for them to see I was a lost soul who'd given up on everything the world had to offer. In a way, that wasn't really far from the truth. I had given up on the world beyond the walls. I was now simply making it obvious. My job continued in the kitchen, but instead of joining in conversations on the walk to and from there, I simply hung back, walking near the back of the group. If anybody did try and engage with me, they were given little more than grunts. It may not have felt like me, but pretty soon, the new persona was noticed. The act took exactly 8 weeks to garner the attention of those it was meant for. One day during breakfast, sitting alone cross-legged with my back against the wall, Hal came and sat with me. He didn't speak, simply grabbing some space next to me and leaning against the wall eating his food. I'd seen this part of the Crud's induction process a few times. The following day, Tex Hodges joined Hal, the 3 of us sitting there eating in silence. At lunch, Fabian Osterman sat in between Tex and Hal. It was an act that repeated itself a dozen times, like a silent initiation. But that wasn't the only part of their acceptance. Once this charade was over, the Cruds needed a show of dedication. Their initiation was far simpler than the Jesters. There was no meeting of dicks, so to speak. Danny Lawson came to see me towards the end of May. He was the number 2 man within the Cruds. Frank Kredinsky, who started the gang 30 years before, was his uncle. What surprised me about the initial meeting was the knock on my cell door. No one knocks on doors in jail. Either your door is open and they just walk in, or when it comes to screws, they simply unlock the door and enter. Either way, whether you're in the shower, taking a shit, or jacking off, they walk in. But that knock took me by surprise as I sat on my bed reading Christine for the dozenth time since coming to jail. "Hello?" I called out. The words knee-jerked out of me. The door slowly pushed in and Danny's head popped around the corner, looking at me with a half grin. "Dylan?" "Hey, man," he said. "Just wanted to see how you were doing." I sat up, setting my prized King novel aside. "Okay, I guess." "Listen, Frank wanted to catch up with you. Think you probably know why, yeah?" I knew all right. And I still don't know why, but for some reason, I held back. "Frank? Why?" I replied, sounding a little too off-putting, even for me. Danny paused for a moment, considering me. "I think you do. And I also know that this..." He paused, rolling his hand around in small circles, as if searching for the words. "This act you've got going? I know, man. Frank mightn't see through it, but I sure can." I froze, wondering whether I played it wrong. To my surprise, Danny walked in and sat next to me on the bed. He picked up the book and looked at the back, Stephen King staring back at him from the author's photo. "Lost my own brother back when I was 8. Someone shot him in the front yard of my mama's house. He'd just come back from school and was crossing the yard. A drug dealer called Alvarez Chitoya just happened to be walking past our yard when the drive-by happened. Machine gun smoked him right in the street. Louis was turning 14 the next day and a bullet hit him in the temple." He paused as I heard his voice shake a little. "That was the day my childhood ended." "Man, I'm sorry," I said. "Don't be, bro. You weren't there. But this act of yours, trying to live with the guilt of being the survivor, it'll consume you, just like it did my mama. You have to let it go, accept, and move on." Inside, I breathed a sigh of relief. I was sure that he was going to see through my act, but I must have been more convincing than I imagined. "Don't keep Frank waiting. He's in 30, top deck, far corner." As he got to his feet and began to walk out, I called out, "Hey, Danny, what happened to the shooters? The one that killed your brother?" He stopped and turned back. "Them? My Uncle Frank tracked them down and killed them. Shot them each a dozen times from the feet up. That's why he's in here." He turned, not waiting for my reaction. I jumped to my feet, thought about dressing for the occasion, then decided to go as is. Why change the act now? It worked up to that point. I waited a minute more, not wanting to seem overly keen, then made my way through the unit towards the stairs leading to the second tier. No one seemed to pay me any attention. A game of 8-ball near the kitchen drawing a crowd of spectators. As I walked along the top tier, I saw Danny and Hal leaning on the handrail out of the front of 30. They were watching the game below, quietly conversing. As I neared them, they straightened up and turned to me. "Go in. Frank's inside," Danny said. I nodded and knocked before pushing the door open. While most cells sat in near darkness, their occupants blocking the light with towels and cardboard draped across the window, Frank Kredinsky's cell sat bathed in sunlight. He was in the middle of a set of push-ups, slowly rising and falling on his hands. He was in his mid-50s, but to look at him, you'd swear he was early 40s at best. He was in shape and still capable of kicking ass. He was wearing a singlet and the muscles were visibly flexing while he worked. He didn't acknowledge me at first, continuing to press himself up and down for what seemed like minutes. By the time he slowly stood, I'd counted 70. He was also a lot taller than I thought, standing a good head above me, and I was almost 6 feet myself. "Dylan, Frank Kredinsky," he said, his face warming with a smile as he took a step forward with his hand outstretched. "Hey," was all I could muster. No acting now. "I'm sorry about Aiden. Those cunts will pay for him in due course," he said, almost convincing me. "Yeah, they will," I replied. "Please, sit," Frank said, waving at a chair in one corner. Cells didn't have loose furniture, so seeing the chair was a surprise. "I know it's not leather, but we can't be choosy." I sat without a word, simply dropping into it and watching as Frank sat on his bed while rubbing his hands. "Arthritis. Old age is a bitch. It really is." He didn't expect an answer, turning a little more towards me. "The boys tell me you might have a bit of what we look for in you." "Fuck yes I do," I thought, but instead asked, "What's that?" "Hate. There's no better motivation in this fucking world than hate." I knew what he meant, but continued to play dumb, simply shrugging my shoulders. "And when hate motivates someone, they're willing to do things a little differently. Like those cunts that killed your brother. If I sent you to take care of them, would you be merciful?" I shook my head, Frank smiling a little. "Didn't think so. That's what I'm talking about. That hatred driving you to beyond the normal." He stood and waved me towards him as he stepped closer to the window. I obeyed, smelling his sweat as I neared him. "And when you can build a family of hate," he began, putting his arms around my shoulders and pulling me towards the window, "that's when you can build purpose." I looked out at what he wanted me to see. They were all there, standing on the grass beneath Frank's window. The Cruds lined up like an army platoon. Hal, Danny, Tex, Fabian Osterman. They were all there. Nearly 3 dozen men standing before their general, looking up at us. Beyond them, standing behind the fence of green block, stood another 2 dozen or so. I have to admit, I got gooseflesh standing there with Frank's arm around my shoulders. His troops looked formidable. Not a single smile or grin. A perfect squad of soldiers, their blank faces promoting Frank's words. "I want you as one of us, dear boy. You already are one of us. You just don't know it yet. You know what you need to do?" My insides suddenly dropped, remembering the last person I saw get initiated into the Cruds. "Go and become one of us," Frank finished, swinging me around and pointing at the door. I made my way back through the unit, desperately trying to mentally prepare myself. I saw a single officer sitting in the station, already knowing where the other 2 would be. Pricks would be sitting in their office, waiting for the show to begin. It's funny how much this place is run like a high school. The unit was almost completely devoid of crooks as well, save for a couple of older ones watching television. They looked up as I walked past, one of them shooting me a wink. "Remember to duck," the other said, turning back to an episode of Cheers. My stomach felt like it was alive with adrenaline as I neared the door. I knew what needed to be done, whether I liked it or not. The next 5 minutes would determine how much longer I would be safe in general population. The sunshine hit my eyes like sewing needles as I stepped from the airlock. It was bright enough to sting. I shielded the sun a bit and found this side of the yard as barren as the rest of the unit. A couple of crooks were standing by the far fence, talking to someone in Pink Block's yard. They all turned as I came out of the airlock, but none waved. As I rounded the side of the unit into the only dead zone of the yard, the first test awaited me. A crook named Wilson. I didn't know his first name, just that he was ex-army and loved cheers. Missing his favourite show to kick some new kid's ass wasn't going to make him any happier. The scowl on his face spoke volumes. Without speaking, Wilson came at me, his 6'3" frame ripped tight. I'd been working out for a while myself by this stage, and although I didn't quite match him for height, I had speed on my side. Wilson moved like a potato on legs. He had no speed, just a kind of waddle that almost drew a smile from me. I fought it back and stepped forward. Wilson started his first swing while still a few feet away. It was a haymaker that would have knocked my block off if I was blind or extremely drunk. But I saw it coming, took old Pedro's advice, and simply ducked before sidestepping out of the way. Wilson half grunted as his swinging arm flew above my head, trying to slow his legs, and half stumbled in the process. I saw my chance, swung on my arm in a low circle, and delivered a perfect uppercut. His mouth was partly open, and the sound of it snapping shut as my fist connected with his chin still gives me the willies. There was a look of shock on his face as he realised what happened. He tried to turn back enough towards me to take another swing, but by that time, I punched him hard enough in the chest to send him backwards. Although tall and muscly, he was pretty skinny from years of drug abuse. His ass hit the deck a second later, and he tapped out. There was no cheering, no applause. Just two guys who finished their differences. But as I watched him slowly rise back to his feet, one hand rubbing a tiny trickle of blood from his chin, I could already hear the next round approaching. There were two of them, and one would prove a little more of a challenge. Hal and another crook I didn't know were round in the corner of the building. Each wore a plain white t-shirt and an expression just as blank. Although Hal and I had somewhat of a history, I saw none of it on his face. He was ready to do what was needed of him, regardless of any feelings he may have had. New Cruds didn't have family. The only link between us at that time, the ensuing challenge. I tried to weigh up my opponents as best I could. It was the speed I knew each had that would prove the hardest. That fact was driven home in spades when the crook I didn't know began to run towards me. I saw Hal's expression change just a little, himself caught off guard by the move. But I was no slouch. I may have not had the battle experience these guys had, but I had some strength and more speed. As this new opponent came at me, I stood still, waiting for him to close in. He was already a dozen or so yards clear of Hal, and that gave me a second or two if I could deflect him. Turns out I didn't need to. As if the tune of an old Benny Hill episode was playing from the loudspeakers above, the crook's own legs betrayed him, tangling as they moved too fast for his brain to control. He hit the deck hard, his head smacking the bare clay with a thud. I waited for him to rise up again, but the poor son of a bitch had knocked himself out cold. I was about to give him a shove with my foot when pain exploded in my ear. Hal had caught me off guard, using my distraction to his advantage. I'd barely registered the first blow when the second hit me square in the jaw. I felt my head snap sideways, the world filled with stars for a brief second. My legs suddenly failed me, refusing to move as Hal's right hand recoiled for a fresh volley. But prison brawling has no rules, except one. Fight. If someone challenges you, you fight. If someone calls your sister a slag, it's considered a challenge. You fight. If someone takes the piss and you don't like what they say, challenge accepted. Fight. Keeping this in my mind, I dropped to my knees and swung out as hard as I could. You can imagine the surprise on Hal's face as my clenched fist connected with his balls. I looked up expecting him to rain blows on my face, but like his friend, he was out for the count. The mixture of shocked surprise and sheer agony told me all I needed to know as he reached down with both hands and gingerly cupped his precious jewels. There was a single tear rolling down the side of his face, his eyes squeezed shut. He slowly dropped to his knees as a deep groan escaped his mouth. One eye opened slightly, staring at me with painful conviction. "Sorry, man," I whispered, then rose to my feet as the next contenders approached. One or two opponents were easy compared to what was next in store for me. As the 3 men came round the side of the building, I stole a glance at the row of windows beside me. There were faces pressed against the glass of every one of them, 5 or 6 faces in each. I didn't have time to look for Frank, but I knew he'd be there watching, waiting to see how far I'd progress. I whipped my eyes back to the threat at hand. The 3 of them were walking briskly towards me, their expressions as vacant as the previous guys. 2 of them were of decent size, as tall as me and probably just as agile. The 3rd one, however, took my attention. He was a chubby kid, around my own age, called Braden. I also remembered something someone had said about his low IQ. His face was already bright red from walking towards me, sweat stains showing from under his arms and obvious man-tits. There was a laugh from one of the windows, and I saw Braden steal a quick glance. He must have seen Frank because his eyes snapped back on me in an instant. They were now just a few yards away, and the 2 in front were preparing for Fight Club. Another thought suddenly struck me, and I instantly saw my plan of attack. While one opponent could do as they pleased, 2 opponents needed to back each other, taking care not to interfere with the other. But with 3, including one quite portly and considerably slower than the rest, there was limited room to move. I saw my chance and quickly sidestepped towards the side of the building. I had to be careful not to corner myself, but the 2 leading the charge never took the obvious advantage they could have had at that moment. The first passed me, eyeballing me as he went. It was as if he wanted to give himself space to move. The second one swung a wild fist, but I easily ducked under it, missing the top of my head by 6 inches at least. As his fist sailed past, I shoved his already off-balance body as hard as I could, the first guy reaching out to catch his friend. With both of them now occupied and out of range, I turned my attention back to Braden, his eyes widening at seeing his friends no longer defending him. I sprinted towards him as fast as I could, the fat kid's eyes growing wider with each step. He suddenly froze, trying to stop his legs, but the weight of him continued to propel him forward. With him completely off balance, I began to scream, louder than I'd ever before. His look turned to terror as I neared him, and he held his arms up in front of him. One of his hands pistoned out in a half-hearted attempt to save face, but the laughter from the windows confirmed what I was thinking. With a couple of yards to go, I dove for his ankles, wrapped my arms around them, and let my weight do the rest. I felt his legs try and kick out once, twice, and then surrender to what gravity had done for millions of years. Braden's legs began to turn in my grip as his carcass fell earthward. But I couldn't relish the moment, already aware of the other 2 probably running to catch me on the ground. Without looking first, I clambered to my feet, giving Braden a swift kick in the sack. I needed him out of commission, and like every man with a pair, knew how to assure it. "Sorry, man," I repeated, turning to my other 2 attackers, leaving Braden to cradle his wounded nuts. One of them was running towards me, the first guy that I had sidestepped in the beginning, simply walking. Looking into his eyes, I suddenly realized that he was afraid. He was keeping his distance until his friend engaged me. Then he would run up and get me from behind. I don't think I've mentioned it yet, but do you know what Aiden and I used to love doing as kids? I mean, like when we were 8 or 9. We used to go bottle hunting. Glass bottles of any size. If we couldn't find a decent supply, we'd replace them with cans. But glass bottles were the ants' pants. There was this creek that ran behind our house, and on the other side of it sat an empty field. We used to go running in that field for hours, if finding frogs in the creek had bored us. But one day, this must have been around 88 or 89, Aidan had come down to the creek with a friend. I don't remember the kid's name, but what I do remember is the bag he was carrying. As they stepped down to the flat part near the water's edge, that kid pulled glass bottles from the bag and lined them up along a fallen tree trunk. "Got to throw them from behind the line," he said, then waved for us to follow. When we were about 15 or 20 yards from the log, the kid dragged his foot along the dirt, drawing a line in the rocks parallel to the bottles. "Everyone grab 10 rocks." I did as he said, and when we had all collected our handfuls, set them on the ground before us like a pile of ammunition. "Who goes first?" Aiden asked. And the kid looked to think it over. He looked behind us, saw another fallen tree, and pointed at it. "See that first branch, where it touches the ground? Closest rock wins." The kid threw first, his rock landing about a foot from the spot. Aiden looked at me and waved me forward. "Go on, Dill. You go next." I stepped up and threw, my rock dropping halfway between us and the tree. The other kid began to laugh and Aiden instantly rounded on him. All right, sorry," he said, looking sheepish. Aiden threw next and hit the branch, the rock sliding down and settling a couple of inches from ground zero. "Guess you're first," the kid said, waving a hand out like a man presenting a new car. While Aiden and the kid managed to smash the bottles with about 20 rocks each, I failed to even reach the lineup. I felt stupid, and even though Aiden tried to comfort me on the way home, it didn't help. What did eventually help was me practicing my throwing every single day for 3 months. I would throw rocks at tiny branches I'd stick in the ground, trying to uproot them. Although I genuinely sucked in the beginning, it wasn't long before I could hit my target. And as my aim improved, so did my strength. My throwing arm became my favourite hobby, throwing rocks at anything and everything I could. The next time the kid came down to the creek with Aiden, he again lined up a dozen bottles. Although he said something about not wanting to waste a good bottle on a kid with no arm, I ignored him. They let me throw last from a position, and I nailed the spot with an inch to spare. While they both looked dumbfounded, I casually went to my pile, picked up my dozen rocks, and proceeded to destroy the glass soldiers. Every rock hit dead center, and when there was a single one remaining, I turned and looked the kid in the eyes. I casually threw my final rock in the air and caught it with my other hand. With his mouth hanging open wide enough to catch flies, I threw the rock with my left hand, not waiting for it to smash through the glass. I turned before the rock hit and climbed out of the creek bed. Although Aidan and I began to shoot bottles almost daily, I never saw that kid down at the creek again. As the second crook charged at me, I quickly crouched, found a rock the size of a plum, and threw it at the coward waiting in the shadows. I doubt he even realized what happened, the rock sailing past his friend's ear as he swung his first blow. Despite catching me in the jaw, I saw the rock hit coward square in the middle of his forehead, sending him staggering backwards. With the odds now evened up, I refocused on the last one. It began with nothing more than a heavyweight match. He swung, I swung, he swung, and neither of us connected. But I caught him unaware when I suddenly howled like a dog. It caught him off guard enough for my next blow to land. If you've never seen what a tomato punch looks like, let me explain. I pistoned my fist directly at the point of his nose, the kid unable to deflect it. I struck out as hard as I could, and when it connected with his nose, sent jets of blood in both directions, like a fountain coming to life. There was a unanimous "oh" from the peanut gallery, and a cry of pain from my opponent. "Ah, fuck, you broke my nose, you fucking cunt!" he cried through his hands. I saw his knees buckle a little, and knew he was toast. The initiation ceremony of the Cruds wasn't to see whether you could win. It wasn't designed to see how many of their numbers you could knock out. The purpose was to see whether you were a quitter. Many of their numbers barely made it past round 1. Quite a few have reached round 2, with far less reaching round 3. Round 4, also known as the final round, had only been reached by 3 people in its history. As I watched the remainder of the Cruds walk around the side of the building, I knew what was about to happen. I was about to have my ass handed to me. "Don't give up," I kept whispering to myself over and over. It wasn't about winning, it was about finishing. Don't stop swinging until they do. That was the key. As I watched 24 or more guys walking towards me, I stood my ground, staring into as many of their eyes as possible. Their expressions were as blank as all before them. Several began to run at me, and although I struck out as fast as I could, missed them all. Before I knew it, pain was exploding in nearly every part of my body. Fists connected with my ear, jaw, cheek, shoulder. Someone kicked me square in the seat of my pants, half lifting me off the ground. But I didn't try and protect my face, my arms continuing to propel fists as hard as I could. I did manage to find purchase a few times. I broke another one's nose, dished out one shiner, and actually managed to knock a tooth out. But in the end, it was too much. My legs betraying me and dropping me to the ground. That was when I protected my face. someone else taking advantage and repaying me for how by kicking me in the knackery. With my balls feeling shattered deep in my stomach and blood pouring from several wounds, I heard the unmistakable pounding of metal on glass. The frenzied attack stopped as suddenly as it began, and people began to break off. A hand grabbed me by the arm and yanked me to my feet, while another helped steady me. I looked groggily around and saw everyone around me looking up towards the second-floor windows. It took me a moment to focus, but when I did, found Frank standing in one of them. He was banging on the glass with a cup, rhythmically. When everyone had stopped, he set his cup aside and began to clap. The group around me slowly began to join him, the clapping growing louder. Soon, they were all applauding. I looked past them towards the other fence line and saw more cruds clapping. The only ones not clapping were those standing in the windows of the unit, watching the fight purely for entertainment. Many were laughing while a couple gave me a head nod. I didn't know about the broken rib, one lost tooth and 5 stitches that were needed to close a cut above my eye, but I did know that I was a crud. Chapter 5. Being a crud has its advantages. They really did replace the family a person lost through life's events. I found that there was always someone to talk to, many sharing my passion for Stephen King. To my delight, I also found one guy, Jack Patterson, who actually wrote what you'd call fanfiction. We met during a particularly bad lunchtime, almost a month after I passed the initiation. The meal served to us that day was a mixture of road carcass and baby vomit. It was supposed to be slow-cooked ragu with beans, the menu making it sound mouth-watering. Too bad the delivery didn't follow suit, many opting for toast once they saw the dish in person. Jack was sitting opposite me at the table with 5 other cruds. We were all sitting around in a circle remarking how bad it was when Jack made a comment that pricked my ears. "Reminds me of a certain Hungarian goulash the General once pointed out." The second the words left his mouth, I knew what he was talking about. His surprise at hearing my reply must have matched my own expression, because a couple of the boys commented about the impending bromance blooming. "Yeah, but Campion managed to flee halfway across the country anyway," was what I replied, and it was Jack's turn to prick his ears. "Halfway across the country? How did he do that?" he answered back, mimicking Ed Harris's character from the show. The rest of the lads paused, some with their forks halfway to their mouths. Jack and I just looked at each other, then suddenly began to laugh. The others must have thought us mad as we sat like idiots, cackling like a couple of girls. "Man, how the fuck did you recognize that reference?" Jack asked once he got himself back under control. "I must have watched that show at least 1,000 times, I replied. "You like Stephen King?" "Oh my god, another one," Hal said from beside me. I looked at him, then back at Jack, who was now wearing a shy grin. "Guess you haven't been back to Jack's cell yet," Wilson said through a mouthful of stew. He was the only one enjoying it, a couple of the others giving them their bowls. I looked back at Jack, hopeful. "You got his books?" I asked, hopeful. Jack pondered for a brief moment. "Yeah, I got some, but I also write some." "You write Stephen King books?" I asked, confused. "Not exactly. Come by my place after chow time and I'll show you." Hal began to chuckle at that. "And just make sure you don't close the door or others will get the wrong idea." I didn't wait for long to go and see what Jack had meant. The second I saw him disappear into his own cell, I made the walk from my own doorway. Jackie Friendly was sitting in the station with Wells and a new officer. I hadn't caught his name, but I saw his nervous face above the counter. He didn't look too comfortable, constantly looking across the unit at several congregations. Wells appeared to be showing him something on the computer, and when he saw me, frowned. The door to Jack's cell was almost closed, and I knocked on it, waiting for an invite. The door pulled back a second later, and the same nervous grin looked out from the darkness. "Hey, didn't hesitate, did you?" he said, although I could tell he was glad I was there. The chance to talk to someone with the same obsessive interest is just too hard to resist. "Yeah. That okay?" I asked back. He nodded and waved me in. When they said that Jack had an obsession with King, they weren't exaggerating. He must have owned every book he'd ever written twice over. Not only that, but several posters hung on his walls as well. A couple were hand-drawn, and the artists had created incredible depictions. One was the infamous Pennywise from It, the clown's half-lit face peering out from a storm drain. Another was the book's cover itself, minus the words. But the one that drew me immediately was the one of Stephen King himself. Someone had drawn a picture of the man sitting at a table with some of his own creations. They were all engaged in a game of poker and appeared to be having a wonderful time. Pennywise sat next to King, holding a red balloon in one hand and his playing cards in the other. Annie Wilkes also had a hand of cards, but she also held the notorious sledgehammer in the other. Jack Torrance sat with his axe, but he looked to be showing his cards to a kid sitting next to him. A smirk scrawled across his face. At first I wasn't too sure who it was, then saw the leather jacket he was wearing and the car keys on the table before him. Arnie Cunningham looked exactly like the movie version. The detailed reproduction, insanely cool. Carrie White was also seated at the table, giving Jack an evil stare, as well as the gunslinger himself. Roland Deschain sat like a real cowboy from the Old West, one pistol still in his gun belt, the other in one hand. He looked incredibly real, and I knew I had to have it. Overall, the cell grabs me, not wanting me to leave. Jack must have seen my goofball expression and began to giggle a little. I know. Pretty insane, right? I suddenly saw something that stopped me, Jack also noticing my change. He followed my eyes to where they were staring, then grinned again. "Oh yeah, those," he said, and went to the shelf that had caught my attention. The shelf was piled thick with writing pads, all sporting familiar names I knew from the King universe. But what drew me were the other words written beside them. Things like The Stand, Alternate Ending, and Christine's Return. There was The Shining, Danny Grows Up, and many more. Jack pulled down the one marked Christine's Return, handing it to me with trembling fingers. He must have been genuinely nervous at having a true fan finally read his work, the feeling of some sort of final judgment coming over him. "Just don't be too hard on me, okay?" he asked. "I swear, man, I won't." "You wrote all these?" I asked, dumbfounded. There must have been at least 30 notepads and all looked filled. "Plenty of time on my hands, you know," he said, grinning again. I understood and dropped the subject. I looked back at the shelf and recognized the spines of the stories I loved. The Stand, The Shining, Carrie, Christine, The Tommyknockers, 4 Past Midnight, plus many more. "Which one's your favourite?" I asked, pointing at them. He thought about the question, staring at the shelf. "Hard choice between The Stand and It," he finally said. I knew exactly what he meant. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Although, with The Stand, I began. "The ending sucked," Jack finished. I looked back at him again and we both burst out laughing. "Oh my god, it really is a bromance," a voice suddenly said, and I saw Hal standing in the doorway. "Hate to break it up, lads, but Frank wants to see Dylan here. If you think you can part for long enough." He enunciated the "if" so hard he even waved a hand in the air as Jack began to blush. I dropped the notepad off to my cell before heading to Frank's at the other end of the unit. As I said, being a crud has its advantages, but it also has its disadvantages, the latter running in unison with the first. You couldn't have one without the other, and although I would have preferred to avoid the whole gang thing altogether, knew that wasn't going to be possible. Frank's cell was closed. Hal and a larger crook called Tommy White appearing to guard the door like a couple of bouncers. Hal offered me a slight head nod as I approached, while Tommy continued staring at the television that hung on the bottom tier wall. It was Saturday and a game of football was being shown. "Thank you for coming, fine sir. Head straight in," Hal said comically, waving one hand towards the door and ushering me inside. I didn't pause to chat, stepping through the door and into bright sunshine. "Ah, Dylan, thanks for dropping by," Frank said, rising from his bunk, a book in one hand. He offered me a hand and I shook it. "How you been keeping, kid?" He waved at the chair sitting in the corner, and I pulled it forward a little before dropping my ass into it. Good, thanks. I felt a little nervous, never having been summoned prior to then. The cell smelt of fresh coffee, and I saw a steaming cup on the desk next to Frank's bunk. He reached for it, sipped, and set it back down. "The lad's looking after you?" he said, noting his spot in the book before closing it and sitting it next to his cup. He turned, his full attention now on me. "Yeah, it's been great." "You know, there's something to be said about gaining a new family. They say you can pick your friends, but you can't pick your family. I call that bullshit, because we choose our own family in here. In this place, the Cruds become the family you always wanted. Don't you agree?" I simply nodded my head, unsure of where he was going. "But, as with any family, there's bills to pay." I suddenly had a sinking feeling, aware of what was about to come. It was the moment I'd been dreading for the past month, maybe longer considering how long the plan had played out since deciding to join the gang in the first place. "A lot of the bills that need paying aren't always paid in cash. Sometimes." He paused for a moment, searching for the right words. He glanced out the window, his sentence still hanging in the air. "Sometimes these bills are paid through different services. You, my young friend, are a fighter. You mightn't look like much, but I watched you move during your initiation. You look like you're starting to bulk up a bit too." I've been spending a lot of time on the gym equipment in the unit, working out with a couple of the boys over the last month. It definitely had its advantages over doing press-ups in my cell. The results, far more becoming. "What I need is someone with a little persuasion. Now, I've got young Tommy outside, but there isn't a lot of brightness behind those eyes. No disrespect to the lad. But he's more muscle than brain. I need a good combination of both. You following?" "Yeah, sure," I offered, still a little unsure of where he was going. "The screws, they mostly leave us alone. That's one of the upsides in here. They're too caught up in their own bullshit to care." I just wanted him to get to the fucking point. I started to think this guy really loved making speeches when there was a knock on the door. I turned to see who it was and nearly fell from my chair as Jackie Friendly walked in, carrying a clipboard in one hand. With the other, she was unbuttoning her top. "My afternoon workout is here," Frank said, leaning back on his bunk. "Dylan, go out and see Tommy. He'll show you what to do." He waved for me to leave as his attention turned to the officer now dropping to her knees beside the bunk. I walked out, then turned a final time to look over my shoulder to see Frank's cock disappearing between the lips of the screw. "Oh, I've been waiting for that," Frank muttered as I closed the door behind me, Hal shooting me a wink as I stepped out onto the tier. "Come on, we've got work to do. I don't want to watch the rest of the game," Tommy said, walking towards the stairs. He didn't bother waiting to see if I followed, his long legs making short work of the walk. I had to almost run to keep up with him. Once we reached the bottom deck, he continued, walking towards the other end, not bothering to explain the purpose of our impending visit. Tommy didn't pause once he reached the closed door of cell 12, simply straight-arming it open and walking in unannounced. A crook was sitting on his bunk with his back up against the wall. Tommy didn't hesitate, reaching for his neck and pulling him to his feet before slamming his back into the opposing wall. He lifted him high enough to look directly into his eyes, the crook standing on the tips of his toes to avoid hanging by his neck. "Say hi to Chris Fletcher, Dylan," Tommy said, his eyes seeming to drill into the crook's own. "Fletcher here wanted some pills for his condition, but doesn't want to pay for them like we agreed. Isn't that right, fuckface?" The crook could barely stand, the tips of his toes desperately reaching for the floor as he fought for breath. The words that were trying to come from his pursed lips were complete gibberish as I looked over my shoulder to see if we were being watched. "What's that, fuckface?" Tommy said, turning his ear a little towards Fletcher without releasing his grip. With no one interested in our unannounced visit, I closed the cell door and looked back at the crook hanging by his neck. Tommy released his grip just enough for some of the words to take shape. They were still hard to understand, but I could make out the key ones. I'm coming tomorrow. All A-N. I promise. I don't believe you, fuckface. But just to make sure you don't forget, Dylan here has something for you. They both swung their eyes at me, one glaring, the other pleading. For a moment I just stood there, unsure of what Tommy was talking about. It was a moment I'll never forget, suddenly realising my purpose. In my former life, including the first part of the year in prison, I would never have hit a person unable to defend themselves. It went against my moral compass in every way. But I was no longer that person. Actually, that's not quite right. What I mean is, I couldn't be that person anymore. I now needed to be the person the Cruds wanted me to be. The two sets of eyes continued to stare at me, and just as Tommy began to open his mouth to speak, I took a single step forward and smashed my fist into Fletcher's face. It caught him in the side of his jaw, and the sound of knuckles hitting bone echoed in the small cell. And then to get my point across, I hit him a second time. He groaned as my fist connected again, Tommy releasing his hold and watching Fletcher first slip from his fingers, then slowly slide down to the floor with his back against the wall. He thumped to the ground, and Tommy, not one for sympathy, hurled a green lung oyster on top of the downed crook's head. It shimmered in the light for a bit, and it soaked into his hair. Fletcher, never flinching. "Don't make me come back," Tommy said before stepping past me and walking out. Fletcher took a quick look at me, then turned away as I followed Tommy back out into the unit. "Anyone else?" I asked as I followed Tommy back across the unit. He was heading for the middle stairs that led to the centre section of the tier above. He didn't answer, not even acknowledging my question. The cunt was drunk on his size and lived for the power Frank had instilled in him. Once we reached the top of the stairs, he turned left, away from where we initially began, and I knew there was at least one more. Again, Tommy didn't bother knocking when he reached his intended destination, slamming the door open on whoever was inside. This time, there were two crooks, both a little older than myself. I walked in, checked over my shoulder again, and closed the door as Lisa Simpson's voice reached my ears from inside the cell. "You, Mr. Payman," Tommy said, bending down to make himself heard. The crook he was talking to was sitting on the lower bunk, his cellmate sitting cross-legged on the bunk above. They both looked as timid and fresh as I felt when first introduced to prison. The first crook simply stared at the hulking brute before him, his mouth hanging open a little. His cheeks began to turn redder than the blood coursing through them, the fear written in his eyes. Without the slightest hint he was about to move, Tommy's fist suddenly propelled forward, driving it square into the face of the kid. The crunch of his nose breaking, sounding like kindling in the small space. His friend began to rise in defense, and I took a step forward. "I wouldn't," I said. There was blood pouring from the kid's nose now, streaming down onto his white singlet as his eyes began to shed water. Tommy heard what I said and rose back to his full height, standing at least 6 inches above the crook on the top bunk. He moved like lightning, pushing the crook's head back and into the wall behind him. The concrete meeting his skull sounded dull compared to the nose breaking, but this crook looked worse than his cellie. He didn't hesitate, Tommy dragging the groggy one from his bunk by his hair. His legs flew down and hit the floor as his nemesis held his head up. The crook's eyes looked drunk, slowly trying to focus on the face now yelling at him. "Did you have words for me?" He shook his head violently from side to side, and I thought he was going to kill the kid right there in front of me. I almost stepped in, but I knew I couldn't. If I did, I'd lose everything I fought for. Thankfully, Tommy sat the kid next to his friend, the pair of them now staring back meekly. "Your meds are due every fucking day. Miss them again, and I'll get my pal in here to ram his forearm up your ass and drag them out of you." He passed me again, his scowl looking as if it needed to kill something. The crooks just stared at me as my offsider walked out, the blood still falling from the busted-up nose. But it wasn't him I was looking at. Instead, watching as the other one seemed to teeter back and forth. It was his eyes that didn't look right, almost rolling around independently. The lights behind those eyes seemed to fade, and that's when the crook's legs seemed to lose all life in them. They dropped limply beneath him and dragged the rest of him down. I turned to call Tommy back, but he was gone. As the kid began to slide from the bed, I ran forward and tried to stop his head from hitting the floor as he fell. That's when I saw the foam begin to drip from the side of his mouth. He began to tremble a little, and he put his head down on the floor to avoid the white stuff. He began to shake violently, as if electrocuted, and I rose back up, staring at him. The other crook and I were frozen in place, as if shocked into a seizure of our own. I suddenly realized that if this kid died, I'd be just as responsible as Tommy was. I turned, ran out to the tier and looked at the officer's station below. Jackie was sitting at one of the computer terminals alone, the other officers probably sitting in their office. "Ma'am, someone's having a seizure," I yelled down at her. I looked up, saw Tommy turning the corner of the tier near Frank's cell and looked back at me. He stopped and just held his hands out to the side in a "what" gesture, then shook his head before disappearing into his boss's cell. Jackie friendly called a medical code before she even left the station, her offsiders coming out of their office a second later. The medical team arrived not long after, and both Jason and Patrick Mumford were taken to the medical wing. They were brothers, in for stealing their grandmother's belongings and selling them for drugs and alcohol. Patrick was the younger of the two, just 20, while his brother Jason was 22. He had undiagnosed epilepsy brought on by Tommy's head smashing. I sometimes wonder whether it was the head smashing that actually caused it, or just activated it. Although Durran interviewed both crooks as to the cause of their injuries, neither talked. The code of silence can be quite convincing, many crooks preferring to weather a beating than be dubbed a rat. Ratting on another prisoner to a screw was probably one of the worst things you could do in jail. Durran would later call for me, but with no other evidence apart from Friendly's report stating I called out to her, he had nothing to pin on me. There was very little else for him to ask of me, and, reluctantly, sent me back to Yellow Block. Patrick was returned to the unit later that day, while Jason remained in the hospital for 4 days. He too returned to the unit, back into his brother's cell once the doctors cleared him. It had been a close call, but I knew it wouldn't be the last. It was the first time I had been on a one-on-one with Durran. His office had his desk against one wall, the room cramped with cabinets. Durran was a huge man, standing at least 6'6" high. His shoulders must have been as wide, and when he squeezed into his chair, it groaned like a whore on a 24-hour shift. There was a chair sitting against another wall, facing Durran at right angles. His chair came awfully close to me as I sat in that chair, waiting for him to turn and acknowledge me. As I sat waiting, I saw the baton I'd heard Dobby and the others talk about. Mr. Knuckles was hanging from Durran's belt, the tip of it hanging a couple of inches from the ground. I thought about the many fingers it must have broken to get its name. As it stared back at me, I wanted to touch it, the faint shine of the overhead fluorescent glimmering a little. It felt hypnotic watching it jiggle in its pouch as Durran continued tapping away on his keyboard. I could actually feel my fingers beginning to lift from my leg, willing themselves to reach forth and connect with that piece of timber that's lived with one purpose for so long. I know it sounds silly, but at that moment, seeing it up close and personal, it felt like I was in the company of the Sword of Achilles or the rifle Lee Harvey Oswald used to shoot JFK. My hand lifted slightly and began to slide forward as the chair suddenly groaned to life and swung sideways. Durran stared at me, saw my eyes looking down at his beater and smiled a little. "Heard about my little friend here? Want to touch it?" he asked, giving Mr. Knuckles a loving tap. I nodded ever so slightly, unsure of whether he was genuine or playing with me. "Belonged to my grandfather when he worked up inside a hill. Heard of that place, Dylan?" I decided that he wasn't playing. There was actually a sincerity in him that I hadn't felt with other guards. I think it was because he was the boss that made a difference. He had an air of authority about him that seemed to weep from every pore on his body. To my surprise, he reached for the baton and pulled it out. He actually held it out to me, and at first I wasn't sure whether to take it or not. "Go ahead, kid. It won't bite. Not unless you give it a reason to." I did as he said, the weight of it much heavier than I expected. There were little bumps and grooves covering its surface. My guess, each one someone's finger, leg, skull, or all three. There looked to be a kind of patch on the bottom of the handle, and I rubbed at it a little. The baton was a little light when my grandfather handed it to me. I had a steel rod inserted to it to add a little weight.
Gives it a little more oomph when needed.
I held it for a few more seconds, then handed it back. Darren took it and slid Mr. Knuckles back into his spot on the belt.
Dylan, I know you've had quite a ride since coming to us, and I know you're going to be here for some time yet. But hanging around with Frank Rudinsky and his boys isn't going to make things any easier for you here.
I don't know what you mean, I asked, pretending to play it cool.
You look like a good kid. What happened to get you in this place is between the governor, you, and God. My only concern is how you play while in my care. Those Mumford boys, I know you and Tom White went into their cell to shake them around a bit. My guess is for the medication both lads are on.
I was surprised at just how much he knew, his years of experience showing through his knowledge. I was just walking past and just one thing, Dylan, he said, cutting me off. Don't ever insult my intelligence by bullshitting to me. I know more about what goes on in this jail than anybody. So, this meeting isn't really about finding out what really happened. Think of it more as a meet and greet kind of session. I didn't respond. Not even a head nod. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful, and I think he knew it.
Code Alpha, blue block!
His radio suddenly crackled and he slowly rose from the chair.
Maybe we can chat a bit more next time. But as you heard, I have to go. Thanks for dropping by, Dylan.
He held out a yellow slip to me. The pass needed to return to the unit once the code was stood down. The guards would halt all movement around the jail during a response like the one just called. I walked back out into the hallway and sat on one of the seats near the outer door. Another crook was already sitting there as several officers burst out through the door, running to whatever this Code Alpha was about. I was summoned to Frank's cell the minute I stepped back into the unit, and by the look on Fabian's face, knew it wouldn't be a friendly visit.
Frank want to see you. Said for you to go straight there.
He sounded like a teacher sending me to the principal's office, the prick even pointing at Frank's cell, as if I didn't already know where it was. I looked up and saw Tommy and Hal at their usual spots. Neither appeared to notice me as I headed towards the stairs, the pair engaged in small talk. When I stepped onto the tier, they both turned to me, neither offering me friendly tones.
Frank's waiting for you,
Hal said, pushing the door open, while Tommy just glared at me. It was a different Frank that greeted me this time around. He was standing at his window, arms folded across his chest as he watched a few lads throwing a football back and forth. "You wanted to see me?" I asked as I waited, as if he didn't already know I was there. He didn't answer, just continuing to stare outdoors. The knot in my stomach began to tighten as the seconds ticked by. I could hear the mumble of voices as the doormen resumed their conversation, but couldn't make out the words. Frank suddenly turned, his arms remaining folded across his chest as he turned his attention to me. After another few seconds of staring me down, he finally spoke. "Do you know what it means to be one of us?" he asked, and my first thought was that he was loading me up. "To be loyal?" I said, my voice sounding much too weak. I doubt my answer was even absorbed before he took a step towards me. "Loyalty is what we demand. But that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is what brought you here in the first place." I wasn't following, unsure of what the answer he was looking for. "Frank, I don't know."
"It means not giving a single flying fuck about anybody that doesn't swear allegiance to our family. Our family!" he finished, screaming the final words into my face. "When you go and remind someone of their responsibilities, they aren't family. They're the fucking sheep that feed the wolves."
Bits of his spittle were hitting me in the face as his words echoed around the room. He stepped back a little, turned back to the window, and nodded his head slightly. I stood there, with my heart racing, waiting for Tommy to punch me in the back of the head and drop me to the floor. I looked over my shoulder, expecting him to be standing there, but the door was still closed. When I turned back, Frank was again glaring at me.
"We are the wolves, Dylan. I don't care if some cunt is spewing their fucking lungs out.
You do your job and you leave. Never, never let me hear that you called help for a sheep. Do you get me? I understand, Frank. I'm sorry. Won't happen again. I turned to leave, his screaming still ringing in my ears. Where are you going? We're not done, he said, and I turned back to him. Sorry, I thought, don't think. Let me do the thinking. What did Darren want? Nothing, I said, but immediately realised the error of my answer. Don't fucking lie to me. Did you snitch? Did you rat on one of your own? He said, his temper starting to flare again as he stepped towards me. No, I swear, he didn't even ask me about what happened. He already knew. Knew what? Tommy suddenly said from behind me. I half jumped out of my skin, surprised by his sudden appearance. He told me what happened. He knew we went to the cell for their medication. He told me what happened. Just said it was a meet and greet. What? Tommy asked, looking at Frank. You believe this shit? Frank waved him away, and Tommy left the cell without waiting for an answer. I'm not known for my bleeding heart, kid. You fuck with me, you'll do it once. I'll end you without hesitating. He turned back to the window and waved me away, as if swatting at a fly. He didn't need to ask a second time. Hal was standing along outside of Frank's cell and shook his head when he saw me. Not a good way to start your time with us, bro, he said, walking to the rail and leaning on it. A game of pool was playing out beneath us and Tommy was standing at one end of the table watching. Don't cross them, Dylan. Either of them. You think you got problems with the Jesters? If you mess up with these guys, you'll know about problems. I joined him by the rail, leaning forward and resting my arms on the cold metal. Jackie Friendly was sitting at the station, looked up briefly, and returned to her screen. He could have died, man, I said, trying to explain my actions. Yeah, he could have. And if he did, you would have had a lot more shit to deal with than just copping a bit of spit in your face from Frank. I understood what he meant, and not just about the spit. I fucked up. I panicked, I guess. Don't panic. Don't care about them. It's just a job. When it's done, you go back to being Dylan. I held out my hand and Hal shook it without hesitation. He was my brother, a member of my family, and his advice meant a lot. Thanks, Hal, I said before returning to my cell. Chapter 6. Sometimes, life has a way of turning into nothing more than a routine. With me pulled into line by Frank and given a rundown of the rules we play by, it became clear to me that I had joined the very thing I was trying to avoid with the Jesters. But the difference, I found, was that I actually began to enjoy the role I was assigned. It wasn't the beatings I enjoyed. I've never been one to pick on weaker people than me. Beating on someone who was outnumbered and outgunned didn't fill me with any pride. But the enjoyment I got from it, the satisfaction, was that I was gaining the skills and mental strength I needed to fulfill the end goal. The purpose for me remaining alive and focused on the bigger picture. The goal waiting for me at some point in the distant future. Every unit of every prison in the world has power struggles. Which prison you go to, whether in the darkest places of Russia, deepest Africa, or the infamous hellholes of Southeast Asia. These power struggles can be over anything, from who controls the drugs, general contraband, or even the meals themselves. Gangs will usually affiliate themselves with one of the specific items needed by the inmate population. In some units, depending on the numbers, a gang may even take control of everything, running the inmates like a mini economy. For the Cruds in Yellow Block, we ran the medication supply, general contraband, courtesy of the best fixer in the jail, as well as tobacco products. Although the fixers sometimes brought tobacco into the jail through their avenues, other sources had already been established for far cheaper prices. One of the greatest commodities a gang can have is direct contact to the outside. While no members would ever be taken out the front door directly, There was one way that kind of made that possible in a roundabout way. Can you guess what that is? Yep, crooked officers. If a gang could recruit the services of an officer, they were almost as good as a gang member themselves. But how do you get an officer on board? I was about to learn firsthand how the transaction took place and how the gang assumed absolute control over that officer. "Hey Dylan, Frank, what's the word?" Hal called to me one Monday morning. It was about a month after my lesson in gang relations, and I think I made amends with my peers. Tommy took the longest to bring around, but he eventually accepted me enough to greet me once in a while. "No probs," I called back, leaving my plate of toast on the table with the lads. I jogged up the stairs 2 at a time and bounded towards the door. Hal fist-bumped with me as I neared, then continued to whistle some weird tune as I entered the cell. Frank was back to his usual self, greeting me with a warm wave and a smile. "Dylan, come on in." I shook with him, then assumed my usual spot on the chair. "What you got?" I asked, and Frank nodded in a peculiar way, his expression looking like someone who was about to reveal a huge surprise. "Know why friendly is fucking friendly?" he asked as he swallowed a piece of toast. He didn't wait for me to answer. "Because we own her. Own her 100%. You dig?" I dug, but I wasn't sure how. I knew there were other officers that Frank had special dealings with, but I wasn't aware of the secret behind the deal. "Yes, you do," I said, trying to sound supportive. "There's a new officer in the unit today, fresh off the latest recruiting course. They tell me young Samuel has been polishing his boots and buttons for the whole month, waiting for today." He popped another square of toast in his mouth, then slurped it down with a sip of coffee. "They also tell me that young Samuel has a sick child at home, a young boy. Now, I don't have anything against young ones and their families. Remember, we're a family. But this officer is about to lose his home. They say the bank is days away from evicting the family." He stifled a burp with the back of his hand, sipped his coffee, and sat back on his bunk as he pushed the small portable table away. "Hal!" he called, and a second later Hal came in and took the dishes from the table, folded it up, and leant it against the far wall. Once he was gone again, taking the plate and cup with him, Frank lit a cigarette. He didn't offer me one, knowing I didn't smoke. "It's really quite simple, my boy. Offer him 10 grand to smuggle something in. I don't care what it is. Make it up if you want. But offer to put 10 grand into his bank account for the item, and case closed." I felt confused, unsure of why we would pay the officer. If we were bribing him, why would he have to risk his job to smuggle something in? I was about to ask Frank, but he must have seen my expression and guessed my question as it ran through my mind. "Remember, kiddo, let me do the thinking." As I walked down the stairs and looked at the station, I saw Jason Williams and Paul Hansen talking to a new officer I didn't recognize. I assumed it was the new kid Frank told me about because he looked like a deer caught in headlights. Sam Lester looked as fresh as any officer I had ever seen, his eyes practically bulging as he kept glancing around the unit. His uniform looked like it was wearing him, instead of the other way around. The crisp lines and bright colours, much too new. Paul Hansen looked up as I neared the station, and the new guy took a step back. I know some of the new recruits spend time shadowing in units before they're released on the job, but honestly, this guy looked like he just stepped off the bus. "What, Moody?" Hansen asked. I still wasn't quite sure which officers were working on the inside, but I knew Hansen wasn't one of them. "Can I have a request form, please?" I asked, looking at the new guy and offering him a smile. He didn't return it, instead blushing a little as he pretended to check out the computer screen again. Hansen wheeled his chair a little towards me, reached into the counter, and pulled a sheet out. He placed it on the counter and waited for me to take it. "Anything else?" he asked impatiently when I didn't move to take it. Instead, I turned my attention to the new guy. "You new here?" I asked, and Hansen dismissed me, wheeling back to his previous spot and resuming whatever he'd been doing. The new guy seemed to turn even more crimson, his face glowing like a birthday balloon. Hansen looked up at him, then shook his head at seeing the shy newcomer stare at the floor. "Sorry, man. Didn't mean to make you uncomfortable." I took the form and headed back to my cell, feeling Sam watch me every step of the way. It took the new officer less than an hour to try and save face.
I knew he'd come round eventually, and when he did, proved my theory of them needing to look in control correct. Some people are born confident, never needing to concern themselves with relevant people's opinions. But others felt the need to ensure people liked them, or at the very least didn't think less of them. Sam Lester was the latter, needing reassurance that people respected him. I was standing at my window watching a few of the boys throwing a tennis ball back and forth over the fence. The screws frowned on the activity, but for us it was a great way to transfer drugs, pills, tobacco, or orders between units. "Yes, I'm new here," the voice said from behind me. I turned to see Sam standing in the doorway of my cell. A definite rookie mistake. If someone gave him a decent and quick enough shove from behind, he'd be on his face in the middle of my cell, and the door closed before he'd have a chance to piss his pants. A lone officer doing the rounds would remain far enough out in the unit's common area to ensure they were seen at all times by their offsiders. Sam leant against the doorframe as he saw my King collection. I saw his face light a little when I pointed to the drawn picture Jack had given me. It was the one with King sitting around the table with his characters. "You a King fan?" I asked, and his face lit even further. "Since I was a kid," he replied, now breaking all the rules by walking into my cell. I could see a couple of boys out in the unit watching. One shoved the other and pointed towards us, the other shaking his head. "He's one of the best, yeah?" He didn't hear me, leaning over my bunk to stare at the picture. He must have stayed that way for a whole minute as I stood back and waited. The thought running through my mind was how to initiate the offer of the money. I couldn't just blurt it out. I still hadn't decided what item I was going to ask for, having only received the order recently. When he finally looked back at me, it was his words that finally gave me the idea, a light bulb moment going off in my head. "It's a pretty cool cell," was what he said. And before I knew I was going to, I did exactly what I had planned not to. I blurted it out. 10 grand, I said before snapping my yap shut. He turned to face me, an expression of confusion building on his face. "Excuse me?" he asked. 10 grand for a cell phone. A single cell, Sam, and 10 grand is yours." His face instantly turned crimson again, his eyes growing wider as he realised what I'd just said. "Think about it. 10 grand pays off a lot of bills these days." He didn't bother answering, walking past me as if escaping a burning building. I peeked out of my door and watched as he made a beeline for the station. Although I watched him for no less than 10 minutes, he never spoke to the other screws. The other two resumed showing Sam things, but he never said more than a couple of words. He looked back at me a couple of times, saw me watching, and quickly turned back to his comrades. I returned back to my cell, closed the door, and stripped off. I suddenly wanted to shower as hot as possible. The prison hot water never hit the optimum temperature, always a few degrees below the ultimate bliss level. I missed hot water. Enjoying a proper shower with decent pressure and the water steaming, just shy of scorching your skin. As I stood underneath that water spray, I suddenly began to think of Gabby. And one time, we had showered together. She looked incredibly sexy as the water ran through her beautiful hair, just shy of covering her nipples. Her breasts were firm, sitting up as if waiting to be kissed. It was one of the few times she'd given me a blowjob, dropping to her knees as suddenly as I would come just a few minutes later. She worked my dick with incredible skill, despite me being her first. And as she heard my moans increase, becoming louder and more intense, she lightly squeezed my balls until they exploded into her. As I closed my eyes, standing in that shower, I remembered how she looked up at me, her eyes seeming to smile at me as she slowly worked my dick a little more. To be honest, I began to get hard thinking about that moment, and before I knew it, I was whacking off in the shower. It didn't take long for me to shoot, but the erotic thoughts of Gabby quickly faded the moment my load disappeared down the drain. If you have an issue with masturbation, then I apologise. Unfortunately, as a 19-year-old male, my sexual urges were a little more on the raging side of life, and with limited options, needed to calm them. I never saw myself able to close my eyes and allow a fantasy to play out as another man took care of me, the way others have. It just didn't gel with me. So, I had to take care of business myself. Sam returned to my cell later that afternoon. I somehow sensed he would.
probably because of his failure to tell the other screws about my proposal. If he didn't want anyone else knowing about it, then he was considering it. And people who consider a bribe for long enough often accept it. 10 grand? He asked, not bothering with pleasantries. I was lying on my bunk watching an episode of I Dream of Jeannie when he stuck his head in. I didn't even bother turning to look at him, instead listening to Frank's voice in my head. The wolves don't care about the sheep. 1 cell phone, 10 grand. That's the deal. I continued watching TV while Sam just stood at the door, his head bobbing back and forth like a fucking ostrich. Alright, I'll do it. But money first. Are you fucking kidding me? Frank asked, still trying to control his laughter. I told him about the deal with Sam, but he couldn't believe just how fresh this officer really was. It shocked even me, and part of me didn't want to rope him in, but I had bigger fish to fry and needed to keep Frank on side. It's true. Gave me his personal bank account. Sam had written his bank details on a slip of paper and handed it to me. Most bribes would often be deposited into a fake account, the bank card then smuggled into the prison and handed to the bent screw to use. But Sam was no genius, his priority being his family, and for us, a perfect way to manipulate him. There weren't many officers who didn't have weaknesses, Durran being one. Frank told me that Durran had been offered everything but a new body for the better part of 30 years. He never caved, not a single time, instead doing what he did best. Break fingers. It didn't take me long to understand how things were going to fall in our favour, and once I did, I couldn't believe the sheer simplicity of it. Once a screw had accepted a bribe, there was really not much left to do. After all, where one bribe was accepted, more would follow, correct? That's the way I thought, anyway. But as Frank had said, let him do the thinking. Turns out it wasn't as complicated as how I imagined it would be. The manipulation of Sam and others thrust into his position was actually a lot simpler than that. The cell phone was delivered personally to my cell the very next day, surprising even me. Turns out that our latest recruit was so desperate for the money that he went out and purchased a new Nokia, together with a spare battery, that evening. His method for smuggling the goods past the front door was to encase the lot in plastic wrap, smother the package in plenty of lubrication, and then stuff the thing into his arsehole. Screws weren't subjected to internal cavity searches the way we were. It was like having an inside pocket that only they had access to. Women having two. Here you go. 1 cell, he said, putting the phone on my desk. Again, walking straight into my cell. I picked it up, gave it a quick once-over, and gave him a nod. Cash will be in your account tomorrow. Sweet, he said, turning to head back out. He paused by the door and looked back at me. And if ever you need another, let me know. I gave him a thumbs up, but inside thought he was a complete chump. Despite Sam thinking he'd won a new admirer, I thought him a bigger dickhead than before, and he was about to feel the squeeze. The crunch came a week after he thanked me again, when the 10K showed up in his account. Although Frank had asked me to approach the new recruit earlier that morning, it turned out that I didn't need to. The greedy fuck coming to me himself. It was mid-morning and 2 of the officers were in the middle of conducting random cell searches. Someone selected 3 random cells, and 2 of the officers would come and do what they considered a thorough once-over. But we knew the randomness of the snap inspections, and only stupid people would keep anything in their cells during the day. Random inspections only occurred during the hours of 10 and 3. Screws were too busy with other duties outside of those times, and this gave us plenty of time to hide anything we needed to out in the common area. Things like weapons, drugs, medications, porn, alcohol, tobacco, tattoo guns, or electronic devices would all need to be stashed around the unit. If they were found there, they couldn't be pinned on you. Turns out, I was on the list that day, and when the 2 officers came to my cell, looked hopeful of finding something. But Sam also looked a little concerned, aware of the toy he knew to be in my possession. The cell phone had been taken out of the unit less than an hour after he handed it to me. But he didn't know that. The pair strip-searched me first, finishing with the usual squat and cough before waiting for me to dress again. Then I left, leaving them alone in my cell. To be honest, this was always one of the things that surprised me when I first came to prison. Searches were never like you see on TV. Most of the time, after you returned to your cell, you'd hardly notice the search had happened at all. You might find a cup or some pens still lying on your bed, but for the most part, things were put back to where they were found. It was a full unit ramp that left a little more evidence. But even then, things were generally left in a pile on your bunk. I waited beside my closed door as the screws did what they needed to. I could hear them murmuring inside as they shuffled through my things. But I knew there was nothing of interest in my cell, the only thing in my possession being a toothbrush shiv, which I always hid in the unit's refrigerator. After 5 minutes of fruitless searching, the officers came back out, pulled off their latex gloves, and nodded for me to return. As Williams returned to the station, Sam hung back, appearing to look at a notice board that hung beside my door. "How's the phone?" he asked when his partner was far enough away. I nodded, now leaning against my open door frame. "You know, if you ever need more, I can help you with them. Just say the word." He sounded confident. The shy recruit from the previous week almost vanished. "That'd be great. I need 4 more. I watched his expression change to one of greedy expectation, his eyes darting up a couple of times as he calculated the numbers. His smile widened as he considered the fortune he was about to agree to. 4 more? Okay. It'll take me a couple of days, but that should be fine. I waited for the punchline, knowing it was about to come, the moment I would drop a great big turd in his lap. "It's 10k per cell, yeah? Same account as last time?" I tried to play my part as best I could, actually feeling a little bad with how well I pulled it off. I didn't want to hurt him, but a bent screw was a bent screw. "What do you mean 10k? I asked him. He paused for a moment, a little unsure of himself. 10k per cell. That's the agreed price, isn't it?" Now I could see the colour begin to rise as realisation slowly crept over him. "There's no 10k anything. You received your 10k, so, unless you want the world to know about your payment, I suggest you bring in the goods." His expression changed to one of shock, his face turning purple in an instant. There was a shuffle of feet above us, and when we both looked up, saw Tommy and Frank standing at the rail. Frank wearing the biggest shit-eating grin I'd ever seen on the man. Tommy had his usual scowl, and when I looked back at Sam, could see that he was about to drop a load into his pants. Chapter 7. Time continued to pass quite quickly, and before I knew it, another prison birthday came and went with very little fanfare. The day reminded me of the events that landed me in here to begin with, so the thought of celebrating was the furthest from my mind. I spent most of the day pondering what-ifs mostly, Gabby featuring in many of them. I wondered how she was doing with her pregnancy and the new man in her life. I hadn't heard from her in a long time and wasn't sure whether I ever would again. It was only during the final hour of unlock that Frank summoned me and had a couple of the boys, including Hal, Jack and Tommy, sitting in his cell with a cake. Danny had been released from jail that morning, his sentence for assault completed. It was a strange sensation listening to them sing the song to me, Tommy looking mightily uncomfortable. But the cake was amazing, cooked by JP, words written in icing sugar. Happy birthday. The message was plain and to the point. It served its purpose and lasted all of 2 minutes. Frank handed me a plastic knife and I carved it into fits, each of the lads scoffing theirs in a couple of bites. I wasn't expecting anything else, the cake, surprise enough. But when Frank pulled a wrapped gift from beneath his pillow, I was actually touched. "Happy birthday, kid. It took a bit to get, but hey, I think it was worth it." He handed it to me, and I felt the book's hardcover beneath the gold wrapping paper. King had been almost killed a couple of years before when some idiot in a van hit him, knocking him out and severely injuring him. I remember thinking at the time that he may have written his final book. But now as I tore the wrapping off, was instantly overjoyed at seeing a brand new book in my hand. On writing, only released the year before. I opened the book to the first page and was amazed at all the signatures that covered it, looking as if every crud member had left their mark. Frank had written an inscription in the middle. Family means everything when you have nothing. It really meant a lot, and they must have seen it because Frank suddenly froze, pointed at me and said, "Are you going to start bawling?" with a big cheesy grin. Tommy slapped me on the back and the crowd began to laugh. It wasn't long before the PA system announced 10 minutes until lockdown, and I thanked everyone a second time. We each went our separate ways shortly after, the final time we would all be together in the same room. Hal, Jack, Tommy, and Frank were the main faces that I had come to know, each of them more a part of the family for me. When the unit was finally locked down, I didn't hesitate to get into my new gift. I'd only heard about on-writing through other people, magazines, and one TV interview. Turns out the book was so much better than I could have ever imagined. The purpose of on-writing, for those who don't know, isn't to teach a person how to write, despite many assuming that's what it is. Instead, the book serves as a platform for King to share his story, his own story from growing up as a young kid to the accident and everything in between. Sure, there are a few passages which try to pass on some of his vast knowledge on how to craft a story together, but for the most part, the book is like having afternoon tea with the man himself, sharing all his personal stories about how he became the man he is today. After reading half of it the first night, I finally turned the light off just after midnight, savouring the rest until the next day. I didn't wake up until the trap dropped the next morning, and Sam's face popped through. His previous jovial greetings had disappeared since what I called the revelation. "1," he said to the officer, no doubt standing beside him as they tallied the unit's number up. I didn't even bother looking up, just shaking my foot as a sign of life. You were required to show the officer that you were still alive, otherwise they were required to call a code. Some crooks like to play with screws in this way, but the consequences aren't really worth it. Once the trap snapped shut again, I climbed out of bed and relieved myself before taking care of the rest of the morning routine. The doors were finally unlocked a few minutes later, and I hurried to get to the toasters, already seeing others with the same intention. "How's the book?" Jack asked as he sat down beside me. He had his toast piled high, 7 slices with nothing but what the prison passed off as butter. "It's amazing. Like King telling you his life story." "Can I borrow it once you're done? Haven't been able to get it myself," he asked, gobbling nearly an entire piece of toast as he spoke. "Sure. Maybe give me another day." Jack nodded and I continued with my own breakfast. Hal came and sat with us, and a minute later, Tommy. Breakfast was one of the few times we were all together without constantly being pulled from one thing to the next. There was always someone who needed convincing to pay their debts or uphold their end of an agreement. But breakfast was never interrupted, a time where we could sit and shoot the shit for a bit. The topics of our conversations included football, King, or gang stuff, like who wasn't pulling their weight or who needed lessons on confidence. What we never spoke about was the past, like events from prior to joining the family. It was an area that remained off limits, everyone understanding that it was a period of total irrelevance. The topic that morning was my initiation. Tommy had brought up the unsavoury subject of my ball-tapping manoeuvre on Hal, the other two lapping up the ribbing. "You actually grabbed another man's balls, dude. You grabbed his balls to beat him," Tommy quipped. "Hey, you would have done the same," I fired back, trying my hardest to defend myself. No way, man. There are some things I would never do. Touching another dude's nutsack, one of them. But hey, if you don't mind," Tommy joked, waving one arm in the air like a conductor. "Hey, they're my balls we're talking about. Can I tell you there was definitely no grabbing. Still trying to pull them back out of my stomach." Hal joined in, his grin only half-hearted. I knew it wasn't the most honourable way of getting the better of someone, but when you're outnumbered like 40-1, I'll do what it takes. "I didn't really hit him that hard," I lied, knowing perfectly well that I didn't have a lot left in the tank in terms of strength. That punch was fueled by as much adrenaline as it was strength. "Fuck off, you smashed his balls into the next day to save your ass," Tommy howled, banging the table with both hands enthusiastically. Sometimes there's a word that you never want to forget when confined in a prison unit with 70 other convicted criminals. Complacency. The men that reside in these places aren't always here because of an innocent mistake. These men are in prison for many, often violent crimes. Some crimes vicious enough to end someone's life. Yellow Block was crammed with 70 prisoners that were now employed with a purpose, and that one purpose could be manipulated in ways most outsiders could never understand. Each and every day was considered a test for survival. For those weak-minded enough, those with more confidence used that weakness to manipulate them into doing things they may not normally would. We were all laughing, sitting around that table and completely lost in our banter. Hal, Jack, Tommy, and me. Like 4 school kids sitting around at lunchtime talking shit. None of us were concerned about anything that morning, thinking ourselves untouchable. We'd become complacent in the unit, believing ourselves the rulers of the roost. That's why none of us noticed the kid slowly walking towards our table. People later told me that he seemed to float on the air as he slowly crept in between the tables. Hal sat on one side of me, trying his best to see the funny side of our banter when he looked. But by then, it was too late. The attack already happening as we all turned to see the next few moments playing out in a slow-motion reel that seemed too unreal to be anything else. The sharpened end of the toothpick slid into the side of Tommy's throat as easily as an ice pick slides into jello. The spray of blood that jettisoned from the wound hit me first, sitting on that side of him. But the force of it hit many more people. The warmth of the blood felt hot, and when I instinctively reached up to touch it, felt the familiar stickiness on my fingers. I watched in horror as the jet seemed to breathe, ebbing and flowing with a kind of sickly rhythm. Tommy turned to look at me, the spray fanning across the table and painting Jack. Tommy's eyes were so wide. I could see more white than colour. The terror in them so real it seemed to reach out for me. I turned to see Jack reach up and shield his face, but his fingers left tracks in the blood, turning it into stripes that looked like war paint. Hal had also been painted by the crimson spray, only he'd been yelling something when it hit him, the blood hitting the back of his throat. He gagged on it, then vomited as Tommy tried to stand, reaching for his throat and looking to plug the hole with a single finger. They tell me there was no noise, except for Hal's vomiting and Tommy's retching noises. Everyone else was too stunned to make a sound, simply rising to their feet and backing away, the blood spraying several yards wherever Tommy aimed it. He actually managed to jam his finger into the hole, the second knuckle disappearing, but the force of the blood was too strong, spraying in a wide arc around the temporary barrier. It took all of 5 seconds for me to try and save him, tearing my blood-stained t-shirt off and rushing to help Tommy stem the flow. I tried to get him to sit, but he refused, too panicked to do anything else but take wild steps in several directions, as if unsure of where he needed to go. And then, with one final pause, his finger slipped out of his neck, and the arm fell limply down beside him. His eyes grew even wider for a brief second, and then Tommy fell forward as his knees finally gave out. He landed on the table we'd been sitting at less than a minute before, laughing as if we were kings of the schoolyard. Tommy's leg kicked out a single time, then froze as he lay on his stomach, staring out at me with eyes frozen in panic. The unit was completely silent, the only sound coming from blood, now dripping from the table and onto the linoleum floor beneath. I turned to Patrick, still standing there, his expression one of sadness, almost grief-stricken. None of us had heard the news from the previous day, too caught up in our own affairs to care about the sheep. Patrick still held the shiv in his hand, staring at the body now lying face down on the table. No one made a move to tackle him. In hindsight, maybe a bad decision. Patrick suddenly looked at me, staring me down with accusatory eyes, and then simply stabbed himself in the throat. "Patrick, no! barely left my lips before another jet of blood began to shoot across the unit. This time, there was little commotion, the crooks letting this suicide have his moment. Patrick simply stood where he was, letting the lifeblood leave his body with little regard. In the final few seconds of life, he simply looked up to the roof of the unit and mouthed something no one quite understood. But I knew exactly what he mouthed in silence, hearing the word without any sound needed. I knew because I'd said the very same thing just after Aiden was killed in front of me. The instant grief ripping through me. The guilt that tore my heart open as I watched the kid's life slip from his eyes before hitting the ground will never leave me. The word he spoke to the heavens in his final few seconds was, "Brothers." Jason Mumford had died the previous day. The officers on duty that morning had been summoned into the office by the unit's supervisor that day, a man named Robert Cox. Nobby, as he'd been dubbed, had received information that a crook was willing to spill inside information about how drugs were being smuggled into Yellow Block. The prick was going to rat to the screws and then be moved into protection. But to confirm the validity of the information, Nobby felt it important to speak with the crook first, in the office of the unit. He'd only had the soups gig for a little over a month, having been promoted from his regular screws gig in Green Block. This fuck-up would be scrutinised for many days, costing him his new position the very day the deaths occurred. By the time they came running from the office, the kid had already bled out, a bunch of guys standing around still too stunned to move. It had happened so fast, with no hint of the impending violence. Normally there'd be a pre-warning, someone yelling or just psyching themselves up. A confrontation might ensue, the attacker wanting the victim to know what was about to happen and why. But for Patrick, he didn't care whether Tommy knew how or why. He wanted ice-cold retribution, handed to Tommy with a swift thrust that was over and done in a matter of seconds. I doubt Tommy even knew who'd stabbed him until the final second of his life when he took one final look behind him. "Lock down!" The screws screamed, almost in complete harmony. One of them came rushing towards our table, the two bodies lying silently in pools of blood. "Move!" Nobby called out, and people began to move away, reluctantly heading back to their cells. The cops showed about an hour after the main event, the unit unusually quiet. When the police would normally show up, the entire population would erupt into a feeding frenzy, shouting abuse non-stop until the poor cunts walked out again. But when they showed up this time, not a single word was muttered by anyone. The only sound came from the staff and cops working the crime scene. A camera was snapping photos for at least 2 hours, capturing every possible angle of the same thing. Because of the lack of security cameras. Yes, you read that right. No units had security cameras that were on at the time. A systems update had been scheduled for earlier that morning prior to unlock, but the software had somehow screwed up, causing the whole system to shit itself. Another person would lose their job for allowing the prison to unlock without functioning security cameras. With no footage available, the cops had no choice but to start interviewing witnesses, although they didn't get very far. Hal, Jack and myself were brought to the admissions building on 3 separate occasions over the next 2 days, interrogated by 2 sweaty police officers and Darren himself. The only thing they got from me was a blank stare and a regular, "Dunno," for good measure. They couldn't do anything anyway. I got that they needed to do their thing, but we also do ours, because unknown to nearly everyone except Frank, the kid killing Tommy had been a planned hit, one orchestrated by none other than the leader of the Rooks. The Rooks considered themselves an up-and-coming powerhouse, their leader hopeful of one day becoming the next Rock McGovern. Known as the Greek, Nick Treforis and his brother Con had been in and out of jail for drug offences since the late 80s, both with big dreams of running a drug empire. But their visions were normally nothing more. High hopes, big dreams, and very little else. And that was because they were talkers instead of doers, where most of the bigger drug syndicates would take risks to increase their power. The two brothers feared consequences.
Remember that kid in school who would talk tough but run at the first sign of trouble? That was the Treforest brothers. Too much mouth and not enough muscle. But while they might have lacked the backbone to do anything themselves, Nick had the power of the spoken word, able to convince others to do his bidding. In the beginning, he convinced his brother Con to leave his prosperous plastering business and join him for a failed drug shipment that landed them at Port Phillip for 5 years. Port Phillip is another maximum security jail. Once out, with Con wanting to return to a quiet family life, Nick, once again, convinced his brother otherwise. Before long, the pair had attempted to import a couple of kilos of cocaine, got caught courtesy of a rival syndicate that sent a mole into Nick's affairs, and wound up at King's Court for 15 years each. But Nick's dreams of one day running a major drug empire refused to leave his thoughts, and before long began to recruit boys for his new venture, the Rooks. It didn't take long for the brothers to recruit enough muscle to begin making a dent in the profit margins of other gangs, and eventually had the numbers to make regular challenges. One gang they eventually absorbed into their own numbers was the Junkies. The Junkies were renowned for smuggling in vast amounts of crystal meth, selling it to desperate crooks for huge profits. But they were vulnerable, courtesy of a leader that hid behind the muscle of those he paid. The Greek put out a single hit on him, and once completed, adopted the gang members as his own, and took over the drug importation racket. Nick Treforest hated Tommy. The two had had a difference of opinion long before my time at King's Court, resulting in Nick losing 2 teeth. They fought over the unit's television remote control on a wet Saturday afternoon. Tommy was a massive Carlton fan, and whenever they were playing, would sit front and centre of the TV, the remote firmly in his hand to prevent anyone from changing the channel. Nick preferred the other kind of football, soccer, and hated to miss out on watching his own passion when telecast. But Nick was a nobody back then, a soon-to-be up-and-comer that stood almost 1.5 feet shorter than Tommy. The tussle between the pair lasted for a single punch. Nick left flat on his ass with 2 teeth laying on the ground before him, and Tommy sitting back in his chair watching his boys play. The fight left Tommy's mind the minute it was over, but for Nick, it remained at the forefront, planning a revenge that would take many years to come to fruition. Convincing young Patrick to take revenge for his brother began long before his brother had even died. Nick and Con had visited the kid in his cell as Jason was lying in a hospital bed, recovering from the first assault. Patrick had been an easy target, one Nick was able to manipulate with almost no effort. He had a way with words that seemed to convince people to do almost anything for him. All he needed was a way in, and with Patrick, used his brother to turn the kid's anger into full-blown rage. I found out from a friend of mine who worked in the medical unit that Jason Mumford ended up dying from his epilepsy not long after another episode. It was only a few days after the previous one, his epilepsy coming on almost weekly. The nurses had him on regular observations that initially began at 15-minute intervals, just like a suicide watch. On the day he died, the nurses had reduced his observations from half-hourly to hourly. But there was a mix-up between the shift changes, the ending shift forgetting to check on him. The new shift that had just commenced thought the previous shift had performed the obso, and, as such, didn't check on him until almost 6. By then, Jason had slipped into a fit, swallowed his tongue, and suffocated to death within minutes. Shortly before lockdown, already sky-high on rage courtesy of a visit from Nick earlier in the day, Patrick was told of his brother's death by one of Nick's accomplices. A man named Bruce, something or other, worked a short shift in the medical unit and adjoining physician's area, where he mopped the floors each afternoon. Bruce saw the frenzied commotion of the nursing staff trying to resuscitate Jason before being taken back to Yellow Block after his shift. He didn't hesitate, making a beeline to Nick's cell and giving him the news. Nick knew how agitated he'd gotten Patrick that day and recognised his opportunity. He had Bruce walk to Patrick's cell just as the officers began to lock down the unit, giving the kid a full night of uninterrupted grief to build. He was hoping that he'd given the kid enough inspiration to finally get rid of the prick who had embarrassed him in front of the entire unit. The plan worked out perfectly for Nick, Patrick's love for his brother fueling his grief throughout the night. The final mistake that would seal the fate of Patrick and Tommy would come from a new officer who failed to inform unit staff of Jason's death the previous night. If Yellow Block staff had known, Patrick would have been kept on lockdown until advised of the death in the proper way. But he was unlocked, and with it the final piece locked into place. Patrick waited 10 minutes for the opportunity to be perfect, sharpening his toothbrush by rubbing it against the concrete wall of his cell. Only once he had it the way he wanted did he venture out into the unit for the final time, to avenge the death of his brother. Frank knew. He knew the whole time, because Frank was the thinking man of the operation. He knew Nick wanted to get Tommy ever since their little incident, but Frank also knew that Nick wanted a lot more than revenge. What Nick really wanted was to chisel away at the Crud's hierarchy and then start a takeover to amalgamate the two gangs. The Rooks had already grown significantly in recent years, climbing the ranks of the powerful when it came to numbers. Yellow Block was predominantly Cruds, but Nick had been working away at closing the gap. While Frank had over 35 out of the 77 crooks the unit could hold, Nick controlled 22. But with new arrivals able to be influenced, Nick would recruit as many as he could personally, using the greatest gift he'd been born with, his mouth. With Danny released and Tommy out of the way, Frank's number one pit bull was gone. The Cruds down a significant heavy hitter. Nick knew Frank would come back at him if he discovered the real architect behind the murder, and he tried his best to cover his tracks. Visiting the kid when Frank was in his cell or out in the yard, using messages to wind him up, or having Patrick visit his own cell. But Frank knew, because Frank was a thinker that was about to become a doer. What Nick didn't consider was that crook numbers wasn't what ruled the roost. It didn't matter how many crooks Nick controlled, because what ultimately led to control was how many officers one held in their grip, and Frank had almost all of them in Yellow Block. Nick was too stupid to understand that the numbers were just the beginning to having total control. It was most of the officers that were slipping Frank intel on what Nick was up to. Although Frank made his own mistakes by underestimating just how crazed Patrick would become, he knew Nick was working on him. When Patrick killed Tommy, it hurt Frank, like a knife to his own heart. Tommy had been with the Cruds for well over a decade, a skinny kid like me when first recruited. He was also one of the few to make it to the final round of initiation, knocking 4 members out cold in the process. He'd been Frank's number one man for a long time, and Frank was taking the hit very personally. Before the retributions for this would be over, there'd be a lot more blood spilt, Frank already making a list. Sometimes a man has to sit back and learn from his experiences. He has to understand that the only way to really improve himself is to learn from the mistakes of his past. Growing from a mistake is one of the best lessons a person can learn from. But sometimes, the time for learning is over. Nothing further to be gained by remaining in the shadows. Sometimes it is time to become the teacher and hand out the lessons to those who need them most. And for Frank, he was about to hand out the harshest lessons of all. Lessons that would end in war. Part 3. Lessons. Chapter 1. The death of Tommy White had a significant impact on me in the months that followed. It did on most of the Cruds whom I considered close to me. Watching him bleed out in front of me wasn't what had affected me, though. Maybe it did for some. The blood was pretty horrific to see. What I couldn't get out of my mind was the look of terror in his eyes as the life sprayed out of him. The expression of absolute helplessness, confusion, and fear fixed into them until they began to glaze over after he hit the table. But the one of us it seemed to affect the least was Frank. It was as if he was a man caught on a battlefield, charging at the enemy with his troops around him. Tommy fell in front of him, and after taking a brief glance down, continued his advance at full speed. The first time I caught up with Frank after Tommy died, he greeted me with the same warm smile as the day I first met him. While Hal and I were standing in his cell, Frank sat on his bed, sipping coffee, looking out of the window and talking about a couple of new crooks due into the unit that day. I remember Hal and I exchanging a number of quick glances when Frank would look away,
as if waiting for him to start talking about Tommy. But he never did, continuing to sip coffee and politely asking us to help the new guys join our medical supply line with any pills they might be receiving. When he finished, Hal and I stood and waited for a moment, but Frank turned back to the window, considering his business with us over. "Why won't he acknowledge Tommy?" I asked when we stepped back out onto the tier. "Not too sure. But I don't think I want to be the one to ask him about it. Just give him time," Hal said, briefly looking back over his shoulder. Both of us knew it wasn't personal, but in my mind, I wondered whether he'd been rattled by the death. Turns out Frank's denial of Tommy's hit wasn't about being rattled at all. He was planning, because Frank was a thinking man. I found out the truth the day after the big guy's funeral. None of us had attended, of course, instead holding a mini vigil for our fallen comrade out in the yard. By mini vigil, it was more like a bunch of us sitting around telling war stories about him. Frank didn't attend, but after half an hour of me sitting with the boys, he summoned me by tapping on his window. I looked up, saw the fingers beckoning me, and obeyed. "Dylan, my boy, come on in," Frank said as he sat on his bed, reading when I walked in. "The boys look composed?" "Yeah, they're okay. A lot of them are angry, more so that they can't do anything about it, you know. No one to blame." Frank snapped the book shut, laid it on the bunk in front of him, and looked to have an epiphany as he stared at me, his grin looking especially menacing. "Come, sit," he said, waving at the chair. "Bring it close." I did, dragging it nearer to the bunk. It was close enough to smell the cigarette smoke on his breath. "Another job?" I asked, dropping my ass into the chair. Frank put a finger to his lips as if shushing me. He looked at me for a second as if contemplating a deep problem that somehow involved me. "None of what I'm about to tell you leaves this room. Capiche?" I nodded, now curious. "I don't know what you saw watching Tommy bleed all over the fucking unit, but I do know it affected you. I know, because I saw it in your eyes the next time I saw you. Saw a little of my own grief in there. You were angry. Angry for your own blood." I had been angry. More because there was no one to retaliate to. Patrick had taken that away from us, and that pissed me off. "Have I ever told you about Chris Epworth?" I scanned my memory for the name but didn't recognize it, shaking my head instead. "Chris was around when I first began this family. He was, what you could say, my first pit bull. I mean, that guy's ferocity was just as vicious as one. You know what I mean?" I nodded again. Frank stood and walked to the window, looking down at the gathering. "He was killed by a kid who'd been in the prison a single week, in for some shit about embezzling funds from his granny's trust fund." He turned back to me, sat back on the bed, and stared down at the floor. "Yeah, that poor kid was as soft as egg yolk, as I remember. He'd shit his pants as soon as you'd look at him the wrong way. He made the mistake of walking too close in front of Chris." Frank smiled as his memory replayed the thought out like a movie. "Not a good move?" I chipped in, Frank not hearing me. "Chris kicked him up the arse so hard it picked the kid up a good 6 inches off the ground. He was wearing those shit kicker boots at the time. The toe connected with the poor kid's nuts and crushed one, permanently injuring the other. Somehow, Chris managed to render that poor cunt useless in the baby-making department with a single kick. The quacks removed one of his nuts that same day." I physically cringed and Frank nodded with a grin. I was trying to work out where this story was headed, but that's when Frank dropped a name. One I was only too familiar with. "Do you know who put the kid up to killing Chris?" he asked. Frank didn't wait for me to reply. "That fucking wop Nick Treforus. He wanted to join the big leagues, make a name for himself. Only, Nick lacked the kahunas to take care of business personally. He built that kid up over a couple of weeks, winding him up more, each day, until he went and popped Chris." "Nick? Why would he do that?" I asked. "Because that cunt thinks he's somebody. Thinks he's got the makings of a godfather or something. It was him that wound up Patrick." I was stunned, my stomach feeling like I'd swallowed a burning lump of coal.
I felt my fists clench, and Frank saw my anger. You saw him? I asked, trying to control myself. Couple of times, yeah. But for the most part, it was my other eyes and ears that saw him. I've been known to have a few around the unit. I suddenly stood, anger turning into fury. We're going to kill him, yeah? Frank, tell me we're going to kill him. Frank waved for me to sit, his hand gesturing back at the chair. Calm down, Dylan. We'll get him. But not without a couple of lessons first. Before Nick gets to rest, we'll first make sure he understands real grief. By the time I returned to my cell, my anger had subsided enough to allow me to keep Frank's words inside. I needed to, the plan depending on absolute secrecy. If Nick had the slightest inkling that something was wrong, he'd take the necessary steps to take our opportunity for revenge away. Hal dropped by my cell an hour later, instantly asking for the details. Frank asked me not to say anything just yet, I said as he sat on my bunk. The good thing with Hal, with most of the boys in fact, was that they knew when to quit poking around. If Frank said they didn't need to know, then they didn't keep asking. But I was desperate to share the plan with him, knowing how much of his own grief clawed at him. He'd known Tommy a lot longer than me, and I could tell it cut him up inside. The sooner we could share the plan, the better. Life returned to relative normality for the next few weeks. Although Gabby often crossed my mind, there wasn't a lot of strength needed to push her aside. Seeing her face in my mind only left me angry, so I began to replace hers with Carly St. Clair's. It wasn't difficult. One had betrayed me, whilst the other one continued to offer to blow me. But I continued to decline her offers, still unable to bring myself to that point. The woman was hot, there was no denying, and I know it'll sound corny, but I needed time. Time to grieve for my lost love. Gabby and I had been together for a long time in my short life up to that point. A few years doesn't seem much to someone married 40 years, but for me, it was all I knew. I knew I needed to get Gabby as far from my mind as possible. With her baby, who'd no doubt been born already, and her new boyfriend, she'd certainly made the move herself. The first time I ever used Clancy Brown's services was almost 3 months after Tommy's funeral. Jack's birthday was coming up, and I wanted to splash out a bit. I challenged Clancy to see if he could find what I was looking for. Not only did I need the item, but I also needed it for a certain price. My funds not exactly extravagant at that time. Jack had allowed me to borrow anything I wanted from his library. It didn't take me long to work my way through all of his fan fiction. It was amazing. It really was. If you are a Stephen King fan as well, then you'd understand where I'm coming from. My favourite had been his own ending to The Stand. The original, not one of my favourites. I knew how iconic that book had been received by fans and had no doubt that Jack's own edition would send them into a rage. But this was prison, and we had so much time on our hands that we filled it the best way we knew how. He wrote, and I read. It was a wonderful relationship, almost as good as the one between Stephen King himself and me. The day Jack turned 26 was also the day Clancy came through for me the very first time. It was a Wednesday, and I had the afternoon shift in the kitchen. I was still positioned in the tray corner, some of the guys having renamed me the Tray Bitch. I didn't mind, the name not far from the truth. I still remember the shift that day. 2 vivid memories coming through to me. One fantastic, while the other not so much. The day had begun a little slower for the prison, as a death in Blue Block had kept the prison locked down for the morning. It had been a suicide, the crook hanging himself with a bedsheet he'd torn into strips. The kitchen officers came around to our individual cells and let us out, the rest of the unit remaining in lockdown. Poor Jack was going to spend his birthday locked in his cell. I felt for him, but knew he'd no doubt be writing, and that was something that made me happy. There was a new guy with us, one who'd arrived into the unit a few days before. Thomas King had been in prison a few times before, but never to King's court. He knew one of the other crooks in the unit, neither of them affiliated with any gangs, and Frank had asked me to try and see if he was crud material. He hadn't been, and Frank accepted the verdict with little opposition. By the time we reached the kitchen, it was already lunchtime. which was a good thing for us. It meant the meal was just about to be served in the unit and the kitchen staff had prepared their own. Being Wednesday meant hot dog day, and the chefs would have all the condiments out for us to help ourselves. What a great start to the working day. Once we finished our lunch, it was time to get to work. I squeezed in between the cookers and fryers, making my way through the kitchen towards my corner. Thomas was operating one of the big deep fryers, cooking enough roast potatoes for 1,000+ crooks. He was a curious-looking guy. He was only in his late 20s, yet already suffered a severe hair loss condition. It looked really fine, the blonde almost white. He also wore the thickest horn-rimmed glasses on the planet, his eyes appearing to bulge beneath them. Whenever he looked at you, it was as if he was surprised to see you. I made it to my workspace and began to wash trays, plenty already waiting for me from prep time. There would be a shitload more returning from the units shortly after lunch, so I wanted to clear some space before that happened. About half an hour later, while listening to St. Elmo's Fire on the radio, a fight broke out between two crooks arguing over a workstation. A guy named Fat Pete and James something were the culprits, both from Yellow Block. From what I found out afterwards, one owed the other some money for a bottle of soda. Crooks take their belongings very serious in prison, and a bottle of soda is worth a considerable amount. They began wrestling and the usual chorus of hoots and hollers began, cheering the duo on. The officers even wore slight grins as they slowly made their way towards the couple. But just before they had the chance to intervene, the fighters tripped, lost balance, and flurried about to where Thomas was working. He'd been watching like the rest of us, but had a basket of potatoes sitting in oil. He turned back to check on them for the briefest moment, a choice he would quickly regret. Fat Pete, a 300-pound behemoth, went cartwheeling from the tussle after the pair tripped on a water hose. James smacked his head on one of the benches as he fell and knocked himself out cold. Pete, unable to hold himself in time, crashed into Thomas, the unfortunate soul's back turned. Pete hit the back of Thomas, the poor kid about to pull the basket from the bubbling oil, but Pete's weight continued forward. Thomas was pushed against the edge of the fryer, his hand pushed into the oil up to his elbow. As Pete tried to hold himself, trying to avoid landing in the fat fryer himself, he pushed off Thomas and diverted his course. Unfortunately for the kid, Pete's hand pushed his head down in the process, and Thomas's ear and cheek also touched the bubbling lava, just long enough to half-cook them. The screaming was instantaneous, the crowd stunned silent. A couple of crooks actually giggled as Thomas held his fried arm up, staring at it with horror. The fingers actually did look partly cooked. JP rushed at him while the officers called a code. One headed to James, who was still unconscious, while Fat Pete just stared at Thomas with a stunned expression. He tried to apologise to him, but Thomas didn't hear him. Didn't hear anyone, in fact, continuing to stare at his hand as his cries continued. After the excitement of the kitchen, I went back to the unit a little before 6. I wasn't due to finish for another hour, but once I heard the unit was unlocked, wanted to see Jack before the unit was locked down for the night. I diverted to my own cell first, a good thing I did because there was something waiting for me on my bunk. It was a thick envelope, just big enough to hold the book inside. Clancy had thrown the envelope over the fence where Hal had caught it, delivering the parcel to my cell only 20 minutes before my arrival. Although it had cost me a little over $100, the present was well worth it. Jack, having provided me with more than enough entertainment with his writing to warrant the gift. I grabbed it and headed out of my cell to make the delivery. Jack was sitting at his desk, writing, an obvious place for him considering his hobby. "Hey," he said as he saw me. "I hope I haven't missed the party," I quipped, holding the envelope up and shaking it from side to side. "Didn't want you to miss out on this." He actually looked surprised at seeing the gift. "You shouldn't have," he said, but I could tell that he actually wanted it. Birthdays in jail sucked. Big time. Any present would be a highlight in such a fucked up place. "Oh well, maybe I'll just take it back to my cell then," I joked, showing him a big goofy grin. As I stood there looking at Jack quickly getting to his feet and pretending to rush at me, I realised that Hal had been right. This really was a bromance. I really liked Jack, and not in any sexual way. I definitely wasn't gay and had none of those feelings, but I saw him as something similar, in a non-sexual way.
Jack grabbed the gift as I held it out to him, gave me a comical stare as he tried to feel what was inside. He finally tore the top of the envelope off and upended it, letting the contents slide out onto his upheld hand. It wasn't huge in size, and when I saw the condition, I was a little disappointed. I kicked myself inside for not checking it first, but when Jack opened the cover and saw what was inside, his face made it all worth it. Held between his trembling fingers, Jack was staring at a paperback copy of The Gunslinger, Book 1 from the Dark Tower series. It was a first edition paperback in a somewhat reasonable condition. Inside the front cover, staring back at him from the first page, was Stephen King's own signature. The great man had once held this very book in his hands. I swear I saw his eyes tear up slightly as his jaw dropped open. Clancy had really come through for me on this. The reaction exactly what I wanted. Jack looked at me and back at the book. There were no words needed. That moment was one I've cherished forever.
Chapter 2.
Out of all the events that happened to me those first few years, none shaped me more than the first person I ever killed. If me killing someone surprises you, then I doubt you've been paying too much attention, because I've got a secret to tell you. There's a lot more to come than just one. But that first one was not only the hardest, but the most brutal. Brutal for a lot of reasons. It all began a week after Jack's gift, Frank summoning me to his cell. I wasn't expecting what he was about to tell me, nor who I would find already waiting with him. Walking through the unit towards the stairs, I saw Hal, busy talking to Officer Friendly, and good old Mr. Knuckles himself. They looked to be having a serious talk about something Hal was waving about. It looked like a sheet of paper, which I assumed was some sort of request form. I climbed the stairs, still watching the trio, when Durran looked up at me. There was no expression on his face, just that blank look he always had, as if he was holding the perfect poker hand. I guess in a way he was. "Dylan, my boy, come in, join us," Frank said as I pushed his door open. He was walking towards me, his hand outstretched for a shake, when I saw Danny Lawson, already sitting in the chair by the desk. I shook with Frank, but looking at Danny, who was flashing me a big grin. I walked over and shook his hand as well. "What's up? You weren't expecting me?" he asked as I sat on the toilet seat, Frank hopping back on his bed. "When did you get back?" I asked. "About 20 minutes ago, bud. How you been keeping?" The look on his face had me concerned from the moment I saw him. It was one that told me he knew something I didn't, but was about to find out. I looked at Frank and saw the same, my heartbeat kicking up another notch. "I've been okay, I guess," I said as they looked at each other. "Listen, Dylan, Danny's offered to help us with the Tommy situation," Frank said, lowering his voice a little. It felt as if someone was listening in, although I couldn't work out who. The pounding in my chest continuing to rise. "Sure," I said, starting to feel uneasy. Danny must have noticed it, suddenly sitting forward. "What those fuckers did to Tommy can never be forgotten," he said through gritted teeth. He was angry, and I bet he was going to be the one to take action. Or so I thought. "You and I are going to make that Greek cunt suffer more than he's ever thought possible." My heart actually sank a little as I realised playtime was about to come to an end. This time, it would mean shedding blood. "The first one will happen tomorrow," Frank said, rising to his feet and walking to the window. I was about to ask how when I stopped, repeating his words in my mind. "The first one," he'd said. Because of the seriousness of their words, I kept quiet, not wanting to interrupt. "We're going to hit that piece of shit so fucking hard. Wish I could see the look on his face," Danny said, standing next to his uncle. Frank put his arm around Danny, kissed the top of his head, then looked out the window again. "You boys, get that prick," he said, and Danny nodded. He paused for a moment, then turned to walk out. "Drop by my cell later, 48, he said, then walked out, leaving Frank and I alone. I turned to follow Danny, but Frank called me back.
Dylan, hang on a moment.
He was still looking out of the window as he spoke.
A man can't concentrate when he's got other things on his mind. Family, enemies, debts. I need you focused on the job at hand, son. Come here.
He beckoned to me, waving for me to come stand beside him. I did as he requested, looking at his face as I stood next to him. He had several scars across his cheeks and forehead, one deep enough to cast a shadow inside it. He turned and looked at me, a look of satisfaction in his eyes.
I don't like others having control of one of my own, so I pulled a few strings for you,
he said. He nodded his head towards the window, wanting me to see something. The fence line dividing blue block from red block was across from our yard, a concrete path between us. Leaning against the fence were two men. One I didn't recognise, looking young and fresh. The other I knew instantly. A hot dagger stabbing through my heart the second I saw him. It was Rock McGovern, standing with his arms folded across his significant chest.
The debt you owe to the Jesters has been temporarily suspended. You do this hit with Danny, and it'll be permanently withdrawn. You understand what I'm saying?
Frank nodded a single time to the head of the Jesters, Rock returning the nod with his own. A second later, he turned his back on us and continued his conversation with the other man. It didn't take me long to consider the prospect, my life already fucked up. It would mean murder, but that's not how I saw it. Given the opportunity to kill a piece of shit for me was like the first class towards graduation, and graduation was what I was aiming for. I took a final look at the man I planned to kill myself, considered the first one nothing more than training, and nodded my head. Consider it done, I whispered, preparing myself for murder. Most brothers were close. Some mightn't get on in life, but Aidan and I were pretty solid. Patrick Mumford and his brother Jason had been a tight bond, as did Nick and Con Treforest. Those two had always been a tight unit, Nick looking after his brother with the commitment of a guard dog. Nick was the elder, and coming from a traditional Greek family meant he had the responsibility of looking after his younger brother for his mum. Con was the baby of the family, and had been tagging behind his brother since he was old enough to walk, eventually following Nick all the way to jail. The pair would have regular visits from family members, including their mum, two sisters, both wives, and Nick's 14-year-old daughter. The Greek bonds that united them were strong, the family very close. I saw them a few times myself while visiting with Rhonda. They were a pretty hard family to miss, normally 5 or 6 members sitting around a single table, easily on the larger side of visitors. I noticed them well before I ever knew who they were, feeling a little jealousy at the closeness that had been taken away from my own life. But it was that same jealousy that fueled me in the job at hand, mixed with the small amount of rage I allowed my heart to escape. But only a little bit. I needed that rage to remain deep within me, for a time it would be needed the most. Unlike his brother Nick, Con had no aspirations of leadership. He felt at home lying on his bunk with a cup of homebrew and getting drunk while watching the soccer. While he could happily remain in the shadows, Nick would take care of business, to keep the pair well stocked with funds, food, and power. The Rooks had been Nick's idea all along, although Con had been the one to name the gang. He was a keen chess player, and during one of his many solo matches, came up with the name. It was meant to rival the Jesters, to sound superior to the already powerful gang. Whether it did or didn't never really mattered, with Nick adopting the name and running the gang second-rate. But while Nick began his recruitment drive, Con remained in the shadows, only servicing when his brother called for him. Once the Rooks had recruited their first heavy hitter, a man called Nick Salvatore, Con's role fell further into the minority. The Rooks were one of those gangs that sat on the edge of most of the enterprises of the jail. They generally played with fire, crossing lines between stepping on toes and infringing on other gangs' retail activities. Rock McGovern had always disliked the Greek, but never took the action needed to completely shut the leader of the Rooks out completely. He had a philosophy that made perfect sense in the light of the situation. Better the devil you know was how he saw it, and with a chump like the Greek trying to run a gang of wannabes, it took up space where others might succeed. but with every silver lining comes a shadow, and the rooks not only began to recruit sizable numbers, but also started to encroach on several industries. Tobacco, drugs, and officer intimidation began to grow with the group, and when the numbers started to be noticed by other rivals, it wasn't long before some were vying for action. I should have seen the deal coming long before Frank pointed my face towards Rock McGovern outside his cell window. The Jesters leader wasn't one to lie down when it came to someone skimming the cream from his profits. The deal was a perfect one for me. With not having to worry about the Jesters coming at me for their debt, I could focus more on important matters, like keeping my current boss happy. While you might think it was a sweet thing he did, protecting his own, I saw it in a different light. It wasn't that I didn't not trust Frank, but having him pull the strings to wipe my debt clean with the Jesters felt as if the ownership of it had simply been passed along. I now owed Frank, even after taking care of the planned hit. It was Frank's debt, transformed from a monetary value to one of kin. I owed him in a way that could never truly be repaid unless Frank said so. And I doubted that would ever happen. Sundays were the only days that really felt the way Sundays had felt on the outside. The unit took on a whole new persona, almost as sluggish as the weekends would feel back when Aiden and Rhonda rolled out of bed around 2 back home. Few would leave their cells at unlock, preferring to return to sleep after the screws had popped their heads through the traps for wake-up muster. An hour or so later, the first call for medication came across the PA system, one of the officers announcing the medical window open for business. The nurse would wheel her trolley into the airlock and then turn into one of the 4 doors the airlock contained. While 2 doors were the entry and exit points for the unit, one door led into the dispensary. It was a small room that had been turned into a makeshift nurse's station. The door to the room was split in the middle, the top half sporting a thick perspex window that protected the nurse and the drugs from the wayward fingers of prisoners. But it was the final door that mattered the most that Sunday morning. After prisoners received their medication and taken it, they were required to present their open mouth to the screw standing beside the dispensary window. If they were happy the drugs had been properly consumed, the prisoner would walk through the 4th door and wait for 10 minutes before returning to the unit. It was meant to allow the medication enough time to begin working its way further into your system and prevent being regurgitated for resale. I don't know who exactly came up with that pathetic reasoning, because it didn't work. Those crooks too stupid to palm their meds nearly always managed to throw them back up once back in their cells. It was just a simple matter of wiggling a couple of fingers down the old throat and wait for their encore. It was this 4th room that took our interest that particular Sunday morning, no one really aware of what was about to happen. The 2 best things about that room would prove to help our cause when it came to paying the Greek back for Tommy. While the unit had 3 officers on a normal shift, a 4th officer accompanied the med trolley around to the various units assigned to it. It was that 4th officer that supervised the dispensing of the medication, while one of the unit officers stood at the inner airlock door, holding it open and ushering each prisoner inside. There were only ever 2 prisoners allowed in the airlock at any one time during medications, and this officer would hold the door closed until someone moved along the line and into the waiting room. So, while there were technically 2 screws watching the airlock, there were none in the actual waiting room itself. It was the officer watching the dispensing's job to also keep an eye on the waiting room. But because they never really cared about what we did with our pills once we swallowed them, they didn't really take too much notice. Yes, the door may have stood open and the chairs were lined up along the wall for us to sit. But while some officers made us sit along that wall so they could keep an eye on us, it was the newbies that let the team down. Fresh officers just had a way of not enforcing too many rules on us. It wasn't hard for us to test the new staff, one crook posing a challenge to them, and others noting the response. The days we really took advantage was when 2 new officers manned the dispensary window. Sunday, July 14th, 2002 began like any other Sunday before it. I was one of the first to head towards the toasters, although food wasn't high on my list of needs that morning. My stomach had felt like it was alive the entire previous night, me hardly sleeping at all. I sat up several times believing I was going to vomit, but I hung on hard each time, refusing to let my nerves get the better of me. As I sat down with a plate of toast, Danny came and sat next to me, a cup of coffee in one hand and a cigarette in the other. "Fine day, Aidan," he said, sitting down, his hair corkscrewed on one side from his pillow. "Morning," was all I could muster, eyeing him for any signs of nerves. But Danny showed none, looking calm and collected like Clint Eastwood as Dirty Harry. I doubted the prospects of the following few hours kept him awake a second longer than normal the previous night. Danny must have seen the nerves in my expression, sitting next to me with a sly grin on his face. "You nervous, Slick?" he asked. I turned to him, seeing the grin and wanting to slap it from his face. "It's just a fat cunt we're wasting, man. A piece of shit like that likes to intimidate young girls. I heard from a cousin of mine that he got a 15-year-old pregnant the last time he was out. 15, Dylan. A married man with a hopeful wife at home." Although good information to know, it didn't help with my nerves. "I don't know if I can do it," I said softly, trying to whisper as best I could. It was true. My mind unable to focus properly. So many crazy thoughts kept going around my mind, and to my surprise, Gabby was among them. I felt like my world was about to change again, and I wondered whether it would be for good this time. Murder was, after all, a significant charge, and if I was caught, would face a life sentence. That's how I felt my first time too. Can't say it was easy, but you know what got me through? He leant in a little closer, waving for me to do the same. I did, turning my ear towards him. "Remember your brother. Remember Tommy. Picture their final moments and see their faces. This piece of shit was partly responsible for both of them. Never forget that, Dylan. If it wasn't for people like that, they'd both be alive right now." I closed my eyes as I felt a tiny fraction of the rage I kept bottled up seep out at the mention of Aiden. I breathed deeply, desperate to seal it shut again. It wasn't easy, and I felt my hands begin to shake. I opened my eyes, took a slice of toast, and chewed a piece of it. "You okay, man?" Danny asked, sounding genuinely concerned. I looked at him, smiled a little, and nodded. I found the source of what I needed to get me through. I just hoped I could close the bottle again once the job was done. "Yellow block, first call for meds," blasted across the unit speakers a couple of hours later. Danny and I had been sitting at the unit television, the closest point to the airlock that provided decent cover for us. There was a crappy morning talk show playing, one where 5 women and a single man talked all things boring. I hardly listened to it, sitting back in my chair with a toothbrush shiv stuck in the belt of my underwear. To say I wasn't nervous would be a lie, but there was an incredible amount of anger and adrenaline mixed in with it. Danny looked at me, shot me a wink, and stood. I saw his hand shake just a little as he grabbed the back of the chair in front to lift himself out of the seat. I'd figured his own adrenaline was kicking in. We needed to be somewhere in the middle of the line. Con would always be one of the final crooks to line up, waiting for the final call for meds before managing to climb from his bed and stumble down to the back of the queue. He was one of those fucksticks that didn't bother with pleasantries or manners. He felt entitled to everything given to him, including his medication. While the nurses tasked with wheeling their medication trolleys from unit to unit were always cheery and friendly, Con would always manage to kill their smiles. He was just one of those assholes, always intent on leaving his mark. Today would finally be the day someone else left their mark on him. I led the way, joining the line behind a new guy named Mitch McKenna, as Danny fell in behind me. Mitch arrived into the unit the previous week, the boys not taking long to work out that he was a typical druggo. He'd been done for carjacking a young mum's vehicle while on her way to dropping a 7-year-old off at school. Mitch had opened the door, dragged the poor woman out by the hair, and stomped on her head as she lay in the gutter screaming for her baby. The piece of shit took off in the car, not bothering to release the kid first. He did eventually grow a tiny heart when he stopped at a corner store, letting the crying boy from the car and telling him to go into the shop. The piece of shit was eventually arrested and sent to King's Court. He turned back to look at me, saw Danny glaring at him, and turned back the other way. Probably a wise move considering we were both packing. I hadn't seen Danny's choice of weapon, and when I asked him about it, simply shot me a strange wink. The grin on his face matched it, and I knew there'd be something special about whatever he had hidden in his pants. This was, after all, revenge for one of our own. Danny stepped past me and took the lead. I didn't complain. Happy for him to take point on this one. The line continued to wind down as more crooks joined the back of it. As I neared the airlock, my heart gave a jump as I saw Sam Lester leaning against the far wall, trying to look important. Each crook presented their open mouth to him by simply flashing a quick open shut, then walking into the waiting room. He didn't try to stop any of them, just playing it cool and pretending to inspect their faces. Just as Danny reached the front of the queue, the final call for meds barked across the speakers. I turned to see if our target had bothered to make his way down yet, but couldn't see him. His cell was still closed, a couple of guys leaning on the guardrail in front of it as they overlooked the unit below. Danny looked back at me as he popped his pills, looking past me and smiled briefly. I didn't catch on, trying to let him know that Con hadn't left his cell yet. If he didn't come soon, the screws would turn him back. The unit screws, not the piss-weak Muppets man in the airlock. But just as my heart began to sink, I suddenly spotted Con already standing in line. He'd been partially hidden by a larger crook. The pair were in deep conversation, and when the fat guy turned to move up in line, I saw the cunt standing behind him. "Hey, Connie, bring me back something nice," a voice suddenly shouted from above us. I couldn't see who it was, but knew from the sound that it was Nick. Con looked up at him, flipped him the bird with a sarcastic laugh, then told him to get his fucking own. I glanced back at Danny, who was just showing his mouth to Sam. He flashed me another grin, then disappeared into the waiting room as two crooks came out from it. I tried to guess the crowd sitting in there and put the number at anywhere from 20 to 30. By the time I walked in, it might be down another half dozen or so. As I fronted the window and flashed my ID, I could hear Con and the other crook laughing about some chick he'd fucked in the arse. Con sounded almost proud of the fact that she screamed as he rammed his cock inside her. "Came out with shit sticking to the end of it. Before that bitch knew what was happening, man. I pulled her up by the hair and stuck it in her mouth." "Fuck, did she suck it?" the other guy asked, completely drawn into this prick's war story. "Didn't give the bitch a choice. It was already halfway down her throat before she realised. Her crime was only interrupted by her gagging. Thought the dumb slag was going to puke all over my shiny knob." They both burst out laughing as I swallowed my pills, my anger continuing to rise listening to that laughter, and I finally stepped back into the waiting room. I didn't notice him do it, but Danny had told Sam to scram from the entrance and take his place at the other end of the airlock. As I walked into the room, he'd already gone to the other side, leaning against the doorframe as he watched me. I could tell he was nervous about something, but wasn't sure whether he knew what was about to happen. Danny was sitting in one of the chairs near the back wall, far enough into the room to be out of sight of anyone standing in the airlock. The rows of chairs that filled the room were about half full, maybe 25 crooks in total. There must have been at least a dozen or so cruds, and that would make things a little easier on us, although none of them knew of our intentions. Danny shot me a wink and nodded his head for me to stay close to the door. I still wasn't sure how this was going to play out, but knew whatever was going to happen would happen fast. We couldn't take our time in here. A few seconds later, another guy walked in, and then another, and another. I knew there were 4 people in line between me and the big guy. I could still hear their banter and knew they were getting close. The sweat on my palms felt uncomfortably sticky and I wiped my hands on my pants. I could feel the shiv sitting just underneath the thin fabric and closed my eyes as I tried to calm myself. The beating in my chest was now so hard I honestly thought I would pass out the second Con walked into the room. I tried to focus, blocking out as much of the noise as I could. The voices were still loud from within the room, but it was the ones out in the airlock I was most focused on. A bead of sweat slowly ran down the side of my face as I opened my eyes. The big guy walked into the room and sat in the furthest corner of the room. There were 2 empty chairs there, one flanked by Reedy Norman, a 2-year veteran of the Cruds, and Danny. The fat guy, who I now knew to be a new member of the Rooks, sat in the chair next to Danny, unaware of the hot seat he just chose. Out in the airlock, Con began to argue with the nurse, something that I knew was inevitable. He always argued, regardless of the situation. It was just in his nature to create misery wherever he went. I knew there would only be seconds until he walked in the room and shit went down. But before I knew what was happening, Danny had pulled something from his pocket and appeared to hold it out in front of the fat guy, who paused mid-sentence to stare at it. He'd been asking Danny how his day was, seriously expecting a fill-in conversation to happen while he awaited his pal. There was a sudden grunt from the rook, like the start of a holler, but it was cut off before the cry for help had a chance to escape. Danny's shiv was driven into the fat guy's throat so fast, he never stood a chance. Danny stabbed it again and again and again, each time a faint gurgle trying to escape the guy's throat. The entire row of cruds that sat in front of Danny and the fat guy suddenly stood and seemed to compress shoulder to shoulder, shielding the scene playing out behind them from the door. I could hear Con still giving the nurse grief. Sam's voice suddenly interjected, telling Con to take what he had and go to the waiting room. The rook tried to stand, but his legs refused to lift him off the chair as blood sprayed the floor. I could see it between the legs of the guys who tried to shield Danny, and hoped Con wouldn't notice it. Whatever was now beating in my chest had replaced my heart entirely. It felt like a bound prisoner, desperately banging about to escape their prison within my chest. It felt like someone punching me from the inside. Bang! 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 Sweat began running down both sides of my face, the temperature in the room feeling like an oven. And then, like a freshly gutted fish, the flailing began to subside as the last of his life poured out onto the carpet. The fat guy began to relax, his legs now quivering slightly. His arms slid down his side and hung limply beside him, his fingers almost touching the floor. One of the crooks suddenly pulled something from under his shirt, and Danny caught it, unfolding the bedsheet with the speed of a superhero. Two other guys pulled the fat guy from the chair and laid him against the wall as Danny covered him in the sheet. Everybody sat back down, Danny trying his best to hide the blood on his shirt and hands. He wiped some from his face just as Con began to step into the room. I knew there were only a couple of crooks behind him in line. Whatever we were going to do would have to be fast. The nurse had written Con a note to take to the doctor on his next visit. This note is probably what betrayed him in the end, his final grievance with the nurse now turning traitorous on him. He had his head down, reading whatever she had written on it. That's how Con Treforus ended up halfway into the room before he even looked up to look for his friend. "Tony?" was all Con was able to manage, looking up briefly to see where his friend was sitting. What he saw instead was a line of men, all staring back at him. I crept up behind him from my chair near the front as I pulled the shiv from a waistband. I'd spent a good deal of the previous night sharpening the toothbrush to a perfect point by rubbing the end on the concrete bricks of my cell. My chest felt on fire, the beating feeling more like a pummeling. My stomach held a boat anchor as I saw Danny suddenly stand and stare at Con. He froze, the note still held out in front of him. Con never saw me coming, my shiv swinging with so much strength behind it that if I missed, I would have cartwheeled halfway across the room before being able to stop myself. But I didn't miss, the point of my weapon hitting the side of his neck and piercing his throat. That deep, guttural groan I heard from the other guy now returned. As Con tried to reach up and grab at my shiv, his face turned and stared into mine, his eyes filled with a horror that I would recognize again and again in the coming years. It was a look of panic mixed with complete helplessness. "I'm fucked," is what those eyes said, clear as day. I hit him again as Danny stepped forward with his own shiv, the coppery smell of blood filling my nostrils. It was the first time I saw what Danny was wielding and instantly realized I should have known. It was Tommy's sticker, an 8-inch piece of metal refrigerator tubing that had been sharpened to a fine point on one end. The other end was wrapped in a thick wad of tape. Con's hands tried to close the holes in his throat as the other boys now once again shielded the scene from the door. Someone came into the room as I hit Con again, a couple of lads pulling the dude in and forcing him to sit. Danny held the shiv up briefly, as if to show its latest victim what he was about to receive, and then stabbed Con 4 or 5 times in rapid succession in the stomach. Con flinched a little, tried to swing out and then returned his hands to his throat as I felt something warm and wet on one of my legs. It was hot piss, running down the leg that was leaning into him, running all the way down into my shoe. Danny punched the shiv into Con's chest no less than half a dozen times, barely slowing for breath. My own shiv pierced fresh holes into his neck and back, each one sounding like a dull thwack, as blood poured from over a dozen holes. Some of it sprayed briefly across the room, but the boys managed to sidestep it. There were a couple of guys trying to vocalise some sort of protest, but there were too many cruds in the room, easily convincing them to keep quiet. How we managed to attack two men in a room filled with prisoners is still something I scratch my head about. But I tried to remain focused, unaware of how close we came to getting caught out. In his final moments of life, Con was reminded of one of his many evil deeds that now returned to avenge itself. Danny paused his flurry of attacks briefly to whisper something into Con's ear. I almost stabbed Danny myself, his head leaning close to my attack point. Oi, fuckstick. Remember all the young girls you hurt? Danny whispered. I don't know whether he heard his words at all, but I do know he felt the next flurry of attacks. Danny dropped his arm, smiled, then began to stab the pipe shiv into Con's groin again and again. The man tried to step backwards, but only managed to step into me as I resumed my own attack. His legs suddenly collapsed, Con first dropping to one knee, then the other. He was still trying to shout, but there was just that low, raspy gargle coming from him. His speaking days were done for. The whole attack had lasted less than 40 seconds, most of the room's population too stunned to move. With one final act of adrenaline-fueled rage, I pictured Aiden during his final few seconds, allowing the moment to bite hard into my already damaged heart. The rage quickly multiplied. My vision almost blurred out with anger. I looked down at the piece of shit kneeling before me, then drove my shiv into his ear as hard as humanly possible. He froze, tried to kick out once, and fell forward onto his face. Danny and I just stood there for a moment, as if frozen in the moment, when a couple of the other boys grabbed Con and dragged him towards the other body already in the room. They jammed him next to his friend, his arm convulsing briefly, then covered them both with the sheet as the last of the medline entered the room. My t-shirt and pants were covered in blood, as were Danny's. I figured at that point we were pretty much fucked. If the screws came in now, it would be pretty clear who the culprits were. But there's a very good reason why you have your own team involved in such an operation, and I never knew that things had already been arranged. The clothes we wore were prison-issue uniforms, everyone wearing the same white t-shirt and green track pants. "Strip now!" one of the boys hissed at us, and before I knew what was happening, saw two of the others pull off t-shirts and track pants. They'd been wearing doubles, something I totally didn't see coming. Another two crooks had wet towels jammed down the back of their pants, and now held them out to us as I heard Sam say something to the nurse out in the airlock. I grabbed one of the towels and wiped myself down after stripping out of the bloodied clothes. Danny did the same, one of the other guys helping us with the blood on her face. Someone grabbed the shivs and wiped them down before throwing them under the sheet. As we were frantically cleaning up, I noticed one of the crooks sitting in a chair by one of the windows. He was crying, another bloke in his face about something. He kept looking at me as I finally slipped on the spare t-shirt and pants. I didn't know who he was, but I could tell he would break if questioned under duress. Danny pulled on the fresh clothes and threw the bloodied ones back at the bodies under the sheet. Out in the airlock, the nurse was closing her door. She wouldn't open it again to wheel her medical cart out until we were safely locked back in the unit. The massive blood stain that was on the carpet couldn't be helped. The only way to try and mask it was to line some chairs up before it. A few of the boys tipped some over and shielded the horror behind them as best they could. I don't remember how well the ruse worked, but in the end it didn't matter. Both officers that manned the airlock that morning were not only new, but also lacked any sign of courage when it came to prisoner interaction. Sam popped his head around the corner and called for us to return indoors. He looked at the ceiling as he did, avoiding eye contact with anyone. I noticed that about him more and more, his ways of masking his fears by trying to appear confident. He failed to look at anyone, barely stepping into the room. If he did, I'm almost positive the smell alone would have alerted him. But as an officer, He really did fail on almost every level. Danny and I were huddled into the middle of the group, and we all began to shuffle out of the room. The last guy out closed the door behind him, and Sam, being as stupid as he was, never checked the room for anyone hiding back. He simply locked the door and then left with the nurse once we were all safely returned. Frank was standing on the top tier, staring down at us as we returned to the unit. Danny nodded at him, and Frank returned it, a low grin of satisfaction appearing to dawn across his face. I saw him look up towards Nick's cell, but he was nowhere to be seen. I knew it wouldn't be long until our deed was discovered, and went to my cell to shower the last of the evidence away. With close to 30 prisoners in the room, it would take quite an investigation to interview the entire group. When I finally reached my cell and closed the door, I looked down at my hands and saw them still shaking uncontrollably. My heartbeat had calmed a little, but still felt quite elevated. I walked to the shower, turned it on, and stripped down. I jumped under the water and let the water flow over my head. The final bits of blood washed out. I checked my fingernails and saw bloodstains under them. I grabbed a nail brush and began to scrub every inch of my body. Whatever remained of the innocence I thought I still had in me was now lost in the waters, spiralling down into the drain. As far as I saw, Dylan Moody had just become a cold-blooded murderer. Chapter 3. Although I managed to fall asleep after my shower that morning, it only lasted less than a couple of hours. Exhaustion had gripped me so fucking hard after the deeds of that morning, it really surprised me. It must have been a combination of adrenaline, fear, exertion, and whatever else I mentally brought to the table that morning. It wrecked me. But despite getting away with the 2 murders initially, I knew the clock was already ticking down the second we stepped back into the unit. Midday count was always going to be the moment of discovery, regardless of what else occurred. Yellow block 5 minutes until count blared through every speaker in the unit, including the one right by my bed. It was Paul Hansen's voice, sounding flat and non-committed. For him, this was nothing more than a job, a way to put food on his table. But Wawiri Wasi was in the unit that morning, and he would cream his pants at the thought of knowing what was about to be uncovered. The man was so gung-ho, I swear, he polished the buttons on his shirt. I dragged myself from the bed, stumbled to the can, and urinated hard. My right arm was aching so bad that I tried to lift it above my head, and couldn't, only managing shoulder height. I still had the smell of blood in my nostrils, and even the strong piss now flowing from me couldn't mask it. Part of me wondered whether it had all been some fantastic dream, feeling so real that it only pretended to have actually happened. But deep down, I knew it hadn't been a dream, the reality of the murders sitting heavy on me. I had actually taken the life of another man. I was aware that the world wouldn't see him as a great loss, but still, I had ended him. Me. I had stabbed him in the face, neck, and back repeatedly until he was dead. I closed my eyes and tried to think of nice things, but all that would show was the shiv sinking into Con's ear. Then, Aiden's image appeared, himself kneeling in his final seconds with a shiv sticking out from his own ear. As if to play some sort of weird mental game with me, both Aiden and Con began to slowly intertwine, each kneeling with their new earwear implanted. It looked like some strange face-off, the image refusing to leave my mind. I finished my piss, dressed, and tried to focus on the next chapter of the day. Things were about to get interesting once the bodies were discovered. The subsequent interviews would undoubtedly focus on the weaker ones in the room with us. I remembered the guy crying and wondered whether he would be our Achilles heel. I couldn't imagine no one cracking under pressure from a group of so many. Plus, they weren't all cruds. I wasn't sure whether there had been any rooks in the room with us. If there had been, they would have surely stepped in to help. But to our luck, a fact I found out later in the day, there hadn't been a single one. Turns out that luck played in our favour, all the rooks taking up the front of the med queue that morning. By the time Danny and I entered the room, they'd already left. The first group ushered out. Yellow block, line up by your open doors. came across the speakers, and I knew that shit was about to get serious. The boat anchor returned to the pit of my stomach, and I looked at my reflection in the mirror one final time. The game was about to begin. To my surprise, there were 4 prisoners missing from lunchtime count that day, not 2. The screws walked around the first time, friendly with their clipboard and muster sheet taking the reins. One officer stood in the middle of the unit while the other 2 walked along both tiers. The supervisor came out from her office and stood near the officers' station, monitoring the prisoners. During ordinary musters, there were always a few who'd managed to goad the screws during the process. It was seen as standard practice, both sides understanding the reasons behind it. But that day, you could have heard a pin drop. Not a single mumble or chuckle anywhere. Everyone stood by their doors. The only one that seemed to make any fuss was Nick, looking from his brother's cell door to the unit's common area. Con's door had stood open, but there was nobody home. There were about 15 cell doors between the brothers, so Nick didn't have the best of opportunities to take a peek into his brother's abode. If he did, he would have seen a cell almost completely stripped of belongings. Most of the unit already knew the occupant's demise and had systematically taken ownership of the belongings a piece at a time. He called out once, briefly, but Supervisor Ellis hushed him before he received any reply. Natty Ellis wasn't one to take shit, and Nick wasn't about to lose his television for trying to wake his lazy fuck brother up. Once the screws finished their count, Friendly called for us to break off, lunch already waiting to be served. It was normal for them to release us from count before confirming their numbers, but because everyone knew that there would be a definite recount, madly dashed for the lunch queue before being recalled to line up again. It only took a few minutes of watching the screws add their numbers to know things weren't apples. Hanson and Friendly looked to be disagreeing about something, but for some reason, we weren't called back for a recount just yet. By the time Control called count incorrect, the entire unit were already eating lunch. I knew the afternoon would be a long one, and thus managed to toast a few slices of bread as well. I took my food back to my cell, storing the toast for later. We lined up for a second count, the officers repeating their walk around. Wasi had the clipboard this time, Hanson remaining in the middle of the unit. When he reached cell 36, up on the top tier, he stopped. There was no one standing by its open door. I knew it wasn't Con's. Was it the big guy we took out? I wasn't sure, but watched as Wasi disappeared through the door. It took all of 5 seconds for the screaming to start. Wasi running from the cell, dropping the clipboard, and grabbing hold of the guardrails. He seemed to pause for a brief moment, then look out over the common area below him before launching a huge stream of vomit. If I didn't know what was already waiting for them in the waiting room, I might have seen the comical side, as a few of the boys did. Their laughter echoed for a few moments before Ellis stomped them out. "Lockdown, right now!" she screamed, watching as Wasi dropped to his knees. I was dumbfounded, unsure of what the hell was going on. Hanson began to lock crooks into cells as Friendly called something into her radio. Ellis ran to Wasi, who was now on his hands and knees. Most of the crooks remained out on the tier until they were ushered into their cells. A few officers burst through the airlock within seconds and joined in with Hanson, locking the rest of us away. A few made their way up to the open door of 36, but none entered. Wasi trying to hold them back. He was trying to save them from the horror he, himself, had discovered. The cell belonged to the crying prisoner I had seen in the medroom, named Ethan Martin. While I had assumed his tears were for the horror we were inflicting, they had actually been for himself. The guy talking to him was Raymond Jennings, who had raped him that very morning. Jennings was trying to coerce the younger and smaller man to forgive him, desperate not to get stung with another charge. But after Martin refused to speak with him, he had foolishly returned to his own cell, expecting the attacker to simply fade away. He didn't. According to the rumours and the video evidence that Frank heard from his favourite screw, Jennings had entered Martin's cell around 11 that morning and came out about 20 minutes later. He was seen carrying something wrapped in a prison jumper. According to his confession, Jennings had gone to beg for mercy from the much smaller Martin, and when he refused, accidentally strangled him with his bare hands, decapitated him with a blade he fashioned from a torn piece of washing machine housing, then carried the severed head back to his cell for sexual gratification. While the second prisoner missing from the unit turned out to be nothing more than a mix-up from that morning's transfers, it was the other two that took the longest. Lunchtime count took on a whole new meaning, taking almost 2 hours between attempt 2 and 3. We remained locked down throughout, with nothing more than tiny glimpses through the cracks of our cell doors. The police eventually arrived and began their investigation just as recount number 3 got underway. When it was called incorrect, the officers standing in our station swapped with Green Block, their staff attending ours. It was a standard move for staff to swap between units after a third incorrect count, probably to avoid a mistake if one was being made. But we all knew the outcome before the call was made, Control calling it incorrect a short time later. The next move was the officers begin to search other areas outside of the units, dumpsters, bushes, other buildings, things like that. The search wouldn't end until an answer was found. The missing prisoners were eventually found hiding together under a bedsheet in the very unit they were from. It took the screws 4 hours to figure things out, eventually viewing CCTV footage from across the prison. What brought them to the waiting room was watching Jennings emerge from the room last, closing the door behind him. They even noted a period of a couple of minutes between himself and the rest of us. I had no idea that he'd remained behind, too caught up in my own adrenaline to look back. But once they found the bodies, the looks on the screws' faces was priceless. Each of them wore a dumbfounded expression that some of the boys cackled at, despite the dead bodies lying just a few feet away. Let's face it was prison, and prisoners aren't known for their sensitivity. The interviews that I was expecting never came. Now it was my turn to wear that dumbfounded expression on my face. The unit remained locked down for the rest of that day, as well as the next. None of the boys kicked up about it, everyone content to remain in their cells. Our meals were served to us through the trap on time at each meal, and counts were conducted the same way. The only contact we had with anybody else was the officers' faces peering in at us through the trap a few times a day. I remained sitting on my bed for most of the day, unable to get my brain to relax long enough to do anything else. I tried reading, but the words refused to sink in, hovering just above the surface of my mind before fading back out. I tried to read On Writing again, managed 3 pages, then gave up. The TV didn't prove to be any better. I managed to force myself through an episode of The Simpsons and halfway through Top Gun, but the result was the same. Although the images played out before me, none of them managed to penetrate through the mountain of thoughts running through my brain. All I could do was sit and stare out of my cell window. My neighbour, an old bloke called George Bester, would ask me what was happening every couple of hours, but I knew just as much as he did, despite my better vision and hearing. I didn't have much to tell him, but having someone to talk to helped a lot. The screws came in that Tuesday morning and headed to a single cell on the bottom tier. It was Jennings's, himself already removed the day of the killings, but because some of the evidence was found hidden under his bed, the cell was deemed a crime scene the previous day. That Tuesday morning, 2 screws went to the cell and packed all of the belongings up and took them out of the unit. A short time later, the unit was simply unlocked and returned to normal daytime scheduling. I was dumbfounded. Too dumbfounded to even leave my cell for almost 10 minutes after having my door unlocked. What the fuck just happened? It took Hal to come and almost drag me from my cell to break me from my confusion. "Come on, bud. Frank wants a word," he said. When I just stood there, he came to me and stared into my face. "You all right, man?" I slowly nodded, unsure of the words trying to come out. Hal just smiled, clapped me on the back, and walked out. I followed a few seconds later, keen to know what had happened. "He confessed?" "He confessed?" I asked, now completely perplexed as Frank sat before me, sipping his tea. He had that grin on his face, the one that said, "I fixed this, Dylan," but he hadn't fixed it. Not that. "He said he killed them because they knew about Martin," Frank said. "But Martin was killed after the other 2.
I said.
Yes, but he said they knew about him raping Martin. Said he stabbed them after everyone left and they confronted him.
But, I began. But my words just wouldn't take shape, my mind awash with crazy thoughts. Dylan, who gives a fuck? Hal said, stepping forward from where he was leaning against the wall by the window. If he's taken the rap, let it go. Yeah, let it go, a new voice said from behind me, and I looked to see Danny standing there. He was wearing a grin that matched Frank's perfectly. He held up his fist and I bumped it. And guess what else? What? I asked, ready for anything. Some of the lads have spoken to the soup already, saying that Jennings was arguing with Con and his mate the whole time we were waiting in there with them. He's in the middle of organising statements from the lads to send to the cops. Hal and Frank began to laugh. I think more at my expression than the fact we got away with murder. What the fuck just happened? I asked, more to myself than anyone else.
What happened, dear boy, is that you got lucky. We all did. And now we can concentrate on the next part,
Frank said. I looked at him uneasy, but he didn't see it, standing instead and walking to his window. He stood there for a moment, looking out at the morning sunshine.
Time to make that Greek cunt suffer for real.
I looked down at Danny, but he was now rising and walking to his uncle. Only Hal watched me, sensing my concerns. I saw it in his face, his eyes seeming to question me, asking whether I had the balls to stand beside them. We'll get him, Frank, Danny told his uncle as Frank put his arm around him.
Bet your fucking ass we will.
So without really understanding what or how it happened, Ray Jennings took the fall for our hits. He was charged with 3 counts of murder and eventually received 3 life sentences. Although he spent some time in the dungeon, the Palace's solitary confinement unit, he was eventually transferred to the Pit. The Pit is one of the Palace's protection units, one housing the worst of the worst offenders when it comes to crimes other crooks take offence to. Any crimes relating to children, sexual attacks on women, or sadistic killers so fucked up their true crimes are often shielded from the media. That's who live in the Pit. If any of them were so much as seen by mainstream prisoners, they would be heckled and jeered relentlessly. If a prisoner actually managed to get to one of them, the injuries would be severe. 2 years after arriving in the Pit, Jennings and another prisoner got into an argument. The fight ended with Jennings dead on the floor from a suspected heart attack, and the other prisoner taken to the dungeon. All in all, it was no great loss. For us, there was very little fallout from the Con hit. I still don't know whether it was sheer luck that Jennings somehow ended up taking the fall for us, or whether there had been some kind of divine intervention. I'm willing to bet on the latter, although I doubt whether God was the divine part of the intervention. I somehow suspect that the intervention probably came from either Frank or Rock McGovern, or maybe even a combination of the two. Either way, it was a win that we accepted, allowing us to move on with our operation. But I knew there wouldn't be a lot of time to celebrate. Something was telling me that Frank wouldn't waste much time with the rest of his plan that he had in store for the Greek. And how did the tough Nick Treforus react when told of his brother's demise? He broke down crying in his cell. I know, because Danny's cell sat directly across the way from Nick's, able to watch from under his own door as the screw delivered the news. He relayed every minute detail to us over the following breakfast, animatedly describing the crying part like a well-trained actor. It was really funny to watch him as he told the tale. Was I affected? Not in a way I was expecting. Sure, I felt weird knowing that I stole someone's life, even if it had been a piece of shit the world was better off without. But I remember wondering whether I would face the demons that judge us all when our final breath has been taken. Chapter 4. Murder is a tough lesson to learn, not just for the victim's family, friends, the witnesses, or even the killers themselves, but also those who find themselves at the receiving end of the finger of blame. There's always someone who needs a scapegoat, and for the murder of Con Treforus, that scapegoat was Sam Lester. Sam had been growing in confidence during his time in the prison. Still not to the levels of other, more assertive screws, but he shied away a lot less from situations, even managing to look some crooks in the eye as he dished out orders. He was also given some greater responsibilities by the hierarchy of King's Court, rostered into places where we would use him for smuggling contraband, messages, and whatever else we needed. He was proving to be exceptionally useful in a lot of areas for us, able to move things around with very little apprehension. But when Sam was seen on CCTV, briefly entering the waiting room on the morning of the murders, he had the misfortune of being labelled the responsible party of the evil deeds. Management determined that if Sam had viewed all prisoners exit the room, then locked the door behind the last one leaving, everyone would have returned to the unit safely. Whether they were right or wrong didn't really matter to us. What mattered was that Sam was initially suspended for 5 weeks as the investigation ran its course, then was given a permanent transfer out of the units and into an area considered suitable for someone as delicate as he was. I remember hearing some of the screws talking about him one afternoon, sitting in their station. Durran had dropped in on his usual rounds and was sitting in the station talking to Rawiri Wasi and Paul Hansen. Amanda Daniels had been the soup that day, but rarely ventured out from her office. "Lister ain't got the balls to do unit work," I heard Durran say as he scanned some paperwork. "Boss, can I have a request form, please?" I asked, and Hansen had handed me one without so much as a look. I took it and walked off as Durran added, "Visits is the perfect place for that little pussy." But what none of them realised was that Lester would prove to be even more useful in that place than anywhere else. He would be in a position that provided him with direct access to visitors. Granted, visitors were searched upon entry to the jail, but everyone had a secret pocket, remember? Women even had too. I kept waiting for Frank to call me up and reveal our second hit on Nick the Greek, but it didn't happen for quite some time. Turns out that Frank wanted to draw Nick's suffering out for as long as possible. While he waited for the grief to continue to work on Nick, Frank decided to pursue another one of Yellow Unit's finest and upstanding members. There was a man named Francisco de Bane that moved into one of the recently vacated cells a couple of weeks after the excitement. San, as he was known by, as in San Francisco, also had a long history of life on the other side of the walls. But what made San so different from the rest of the usual crooks was that he had money. And lots of it. The story goes that San's grandfather had been a wealthy businessman back during World War II. He developed some pretty decent kick-ass weaponry and made millions, selling it to anyone with the dollars to afford it. After the war, the company continued to grow, eventually selling their wares to the US military. But after another company undercut de Bane's grandfather, the company went into rapid decline. The family pulled out just in time and ended up able to live the high life for decades. When San's father passed in the late 80s, he inherited the lot. But already in and out of jail for stupid rich boy stunts, his inheritance wasn't enough to shut his criminal activity out completely. Apart from money, San had one other gift from his grandfather, almost as legendary as the weapons: his temper. His latest charge to land him in jail was for attacking a car salesman who refused to sell San an extremely rare Porsche 356 Roadster. I looked this up myself, something like only 15 or 16 existing in the world. San's response when he was refused the sale was to attack the car with a baseball bat he always carried in the boot of his car. By the time the police arrived and arrested him, San had caused significant damage to the vehicle and was sent for a 2-year cool-down stretch at the palace. The judge even suggesting for San to use the time wisely and consider his future. He had no intention of considering his future. His money more than enough to pay off a significant amount of guards to provide him with everything he needed to survive his time away. At one point, the prick was sipping cognac in a visits booth while getting his knob polished by 2 extremely hot escorts. I know because I had one of my own visits with Rhonda that day, and I saw the 2 women as they were led into the booth by Sam Lester. They kept making crude comments to each other about how much they enjoyed each other's boxes, Sam's face growing redder and redder with each step. I couldn't help but snicker a little. One of them had concealed a small flask of the cognac in one of her special pockets. one San no doubt inspected shortly after. I'm only going off what he'd told other people about his special visits, stories which eventually found their way to me. He certainly lived the high life. It's amazing how the other half lives. It really is. They don't live in the same world as the rest of us, money able to buy them a completely different existence. But some did want a taste of the other life money could bring, and for that, would do anything to get it. "What the fuck do I need your protection for?" Sam told Danny and I when we went to pay him a visit a day or two after his arrival into Yellow Block. Frank had asked us to pay the new arrival a brief visit and offer our protection services to him. As Frank saw it, a man of that stature would surely need someone watching his back. "There's some pretty shady characters in here, Sam. All we're saying is it won't hurt to have someone watching your back." Danny spoke as calmly as if Frank was speaking the words himself. Sam had this weird grin as he listened, as if watching a stand-up comedy routine. "You think it's my first time in here, son?" he said, speaking with a manner that reminded me of my third-grade teacher, Mrs. Wright.
It's like he was the one trying to comfort us from a bad decision.
"Kid, I was in prison when you were still signing your name with Kaka from your nappy." I stood back, letting Danny take point. I knew from experience that if I started offering my own input, we would start to look desperate, like a used car salesman on the verge of losing a sale. Danny was doing okay on his own, so I simply stood by and watched. But to my surprise, it was Sam that suddenly spoke to me. It caught me completely off guard because I had been taking inventory of his cell, not recognizing the words being directed at me. "You're the kid that killed the cop, aren't you?" he repeated. It surprised me to hear him mention my reasons for being in jail. I had already changed considerably appearance-wise, but this guy knew exactly who I was despite that. "Yes, Dylan Moody," I said, holding my hand out. As if to surprise me a second time, he took it, shaking my hand with a firm grip. Danny stood with his mouth open a little. It surprised him just as much, the three of us standing almost frozen for a moment or two. But just as I thought things couldn't get any weirder, Sam surprised me a second time when he suddenly turned to Danny. "Listen, sport, could you give us a moment?" he said, and for the briefest moment I thought he meant me. I turned to leave, but Sam called me back. "Could I have a moment, Dylan? Please?" Danny stood watching for another moment, almost dumbstruck by the request, then, slowly, nodded. He shot me a quick wink before turning and walking out the door. Once he was gone, I turned back to Sam, unsure of why I was still there. "Coffee?" he asked, pointing at his kettle. It wasn't the usual plug and heat kind of jail kettle, but a dainty little plunger thing, complete with a couple of matching cups. "It's hard to get a decent cup in here, but I don't mind this latest drop that was sent to me." "How can I help you?" I asked, trying to sound a little dominant. "Straight to the point, just like your brother Aiden." He paused, then sat on the edge of his bed. He looked out of the window for a moment as if to consider his thoughts. "You knew Aiden?" I asked, sitting on the toilet lid, the only other place to really sit. I waited for him to gather his thoughts, curiosity building in the pit of my stomach. "I did," he said, not looking at me as he spoke. "I've known you and your brother for a very long time." Do you mind if I go back to something from my past for a brief moment? There's something I wish to share with you. Something that might help you understand what eventually transpired in that cell during the next few moments. It's about Gabby and I, and a moment in our lives where some pretty hard decisions were made between us. I had known Gabby for the better part of a decade, our relationship growing into full-on passion only during the last couple of years. Although she never really paid too much attention to me during the earlier part of our school life, something seemed to click during that first proper interaction. We had both attended a friend's birthday party, although I swear I remember hearing something about Gabby not really liking the girl whose birthday it was. A lot of our friends were mutual, most going to the same high school as us. But Gabby attended regardless of her feelings for the host. Now, sitting there, that night made so much more sense when I think back to it. Our first meeting, our chat as we both decided that sitting out on the back patio was more fun than watching the rest of the guests get drunk. Our talk was so incredible, actually feeling like I'd found someone that not only understood me for who I was, but also shared some of my most heartfelt passions. Our love for Stephen King topped them all. It was her Pennywise t-shirt that first caught my attention, cementing my intrigue for her. As our relationship grew more intimate, I sometimes wondered whether she was actually real. Gabby seemed too perfect, like something sent to me as a gift. She was incredibly attractive, her dazzling eyes always managing to make my knees go weak. She had the most perfect breasts, a fact that she loved me to see, especially when she proudly paraded them for me when we were alone. Our intimacy was perfect, Gabby seeming to enjoy everything I did, even teaching me some pretty spectacular things we could do in bed. We made love 2 or 3 times a day for so many months. I couldn't get enough of her. And I felt her feeling the same. We held hands in public, kissed whenever we wanted, never shying away from our feelings. And then about 3 months before my 17th birthday, she came to me with news that rocked us both. She'd fallen pregnant. The girl in my dreams carrying our baby. I know, I was young, but at that moment, I wanted nothing more than to start a family with her. I needed to start that family. I needed her with me, and do you know what? She felt the same way. We spent the next few days in each other's arms, together in my room, every moment. We'd only part for bathroom breaks, hurrying to return when done. We laid in my bed and planned our future, both of us keen to make a go of it. She eventually had to return home, and although she hesitated, knew it had to be done. I don't know why, but I never told Aiden about the pregnancy. I just never knew the right words. In the end, it didn't really matter because the words would never need to be said in the end. Gabby came back to my house a couple of days later. Her whole demeanour changed. She no longer wanted to keep the baby, saying it was silly for us to even think about keeping it. We were both far too young, and there was still plenty of time for those sorts of things in the future. But while she spoke the words to me, her eyes spoke different ones. The tears that fell from them told a different story, one that screamed her pain at denying a life for our baby. She was about to decide the fate of our future, and I had no idea why. I don't know why she changed her mind, only saying that she had time to really think things through. I asked whether her family had anything to do with it, and to my surprise, told me they didn't know, and she needed to keep it that way. Eventually, we travelled to Melbourne to go through with the procedure. We could have gone to Ballarat, but Gabby wanted to make sure we wouldn't be recognised. A clinic in Melbourne would perform the procedure for $400, Gabby able to come home almost immediately after. It was night time by the time we rolled back into the driveway of our home that night. There had been a long, uncomfortable silence between us as we caught the train back from the city. The taxi ride hadn't differed, the driver simply dropping 2 silent people in front of their home. We walked inside, went to my room, and laid on the bed. I held her close that night, but neither of us spoke. I awoke later that night, Gabby quietly weeping into her pillow. Although I wanted to hold her close to share the grief we both felt, I didn't, pretending to sleep as her tears continued to fall. We eventually returned to our normal lives, still happily in love. But the loss of our child was something we could never, ever forget. I still wonder, even today, what could have been. "I'm the arsehole who went out for pizza and never came back," Sand said as I sat on the lid of his shitter. He said it matter-of-factly, looking me in the face without so much as a hint of remorse. I stared at him for a moment, too shocked to properly comprehend his words. He nodded, then added, "It's true, Dylan. You should say something." I did speak, but without a single word leaving my lips. I simply stood, shook my head, and walked from his cell. Danny was still standing outside the door, leaning on the handrail as he waited for me. "What was that about?" he asked as I emerged. "Nothing,"
I said, not bothering to wait for him as I stormed towards the stairs. Danny turned to follow, trying to keep up. I suddenly heard San's voice call out to me. "It's true, Dylan!" But I refused to listen, continuing on towards my cell. Danny paused briefly to turn back and look, but quickly returned to my side as I reached the bottom tier. "What's true, Dylan? What the fuck is going on?" he repeated. "He's just an asshole," I snapped, the words hard enough to make him stop. Danny standing in the middle of the unit as he continued to watch me reach my cell. I closed the door and just stood there, my heart slamming into the walls of my chest. I felt anger and pain and all the shit normally felt when the asshole who abandoned his family shows back up. I just wanted to scream, but couldn't. It would bring unwanted attention, and I didn't want an audience right then. What I wanted was to grab a shiv and run back into the cell and end that cunt's life. It was the tap on the door that finally pulled me from my rage. I expected Danny to follow his curiosity and come calling after giving me a few minutes to calm down. I figured he'd sensed my anger and considered giving me a few minutes to settle a bit before restarting his questionnaire. But it wasn't Danny standing at my cell door when I pulled it angrily back. To my surprise, I found Frank standing there instead. He looked at me questioningly as I opened the door, then nodded his head briefly before stepping inside. It wasn't that I didn't want him there. Frank rarely ventured to the bottom tier for anything. Everything he ever needed was brought to him by his troops, including some of the screws. Something in his eyes piqued an interest in me that I knew I didn't want to follow. But regardless of what I felt or wanted, I knew it wouldn't matter. Frank calmly walking into my cell and sitting on my bunk. "Close the door, Dylan. Come sit," he said, and although I hesitated for a brief moment, did as he asked. "How did you go with San?" he asked as I sat, far enough away that it didn't feel weird. I wasn't looking for someone to hug me better, especially someone as blunt as Frank. "Okay, I guess," I said, not really looking at him. Frank continued to watch me, nodding his head. "I still remember the day I met my own father." The words stunned me, hard enough for me to turn to him with accusatory speed. "You knew?" I sneered. Frank must have been surprised with the venom in my tone, leaning back a little. But he'd had years to practice composure, and quickly returned to take the upper hand. "Careful, son. I'm not here to give you a hug." He paused for a moment, I think just to give me time to recognize his tone. My pulse was racking my brain, my temples feeling like bass drums. "Does Sans strike you as a fatherly figure, Dylan? Do you think you would have had a happy childhood with that prick in your life? Just look at the reason he's here today. The guy has a temper, and I don't think a couple of kids would have tamed it. He dumped my mama. He betrayed all of us. Why tell me now? Why the fuck would he bother telling me now?" I was angry. No, I was more than angry. I wanted blood. My mother went through months of pain, maybe even years because of her disease. With all the money San had, he could have eased her suffering considerably. There's a lot more he's going to tell you. Maybe even a few things that are going to open your eyes a little. You're not a kid anymore. Sometimes there are circumstances that control our decisions regardless of whether we agree with them or not. Maybe you should hear him out, just to get the whole story." The whole story? What else could that prick tell me that I really needed to know? I wasn't interested, but knew, like he already told me, that Frank wasn't there for a hug. There was a reason he'd come to my cell. Although I didn't see it then, it was a reason even Frank failed to recognize the severity of. I was about to be taught another lesson, one that would have dire consequences for several people. I didn't return to San's cell immediately. Instead, I did what any other sane person would do in such circumstances. I went to work. Not only that, but I stayed back as long as possible to make sure I didn't return to the unit before lockdown. I really didn't want to see him. Not that day. Just hearing him talk about my brother was enough to rip open the permanent scar I carried for Aiden. And although he didn't mention him by name, the damage was done. I drowned myself in dirty trays and loud music for hours. JP was working and came around for a chat here and there. He must have noticed my distance from the conversation, but instead of trying to engage me, he gave me the respect to leave things alone. I must have scrubbed hundreds of trays that day, unable to block the thoughts from my head. It was like a movie marathon, playing on repeat. Each time sand entered my head, the trays would crash louder into the sink, then slam home into their holders with an extra bit of grunt. When the officers did finally send me on my way a few minutes shy from count, they did so with specific instructions not to dawdle. I dawdled. I had no intention of giving anyone the opportunity to talk to me. The screws at each gate ushered me through after checking my movement slip, telling me to hurry. I didn't hurry. By the time I reached the unit airlock, I could see half the cells already locked. Officer Friendly following Sam Lester with the clipboard. To my relief, San and Frank were both locked away, as was Danny. But Hal was right above my own cell, staring down at me with a look of vested interest. He mouthed something at me just as Friendly locked his neighbour's cell, and I didn't have time to respond before he was ushered into his own. What he'd mouthed to me was, "What the fuck, man?" That night I tried hard to make sense of the day's revelations. Actually, revelations is a bad word, because those were still to come. But finding out San was my father, although I needed a decent amount of proof before that would ever be accepted, and Frank knowing he was my father all along, gave me doubts. As if programmed by the gods of fate, a very appropriate movie played on television that night. The coincidence didn't hit me until that particular scene, the faces on the actors replaced by San and me. It was The Empire Strikes Back that played that night, the greatest of the Star Wars movies in my opinion. Imagine my brain hurtling through the galaxy with Luke and Darth, particularly when the infamous revelation played out. As Luke began to scream his defiance at Darth, hearing his pain as he's told to search his feelings, I also did as Darth instructed. To my horror, I found what San had wanted me to find. I knew he was my father, my heart telling me it was so. Despite the anger and pain I felt for the guy, I realized that he really was the man that went out for pizza and never came home. Chapter 5. The night before I finally sat down with my father for the very first time was the longest of my life. I'm not sure if I actually slept at all, lying in my bunk and listening to the unit noises. Several crooks were talking Star Wars once the movie finished, and it continued until almost 1 a.m. At one point, a couple of Trekkies yelled out for the others to shut up, pointing out that Star Trek reigned supreme as the greatest sci-fi show on TV, at which most of the unit joined in. The argument was the only thing that reigned supreme that morning, continuing until around 3. But I never included myself, lying quietly on my bed with my eyes closed, desperate to make sense of the emotions and the thoughts and the anger. Hal called out to me once, but I ignored him, unable to respond. I couldn't bring myself to talk to anyone that night, my emotional roller coaster troughing with thoughts of my mum and the sadness she must have gone through, then peaking as Aiden resurfaced, my rage building and building like an opera singer's crescendo. "1," a familiar voice said. I opened my eyes to see Officer Friendly staring in through the trap. "Morning, Dylan," she called. "Morning, miss," I said back, struggling with the blinding sunshine streaming in through the bars of my window. The trap slammed back home and I listened as she greeted George next door. After waiting a few more minutes, I slowly pulled myself out of bed, went to the toilet and began to piss. After feeling a familiar cramp build in my stomach, I paused the urine stream and sat down, relaxing my bowels and feeling the comings of familiar heat in my ass, the first signs of liquid shit about to pour from me. It wasn't fun, especially when I returned to the toilet less than 10 minutes later and repeated the process. The heat of the grey water that flowed from me stung like a piece of hot coal passing from my body. I took my time and tried to calm my mind. I knew what was in store for me that morning, also aware that others would see if I did as requested. But nothing could prepare me for the truths that I was about to discover. Some severe enough for me to want to kill San
on the spot. "Dylan, come on in," Stan said as he swung the door open. He must have been standing immediately behind it as I knocked, only a second or two passing before it opened a little. I didn't respond, simply walking in as he beckoned for me to sit. There was a chair in the cell this time, probably brought from a frank request. I could see him wanting to make this as comfortable for me as possible. As I sat down in it, a thought suddenly struck me, one that came barreling into my brain from somewhere in the shadows. What if I was recruited into the Cruds because of who this guy was? The thought took less than a second to appear, but refused to leave my mind for the rest of that meeting. Was it possible? Could Frank have even known about this? Even planning for it this whole time? I tried my best to shake the thought as San sat opposite me, folding his legs under him like some kid sitting on his bed. He sat like that, staring at me for what felt like an hour, almost long enough to make me uncomfortable enough to want to run from the cell. It wasn't until I began to shuffle around that he finally spoke. "You know, I watched this movie last night and felt like it was talking about you and I, although I think I'm better looking than Darth Vader." He paused again as if collecting his thoughts. I remained silent, still unable to bring myself to talk to him. "How about a cuppa?" he suddenly said and jumped from his bed. "Sure," I said, genuinely interested in what the coffee from his plunger tasted like. I watched as he heated the water, then regretted agreeing as another uncomfortable silence emerged. I looked around his cell trying to get a sense of the type of person he was. To my surprise, I found a book sitting on one of his shelves. Only its spine was visible, but I saw enough to recognize the font of the name and the picture of its title character, Christine, by Stephen King. "You read Stephen King?" I asked, standing and reaching for the book. "Oh, that? Yeah, I don't mind his books. You read?" I didn't want to answer, feeling like it would lead to some sort of bonding. I had no intention of bonding with this asshole. "Some," I lied, running my finger along the spine, then pulling back, and sitting back on the seat. He knew I was holding back. I could tell by the way he eyed me off at that point. "Listen, Dylan, I don't mean to make you uncomfortable." "Uncomfortable? Who's uncomfortable?" I asked. He considered the question, chose to ignore it, and returned to the water that was now boiling. He handed me one of the cups, clean black coffee filled to its rim. I wasn't a coffee drinker, but felt drawn to something about this particular moment. I tasted it and immediately regretted agreeing to it. It was very bitter, almost enough to make me sick. "Don't like it?" San asked as he saw my expression. "Nah, it's good," I lied, taking another sip and forcing it down. He grinned slightly, took another sip, then set his cup on the table beside him. From the look on his own face, I knew the time had come to listen to whatever story this prick was about to spin. Papa was about to open up. Whenever I tried to imagine this moment in our lives, I never thought it would take place in a jail cell. Certainly not in a unit we would be sharing. I held the cup in my lap and allowed the heat to burn my hand a little. The pain felt good, acting like a kind of distraction to the pain that was hovering just below the surface of my mind. "No, I don't imagine you would have," I said, trying to sound smug. I didn't know how I was trying to sound, but knew I didn't want to make it easy for him. If there's anything I wanted to say, it's that I loved your mum, yeah? I felt the anger temporarily build like a flame fueled by a sudden gust of wind. "You loved my mum? Is that why you ran out on us?" I asked, desperate to remain calm. "Actually, that's the exact reason I ran out on her. Because I loved her so much." "Why?" I asked as the rage continued to boil just below the surface. I was sitting forward, my hands on my knees, and began to pinch the inside of one leg. I tried to hide the act, the only thing I could do to distract myself from the anger. "We were both quite young when we first had Aiden. I knew I wasn't ready at the time, but I tried to do the right thing by her. My father refused to help us, completely against our relationship, even denying the existence of his first grandson. He didn't even know you came along. That's how bad it was." I didn't care hearing that, not one bit. Why should it matter? It mattered to him. Regardless of how I felt, he refused to even talk about it, Your mother was a girl from the suburbs, and I guess he'd had higher hopes for me to marry someone of significance. I know, it sounds fucked up, but that's the type of man he was. That's when it happened. I don't know how or why, but my anger suddenly took a nosedive, turning into a mere simmer. I actually began to feel sorry for the guy. I tried not to show it. Hell, I tried not to admit it to myself, instead encouraging him to continue talking. It can't have been hard, I said, not really knowing what to say. No, it fucking wasn't. He was an asshole. And when he died, I held the biggest fucking party with his money you'd ever seen. But I didn't care. Not then, not now. He was a miserable cunt that made my life hell. Sometimes when I would watch you and Aiden from a distance, I kind of envied you. Just you guys and your mum. You watched us. I did, many times, but always from a distance. Your mum refused to let me back in. She said it wouldn't be good for you boys. You needed stability and I couldn't offer that surety to her. Instead, I got to watch my boys grow up from the sidelines. That's when that sinking feeling of defeat really took hold. I knew I felt sorry for him, the last of my anger fizzling out in defeat. I didn't know, was all I could offer. Of course you didn't. How could you? But I never gave up hope of somehow getting back into your lives. I tried to let the information sink in, trying to put myself in his shoes. To be honest, the only thing that would show up in my mind was Mum. I could see her warm face, the pain of her cancer hidden as she tried to reassure me that she was fine. But why didn't she let you back in when she fell sick? You must have known. Known she was sick? Yeah, I knew, but she still refused. I offered to pay for her treatments, but the money came from my father. It all came from him. I hadn't worked a day in my life, and she knew that. But it could have saved her life, I said. No. It probably wouldn't have. It certainly would have made her more comfortable, but her cancer was already too far gone by then. I remember watching you boys at her funeral. Aiden with his arm around you, already protecting you. In a way, that was the day his protectiveness really took over. He was right. Aiden taking on the fatherly role that day. Why didn't you come then, after Mum's funeral? I'm sure Aiden would have. Actually doing? No, he didn't. I did drop by the very next day. You were sitting out in the backyard by your treehouse. I suddenly remembered that day. The grief gripping me all over again as tears threatened to spill. I fought them back as best I could, now anger mixing in for allowing emotion to show it all. Sam must have seen my expression change, suddenly standing and walking to the window. Just as he turned, I noticed his own expression change a little, almost as if he was struggling with his own emotions. He told me to fuck off, said I had no right coming back in. I don't know whether your mum said anything to him before she died, but I suspect she gave him instructions to protect his little brother. In hindsight, it probably wasn't a good move, turning up when the grief of her death was still so fresh. But I'm not known for making smart decisions at the best of times. I felt sorry for him. I could hear the pain and anguish in his voice, and I knew that whatever resentment I had held onto was slowly slipping away from me. I tried to find the right words, but didn't need to. Sam turned back and sat himself down again. Don't think I'm asking for forgiveness, kid. That's not what this is about. What is it about then? He paused for a moment, as if considering his words. I guess it's more of a confession, so you aren't played anymore. Played anymore? You think you played me? Not me. Well, actually, in a way it was me, but no. I wasn't the one playing you. That honour goes to Gabby. Hearing her name slammed me hard, like really hard. I had no clue what was about to transpire, the anger that would come rushing back at me like a tsunami. All I could do was sit and stare at him, the confusion clearly etched across my face. I'm sorry. I really am. I fucked up in so many ways. I just wanted to do right by you boys, but no matter how hard I tried, it always came back to bite me in the ass.
"What about Gabby?" I asked, already feeling that familiar boat anchor. He paused, swallowed, and looked out the window. And then he looked back at me, began to speak, and tore the rest of my heart out. "I'd known Gabby's mum through your mum. They'd gone to the same school, used to hang out with the same people. Anyway, I met Gabby during one of her mum's many parties. She was young, attractive, and forward. Shy was not a word used to describe that girl. I thought back to the days we first met and remembered a shy and innocent girl. I don't understand," I said. "She tried to kiss me at one of those parties. I'd gotten quite drunk and I think she figured she'd have a crack. But no amount of alcohol would get me to hook up with a kid. But it gave me an idea. I paid her, Dylan." "Paid her? For sex?" I asked, now confused more than anything. "Not for me, kid. For you. I paid her to hook up with you. I swear I thought it would only be a quick thing. But then it turned out you really fell for her and blah, blah, blah. Before I knew it, she'd fully hooked up with you." "What?" I said, one of my thumbs suddenly starting to twitch uncontrollably. "I paid her to hang out with you, maybe give your slug a bit of a play with. But when she told me that you'd become smitten with her, she demanded more money. Before I knew it, she was practically on retainer." I couldn't believe what I was hearing, my mind now racing so fast it made me dizzy. "Why? Why would she—" I began, but words refused to take shape. "And then came the shit with the baby." I froze, aware of the thumb still refusing to follow suit. I stared at Sam, my face feeling hot and flushed. "I couldn't do it, Dylan. She came to me and threatened to hit me up for thousands, saying it was my grandchild and I would be paying for that kid for the rest of my life." "What the fuck did you do?" I asked, now feeling my other thumb follow its twin. "I paid her off. I offered her $100,000 if she got rid of it. 10% then, and the rest when it was done." He paused to look at me, to consider how I was taking the news. Losing that baby had been one of the hardest things I've ever had to endure. And there I was, finding out it had all been paid for behind my back. Gabby and me had been one long lie. Nothing more than a cheap whore contract. "You seriously expect me to believe this shit?" I suddenly said, unable to accept his lies. "Believe it or not, kid, but it's the truth. Remember that time she told you she was raped by the Jesters? The girl just likes it rough. Rougher than most." "Bullshit!" I suddenly screamed at him, unable to keep my emotions shielded any longer. "You're lying!" "Why would I lie, Dylan? There's no reason for it. She's even hooked up with a screw over there. Had his baby and everything. Think she's having a good life? She broke it off with the guy straight after giving birth. He's now tied to her for at least 15 to 20 years for that quick fuck he gave her. That guy had a family. Kids, a wife. He lost all them because of her. Because of her? She didn't force him to do anything. Yeah, that's what they all say. But you know what she's like. You know how persuasive she can be. That poor cunt lost everything for a few minutes of pleasure. He'll pay for that momentary brain fart for the rest of his life, Dylan. She even tried to jump me. That was the final straw. I stood then, no longer interested in his words. I turned to leave, but Sam grabbed my shoulder, trying to get me to stay. My fist came swinging around so fast that he had no chance of ducking it. It connected with the side of his jaw and sent him tumbling backwards onto his bed. I paused a minute to look at him as he stared back wide-eyed. "Don't ever touch me," I said, then turned and walked out. That was the day the last remnants of my heart were taken from me. That was the day I woke up. I don't know whether Frank knew how the meeting with Sam would end, or whether he'd had someone listen in, but no one interfered with me for the rest of the day. Not even the screws looked at me sideways. I marched back to my cell, quietly closed the door, and laid on my bed. I stared at my ceiling for what must have been at least a dozen hours without moving, not even for a piss. Although I cracked a bone in my middle finger, the pain felt dull compared to the one in my chest. Gabby.
Everything I thought I knew about her had been a lie. After everything we had been through, the emotions, the love, the baby. It had all been a great big lie, paid for by a man I didn't know existed. I cried. Yes, I'm not ashamed to admit that. I cried like a kid that day. One of the most important people in my life had been nothing more than a paid hooker. It was like reality had finally come calling and torn the blinkers from my face with no empathy. I didn't eat that day, skipping each meal as it came up. I stood silently by my door during the musters and didn't make eye contact with anyone. I knew they were watching me, but didn't acknowledge anyone. Instead, I returned back to my cell each time until the final muster that day gave me enough comfort of knowing I'd been undisturbed for a good 14 hours. Enough time to prepare myself for the questions that would no doubt be waiting for me the next day. There were no questions the next morning, not a single one from any of the boys. I emerged from my cell shortly after unlock, just as I normally did. After making a few slices of toast, I went and sat at our normal table and greeted each of the crew as they arrived. Hal was first, greeting me with his usual banter, followed by Jack. He handed me a new notebook, one I hadn't seen before, but one that instantly drew a wide grin from me. The word he'd printed on the front was one I recognized instantly, my mind returning to the story of the worst apocalypse of the King universe. Flag was stenciled across the lime green cover, and I snatched it up in a heartbeat. "Oh my God, here they go again," Hal said to Danny, the pair of them rolling their eyes. I didn't care, ignoring them as I flicked through the first couple of pages. Jack's writing was easy to read, a trait I was quite relieved with. If his writing had been difficult to read, I doubt I would have enjoyed his books as much as I did. I was about to tell him so when Danny suddenly elbowed me, gesturing to the other side of the unit. I looked up to see San walking towards the toasters, his legs whiter than snow as they protruded from his shorts. The table fell silent as he passed. San looked at me briefly, nodded his head once, and continued walking, not bothering to see if I responded. In the end, it was me that initiated the talk about him. I wondered whether that was the opening they were waiting for. It's the one thing I appreciated with them, to have the respect to give me space when I needed it. "I could end that guy right now, I swear to God," I said as San reached the toasters. I turned back to my own breakfast and jammed the rest of my slice in. "Tough talk?" Danny asked me. "You could say that. Learned some pretty fucked up home truths." "So it is true?" Hal asked as he paused eating. "Which bit?" "The bit about having a millionaire father," he asked, the others now pausing to listen intently. "I guess so. But don't think for a second that makes the slightest difference." I turned to look back at San again and was surprised to see him sitting immediately behind us, a single piece of toast on the plate in front of him. "You can hate me all you want, Dylan. It won't change anything," he said. He sported a fat lip, courtesy of yours truly. The prick was so calm, so forgiving, it really bothered me. I don't know why, but something inside me refused to shut him out completely. Without realizing I was going to, I took my plate, stood, and went and sat opposite him. The boys all fell silent, expecting me to stab him with a piece of crust or something. But I sat staring at him for a few moments, trying to see some sort of familiarity in his eyes. To my horror, I did, slowly recognizing something in San's face that chilled me to the very core. Aiden's eyes were staring back at me. "It really is you, isn't it?" I finally said, jamming more toast in. "Like I said before, Dylan, I have no reason to lie to you." I knew he was telling the truth, something finally waking within me. "I think that's what pissed me off so much. The fact I knew you weren't. Listen, kid, I'm not expecting to be called Papa or anything like that. I just wanted you to know the truth. I appreciate you telling me, I really do. It just hurt a lot to hear it. I tried to sound sincere, and I think I did a pretty good job of it. I still didn't trust him, but didn't want him to know that. Maybe if you've got time later on, we could have a proper chinwag. To really get to know each other. Nothing else to do in this pisshole. Yeah, I guess. I was about to ask him what time when one of the officers called out from the station. Moody, you've got a visit. I looked up, surprised. I wasn't expecting anyone, and I wondered who would bother to come and see me. 1 sec, I called to them, then turned back to San. I'll drop by later. Pretty keen to ask some questions. He nodded, and I grabbed my plate. Later, kid, he said, sounding more jovial than before. I looked at the guys as I walked past, and they gave me a combined wave. Sam Lester greeted me as I walked into the visitors' centre. The back room had been mostly empty, and I was stripped and processed the second I walked in, getting through the sequence in less than a couple of minutes instead of the usual 20. He looked at me sternly, took my ID card, and pointed me towards a table by the windows. He didn't say a word, and I could tell there was little love lost between us. What I did notice was the distinct pale ring where his wedding band had been. If he was no longer wearing it, that meant trouble in paradise. I walked to the table to see Rhonda sitting by herself, looking out into the prison garden where several prisoners were walking and playing with children and partners. When she saw me approach, she rose and gave me a peck on the cheek. Rhonda, I wasn't expecting you today, I said. To tell you the truth, I was more than a little surprised. Actually, I was shocked. Not because of the visit, but rather because of her appearance. Rhonda Moody was less than half the woman she used to be. Her face looked almost skeletal, her beauty now just a shadow of what it had been. Gaunt arms protruded out from her t-shirt, and the breasts looked flat and non-existent beneath the thin fabric. Her hair hung in limp strands over her face, and the strong smell of alcohol seemed to seep from every pore of her body. I'm sorry, Dylan. I had to see you. Her teeth were stained a horrible yellow, and I could smell her breath, a rank odour of stale tobacco. Rhonda, what the hell happened here? I need your help, she said as we sat down. Sure, whatever. But I doubt there's much I can help you with from back here. Has San spoken to you yet? She asked, and for the second time in as many days, I was dumbfounded. How do you know about San? I asked almost accusingly. Have you, Dylan? I need to know. She sounded desperate, almost pleading for me to answer. Yeah, yesterday. But how did... I need you to ask him for some money. I need money, Dylan. I can't cope anymore. Rhonda, how the fuck do you know about San? I asked again. She looked at me wide-eyed, but it wasn't because of her expression. Her wide eyes were staring out from a face which had lost its depth. He came to see Aiden a couple of times, after your mum had passed away. He really wanted to help, but Aiden told him to fuck off. They had a massive screaming match at one point, and Aiden refused to let him in. He tried to protect you, Dylan. That's why he never said anything. I felt like a real child. Everyone knowing the truth about my life except me. I looked at her, words again refusing to shape enough to form a legible sentence. I felt my mouth hanging open and snapped it shut, sat back in my chair, and just looked out the window. He didn't want you hurt. Aiden just wanted to do his best to raise you until you were old enough to take care of yourself. That's when he wanted for us to travel the world. Only that never happened. The guilt stabbed me, realizing that he'd given up on so much, so I could live as normal as possible. Aiden knew as well? I asked, unable to look at her. Yeah, he sure did. And all the money he tried to give him didn't make a bit of difference to Aiden. I looked at her again and felt the confusion sweep over me. I was angry with San, sure, but to what extent now? I was so mixed up I didn't know which way was up or down. I felt like someone coming in, halfway through a football match with no visible scoreboard, relying on everyone else to fill me in. It was a really horrible situation to be in. I didn't know what to say to her, still oblivious to what she had done to herself. Can I ask you a question? I asked, looking at her sympathetically. She nodded. Did Aiden know about Gabby? I tried to see if she would cover for him, to try and hide the truth from me, but I didn't need to.
He knew. We all did. That's what one of the massive fights was about. Making Gabby give up the baby was about the only thing the pair of them agreed on. I'm so sorry, Dylan. I should have told you, but Aiden swore me to secrecy. He said you'd been through enough and would face a lot more shit in the years to come. She leant forward as my eyes began to fill and squeezed my hand. He loved you more than anything. He hated that he couldn't protect you more. But he never took a single cent from San. Nothing. He wanted to take care of you himself, with no outside help. A single tear managed to escape, and I wiped it away before it had a chance to get far. Rhonda looked at me, and I could see tears building in her own eyes. Thank you, Rhonda, I said, cupping her hands between my own. Thank you for sticking by Aiden. She smiled back at me. I think she felt my gratitude. As genuine as it was, it would have taken a lot for her to remain with Aidan throughout those years. I knew how much they loved each other, but never felt like the burden I now did. Will you ask him for me? Will you ask San if he could spare a little cash? I nodded, then hugged her briefly. I will. I promise. Although I did ask later that day, whatever money San was planning to send to her never made it. Rhonda Moody, who had stood by my brother's side through all the shit he'd gone through, died from a heroin overdose that very night. She had been the last true family I had in this world. Rhonda had died cold and alone in a rundown unit she'd been renting. There was no furniture in the entire home, just a worn-out single mattress without so much as a pillow or blanket. Rhonda had bought a hit on her way home from the prison and shot it up almost immediately. The landlord found her body the next day after coming to collect 2 months' worth of rent. I wish I could have done more for her, but in the end, time ran out. And as we know, time waits for no one.
Chapter 6.
It's time, Frank said to me the day after I found out about Rhonda. He'd summoned both me and Danny to his cell, sat us down, and eyed us off with that accusatory grin of his. It's time for that fucking Greek to experience round 2. Something told me that this time, the message was going to be a lot closer to home, although I still didn't know the exact plan. There was no one else in the unit that was as close to Nick as Con had been, so questioned the validity of Frank's claim. How's things with San? Frank asked, turning his attention to me. All right, I guess. We're meant to be catching up after lunch. Frank nodded at that, as if happy with the progression. I wasn't sure why my relationship mattered that much, but figured he probably didn't want me distracted with the job at hand. All right, as long as things are cool between you two. Okay, let's get down to business. Fuck, this excites me, he said, clapping his hands together and grinning wide enough to show his perfectly manicured teeth. Killing these cunts always excites me. Danny elbowed me in the arm and shot me a wink. You gonna be okay for this? He asked. Hell yeah, I said, unsure of what I was agreeing to. Course he's okay, Frank said, clapping me on the back before sitting on his bed. Danny took the chair while I got to sit on Frank's shitter. You gonna fill him in? Danny asked his uncle, and Frank motioned for Danny to calm his enthusiasm. Don't worry about Dylan, he'll know enough. He turned to me as if to relay a deep secret. He shot Danny a quick wink, and I don't know why, but something about that wink made me feel uncomfortable. For the briefest second, I wondered whether that wink held more meaning. I decided to shrug it off, listening to Frank's instructions carefully. Tomorrow is Sunday. Do you know what Sunday is, Dylan? I looked at Frank, unsure of what he meant. Danny remained with a perpetual grin tattooed on his face, and I wonder whether the question was loaded. I don't know what you mean, I said. Tomorrow is the busiest visiting day of the week, and Nick always visits with members of his family on a Sunday. Sometimes it's a lot, sometimes it's a few, but either way they visit. So tomorrow, we are going to end that greasy fucking wog right there in front of his family. I want that filthy cunt to see the horror on the face of his family before the lights switch off for him. Another wink at Danny. Another moment for me. What about the other people? What about the screws and the cameras? I asked, floored by the balls this guy was holding.
It's not going to matter. Danny here has volunteered to do the hit. Him alone.
I was confused, the second the words left his mouth. But if Danny does the hit, what do you need me for? I asked. I knew that Frank didn't appreciate questions, but they fell out before I had a chance to stop them. Another wink.
You'll be there with another purpose. The first is that stupid screw. Sam, whatever his name is. That silly cunt is going to be handing out a shiv. Depending on which one of you he strips, he'll hand you the shiv. Then give you enough time to store it. Once seated in the waiting room, make sure Danny has it on him, so he can hit the cunt hard. Once inside the visitors centre, you will no doubt be separated enough to watch each other from a distance. Dylan, Danny will be waiting for you to signal him. Once you do, create a diversion. One that is convincing enough to draw the screws towards you, as well as most of the eyes in that hall. When that happens, Danny is going to hit that cunt hard and fast. It won't be fast enough to avoid the cameras, but hopefully it'll be long enough for everyone on that table to know what happened before the screws pull the plug on the session.
The whole thing sounded so simple. Really simple. And as I sat listening to Frank, believed it could be pulled off. But that was when he shot Danny yet another wink. Danny turned to me, saw my eyes, and briefly looked away. I knew there was something missing from their plan, something they refused to reveal. Once Frank had finished filling me in on his plans for the following day, I returned to my cell about an hour before lunchtime count. I stripped off and jumped in the shower. The water felt hotter than normal, actually soothing my worries a little. I still felt incredibly sad for Rhonda and just stood there, thinking of her as the water ran down my face. I knew I wouldn't be able to attend her funeral, but decided to apply anyway. I wasn't sure whether it would go through, but if I happened to catch the right person in the right mood, there might be a slim chance for approval. I waited for the water timer to finish its cycle, and once it turned off, grabbed my towel and dried off. Once I was dressed and looking sharp again, made my way out to the station where a new officer was sitting, anxiously watching the unit as his partners were off dealing with other things. "Can I please grab a request form?" I asked. The guy looked at me for a moment, then smiled. "Sorry, first day. Any idea where they're kept?" Once lunchtime muster was completed, I grabbed my lunch and returned to my cell. I don't know why, but I just felt the need to be alone for a bit. I didn't have issues with anyone, just wanted some time alone. I ate with a relative hunger in my appetite, the 2 hot dogs disappearing as if thrown at a starving Doberman. Once I finished them, I took Jack's latest book down and gave the first few pages a glance. The writing was great and the story interesting, but it just didn't grab me then. Not because of the story, but because of my brain. It was filled with more pressing matters to deal with. I was still struggling to absorb Rhonda and Gabby, the news of Aiden holding out on me. It was a lot to take in, and I knew it would take time. There was a sudden knock on my cell door, and when I called for them to come in, saw Sam's face pop through the crack. "Mind intruding?" he asked politely. "No, not at all. Just trying to digest lunch." "Oh man, you eat that shit?" he asked, sitting on the other end of the bed. "Not much choice," I said, smiling a little. "What else is there?" "There's the stuff you can buy yourself from the canteen. Plus the fruit, of course. What else do you need?" I agreed, feeling a dull ache in the pit of my stomach. I rubbed it a little and Sam laughed. "Hey, you see what I mean?" "Okay, point taken." I don't know why, but for some reason I suddenly felt like we were actually bonding. It wasn't something I'd planned for, but now that it was happening, it felt natural. I wasn't sure whether it was something I actually wanted, but knew that it might have been something I needed to do, just for my own sanity. He suddenly saw the book Jack had given me, the one with Flag written on the cover. He pointed to it with a curious grin. "As in Randall Flagg?" he asked. "Don't tell me you read Stephen King." "Read Stephen King?" Sam laughed a little. "Kid, if you only knew my obsession with him. I own every book of his twice, some 3 times. 3 times? I asked. "Yep."
Hardcovers, paperbacks, and also the audio versions that I've found. I even have 4 that are autographed, including a first edition copy of It. I nearly flipped my shit then. Like, seriously flip it. He must have seen my expression change because his grin grew considerably. You wouldn't fuck with me over that, would you? I asked, trying to hide my admiration. Not at all, my friend. If we ever get out of this joint together, I'll show you. He picked the book up and flicked through the pages. So, what is this? He repeated. That's Jack. He's also into King, and he writes a lot. Particularly alternate endings, extensions, and additional stories. They're pretty good too. I've read all of them. Well, except that one. Any good? He asked, holding it up. Haven't read that one yet, but I'm sure he wouldn't mind you borrowing one. San flicked through the pages again, nodded his head, and set the book down beside him on the bed. His face turned a little stony, and I could tell something was bothering him. You okay? I asked. He tried to smile, failed, then looked at me. Listen, Dylan. I know it's not my place to say anything, and at the risk of copping another fist to the face, I wanted to ask you about the whole crud thing. I know they're your family now, but I just need you to know that I've seen stuff. Long before you were here. I wasn't sure which way to take it, already knowing what he was talking about. I was in a pretty bad place when they invited me in. I had the Jesters out for my blood. After they killed Aiden, then what they did to Gabby. I went through some pretty dark times. They pulled me back out. I can't imagine what losing your brother must have been like. He was a good kid, despite his own demons. I felt the familiar twinge in my chest from hearing his name, but shut it away. He tried his best to protect me, but after we arrived here, his demons took him away pretty quickly. Those fuckers killed him outside my window. They made sure I had a front row seat. I looked at San and could tell he didn't know. He shook his head in anger, and I could feel the genuineness. I'm sorry it happened, Dylan. I really am. I can't imagine what it must have been like. He paused, waited for the intensity to pass, then resumed. I'm not here to score any points with you. When I walked out on you guys, I made my own decisions, as fucked up as they were, and now I have to live with them. I don't expect you to forgive me for any of them, but I want you to know that I have never stopped trying. Never. What do you mean? I asked, unsure of his meaning. What I mean is, I have never stopped trying to make it up to you guys. Even when you two hit your lowest point. Lowest point. He paused again, looked down at his feet and slowly shook his head. I often wish I'd taken a different road in my life. Made different decisions that had less of an impact on those I cared about the most. Like you and your brother. We all fuck up from time to time, I said, totally getting it. Did you ever hear of a man called Giorgio Ling? The name did sound familiar, but I couldn't place it. You should have. He's the first man that came to see you after the accident with the cop. He looked down at his feet again. I do remember, I said, suddenly recalling a very astute lawyer coming to see us that first day in a police cell. He was this Italian-Chinese man with grey sideburns and these weird Elvis-type sunglasses on his head. I'd seen him for about 5 minutes, but was still in shock from the previous night's events. I suddenly realised that he never returned after that day. That was one of my lawyers. Giorgio has been with me for a very long time. We went to high school together. I sent him down to get you boys out the moment I caught wind of what happened. But Aidan recognised him. I brought Giorgio to the house once before, and Aidan recognised him the second he walked into that police station. What happened? I asked. What happened was, Aidan told Giorgio to fuck off, then hired the court-appointed lawyer instead. That chick was experienced enough to know that she would never get you boys off. She was also dating one of the cops from the very police station the dead one worked at. Talk about a conflict of interest. She was never going to get you boys out of there. Had no intention of it. Man, if only Aiden had swallowed some of that anger. It's the one trait I wish he didn't inherit from me. You sent us legal help? I asked, astonished. What really surprised me wasn't that he'd sent the lawyer, but just how much had happened behind my back. I hadn't the slightest clue that my father had been around this whole time, had offered his help on countless occasions, and was rejected on my behalf. I don't know what to say, kid,
I tried. On more than one occasion. And nothing would have stopped me from continuing to try. I owe you and your brother for walking out." He paused and looked out the window. I can't imagine what it must have been like to watch him die. "I'm sorry I wasn't there for you boys. My money might not have been enough to win Aiden's trust, but it sure as fuck would have paid off the cunts that killed him. They'll pay. Of that, I promise you." It was a statement I swore to, one I intended to fulfill as soon as I could. "I know you will," he said, a certain kind of dread in his tone. "I just wish I could save you from all this, but I doubt all the money in the world would be enough. I know you must think the worst of Frank and his crew, but they've been nothing but good to me. They really are like family." He looked at me then in a way that I will never forget. It was as if he knew something I didn't, like a father trying to teach his child something. Only the child refuses to listen, the father knowing the end result before it happens. "I just don't want to see you get hurt." He nodded his head as if to confirm his statement, patted my leg, and shuffled slowly out of my cell. The moment of that talk has never left me. It was one that may not have meant much to anybody else, but to me, it was my first real father-to-son, heart-to-heart that I ever had. It was less than 10 minutes after Sam left that a second knock on my cell door came. To my surprise, it was Frank himself. He didn't bother waiting for the invitation, pushing the door open and walking in like the boss he was.
"Getting to know your dad, I see?"
he asked. I nodded, suddenly feeling a little uncomfortable. Family wasn't really something too popular with the Cruds. A strange concept considering Frank's own nephew was his number one. "Yeah, he's starting to share shit with me."
"Good to see. He's a good man, your dad. Haven't always seen eye to eye with me, but never interfered with us either. I just come to see you about tomorrow. Is that okay?"
I was surprised at the question. Frank wasn't one to ask for anything. "Sure," I answered.
"Tomorrow is the day that Nick will learn what it means to mess with the Cruds. That fucker is going to wish he'd made some very different decisions."
Frank was looking out the window, sounding like he was talking to himself. "I just hope it will all work out. Being in the visitor's center and all." He turned back to face me, that same shit-eating grin on his face.
"Oh, it'll work out all right. Of that I have no doubt. What I do need to know, though, is whether you're going to make it work."
"I don't know what you're asking me, Frank. I'll do whatever you ask of me. You know that."
These types of hits can get pretty difficult. I've seen lads panic at the last moment, totally forget themselves and fuck up weeks of planning. Are you going to panic? Are you going to be able to help Danny strike back at that cunt? Get him back for Tommy?
He was pointing his finger at me, as if enunciating each word to me visually. "I won't let you down, Frank. I promise. I want to get him just as much as you do." He smiled at that, his grin growing wide enough for me to see a complete row of white porcelain.
"That's what I like to hear. Around this time tomorrow, we'll all be celebrating."
That night, I slept more soundly than I had in a very long time. I'm not sure why. My nerves a little more peaked than usual about the plan for the following day. Frank was going to a lot of trouble to make sure things went smoothly, and I didn't want to be the one to let him down. Maybe it had something to do with the talk I'd had with Sam. I'm not sure. All I know is that when I awoke to the voice of Paul Hansen calling for me to raise a hand, I snapped awake feeling refreshed and chirpier than normal. Once the trap snapped shut again, I took care of my bathroom needs, then waited for the doors to get unlocked. I heard the radio announce for a recount a few minutes later and sat back down on my bed, waiting for the trap to open a second time. 5 minutes after Officer William rechecked my cell, count was called correct, and the doors were finally unlocked. As I left my cell and headed to the Toasters, Wasi called me over to the station. At first I was a little surprised, but then remembered what Frank had told me the previous morning. "You got a visit at 10. Make sure you come up for your movement slip. I'm not chasing you for it." I nodded, mumbled something under my breath, and returned to the Toasters. A line already forming. "Hey, how's it going?" Jack said as he joined the queue behind me. "Pretty good. Red Summer Flag last night," I said, giving him an exaggerated smile. Sweet. How far in did you get? About 4 chapters, where he's talking to the guy with the Jeep. Ah, yes, old Stony Carson. Think you'll like the next bit, he said, then nodded for me to grab one of the available toasters. You should be published. Seriously, you write so good. I meant it, really impressed with the way Jack was able to build momentum in a story. He laughed and began to blush a little. Someone behind us snickered at him and his face grew redder still. Thanks, man, was all he could manage as I fired up some bread. Breakfast went by with very little conversation. Danny joined us a few minutes later and the table fell into a weird kind of silence. It didn't take me long to wolf down my breakfast and didn't bother hanging around once I finished. It was just after 9 and I wanted to prepare myself mentally for a few moments before heading to the visitors' centre. Danny shot me a wink as I grabbed my plate and I simply returned a slight nod. It was enough, all that was needed to acknowledge each other. I wasn't sure what the consequences would be for Danny, or whether he really expected to get away with murdering someone in the middle of several dozen people. But he wasn't my concern. And although he was part of what I now called family, he still seemed like someone I couldn't fully trust. As I returned to my cell, I thought back to Frank's cell, and the repeated winks between the two. I hadn't felt completely comfortable, something about that conversation bothering me at the time. Unfortunately, the time to act had well and truly passed. I was now just as committed to the coming events as Danny was, a promise I'd made to Frank, not once, but twice. I had a job to do, and I intended to complete it as best I could. It was, after all, another lesson. Time has a funny way of skipping along, the true teller of whether you really wanted to do something or not. Before I knew it, the time was 9:40. And I suddenly realised that I was nervous. Really nervous. If I had been looking forward to this hit, time would have stalled. But it hadn't. To my surprise, hitting double speed. Danny was already at the station when I came out of my cell, and waited there for me as I grabbed my slip from Vasi. Have a great time, lads, he said, and for a brief moment, I wondered whether he knew what was about to happen. Just as we reached the airlock, I heard Hanson call out to Nick himself, telling him to go to his visit. That was when my nerves first kicked in, making themselves known well and truly. Keep going. I don't want to walk up with that prick, Danny whispered to me, and we entered the airlock without looking back. The back of the visitors' centre was busier than I had ever seen it, around a dozen crooks waiting to be processed, with at least another dozen already sitting in the waiting room. I saw 3 officers in the small room, all of whom desperately trying to get through stripping and processing all of their clients. Sam Lester was standing in one of the nearby cubicles, in the middle of stripping someone. I could hear the crook giving Sam quite a bit of stick, the screw's face glowing as he tried to stay focused. When he looked out and saw Danny and I walking through the door, his frown was instant. He was struggling, of that I was sure. And it wasn't just the job itself that he was having trouble with. I think it was the fact that so many of the prisoners had a hold over him. There were a few cruds amongst the crowd in the room, and every one of them knew of Sam's involvement with the crew. Danny and I grabbed a seat and waited to be called into the strip room. We watched as both the screws went about conducting their strip searches, the third remaining behind the desk. I could see that Sam was considerably slower at his job than the other officer, and when Danny was called, actually believed Sam was going to miss us both. But just as the other officer finished with Danny, Sam finally finished with his own, ushering the crook out and gesturing for me to come forward. Danny shot me a quick wink of acknowledgement and watched as I walked to Sam's cubicle. "Lester!" the other screw from the desk called out. "Phone call!" My stomach dropped to the floor as I watched this third screw get up from his chair and hold the phone's receiver out to Sam. "Come on, hurry up, I'll strip while you take this." Sam shot me a quick dumbfounded look, simply standing there, frozen. "Lester, hurry the fuck up!" the screw repeated, and Sam finally turned and went to the phone. I looked at Danny, who was now sitting in the waiting room, and his expression wasn't a happy one. I shrugged my shoulders just as the screw came in and proceeded to strip for him, all the while trying to move as slowly as possible, hoping for Sam to return. But he didn't return. His back turned to me for the entire stripping sequence. Only once I was finished and sitting next to Danny in the waiting room did he hang up the phone. "What the fuck do we do now?" I whispered to Danny, but he didn't answer. I could tell he was nervous, not only for not being able to do the hit, but also because of Frank's response. I heard a familiar voice and saw Nick enter the stripping cubicle with Sam. He saw us, shot us a glare, then turned his attention to the officer standing before him. There was nothing for us to do but wait, unable to fix the situation. The door to the visitors centre opened and half a dozen names were called. Danny and I slid closer to the far side. "Fucking idiot," Danny hissed, watching Sam slowly strip Nick. They finally finished, and Nick came into the waiting room. Sam followed him, stood at the door, and waited for Nick to sit down. "Moody," he suddenly called, surprising me. "Did he just slip you something?" I was too dumbstruck to answer, the screw behind the desk now looking up. "I saw him slip you something," he said, pointing at Danny. "What was the issue?" the other screw called out. "I want to give this punk another strip. Think he had something handed to him." I suddenly woke up, realising what Sam was doing. "Well, hurry the fuck up with it," the other screw called, and I jumped to my feet. If I didn't get the shiv to Danny before he was called inside, it would be all over. I returned to the cubicle and began to strip off as Sam eyed me with the same frown I'd seen when we first walked in. He took a final look over his shoulder and made sure no one was watching, then slipped something inside my pants pocket as he was inspecting them. Once finished, Sam handed me my clothes back and told me to get dressed. I don't think I'd ever dressed faster than I did that day. My clothes were back on in under 20 seconds, and I hurried back to the waiting room. As I walked between the crooks, I reached into my right pocket, felt the object, and sat on Danny's left side. I pressed my right side into him, pulled whatever the object was from my pocket, and felt Danny grab it just as the door to the waiting room opened again. I saw Danny stuff the item into his pocket just as he stood, his name the first called, followed by my own. Nick was also called, as well as 4 others. As we walked into the visitors' centre, we were each allocated a table. Danny was given 12, while I was sent to 31. Nick received 16, which wasn't too far from Danny. My own table, at the opposite side of the room. "Sit down and pretend you know me," the man sitting at my table whispered. He held out a hand for me to shake and I did, wondering whether I'd seen him before. He looked a little familiar and I was sure he'd been in Yellow Block when I first arrived. We began to chat about Star Wars of all things, the man smiling and talking quite loudly. His name was Todd, and I followed his lead as I tried to see both Danny and Nick. Danny was sitting at a table with a woman, one quite pretty. They seemed to sit towards each other, quietly speaking about something serious, judging by the looks on their faces. Nick was at a table with 3 others, a young girl of around 14 and a woman holding a baby. Nick kept talking to them and reaching for the baby. At one point, the woman held the baby out to him and Nick took it gleefully. "That's his wife and son," Todd said, seeing me repeatedly glancing in that direction. "The girl is from his first marriage. His first wife died in a car accident." I nodded and returned to the conversation. It felt kind of weird, but I suddenly wondered how seeing their father's death would affect their future lives. The baby boy would be protected by his age, too young to remember the incident, but his daughter would remember, probably needing counselling for a long time to come. Nick's wife never crossed my mind, seeing her as being nothing more than collateral damage. Whatever nightmares she took away were not something I was concerned with. All I knew was that I wanted this over with as soon as possible. My nerves were now starting to build, and I could feel the sweat slowly building on my brow. "Getting a bit warm?" Todd asked, smiling a little. "Don't worry. Not long now. Wait for Danny's signal." The room was loud and quite smoky. Half the centre's population must have been firing up their cigarettes, the ceiling almost disappearing behind a curtain of bluish-grey smoke. I looked across the room again as a baby started to cry and saw Nick hand the baby back to his mum. Nick's daughter stood, leaned in to whisper something to the woman, then headed out for the bank of vending machines. She passed by Danny's table, but neither of them seemed to notice. Danny was facing Nick's table, and his eyes seemed to just focus on the Greek. "Almost time," Todd reminded me again. and I felt a hot charge of adrenaline hit my system. I was more nervous than I expected, and now just wanted things over. I heard a door close behind me, looked over my shoulder, and saw Sam leaning against the counter of the officer's station. It looked like he'd come to watch the show as well. Everything happened so fast then. Faster than I expected, although I wasn't really sure what to expect. Danny was talking to his girlfriend, who seemed to say something to him. Danny nodded briefly, looked up towards Nick, nodded again, and shot me a glance. A brief nod and a wink were all that was needed to get the proceedings started. I wasn't really sure what kind of diversion I could initiate that would gain the attention of all the officers in the area. I wasn't about to jump on the table and start screaming, and so did the only thing expected from a dumb crook. "What the fuck are you talking about?" I suddenly screamed, leapt to my feet and swung my fist at Todd's face. He had no chance to react, my fist connecting with his nose perfectly, the bone and cartilage crunching together under my knuckles. I felt the nose break from the force, blood instantly streaming from his nostrils. He made a flat grunting sound as the pain ripped into him, then tried to stand as I swung again. The officers were caught off guard, then yelled for me to stop. All eyes turned on me, and as the officers came running around the side of the station, had just enough time to see the horror unfolding on the other side of the room. Danny leaned forward, gave his girl a passionate kiss on the lips, then reached into his pocket as someone walked past him. I looked briefly at Nick, who was looking up to see what the commotion was about. Danny pulled a Stanley knife from his pocket, one that had a long, extendable, razor-sharp blade about 4 inches long. He stepped sideways, reached out, and grabbed Nick's daughter as she walked past him. I had time to see Nick's attention drawn to his screaming daughter before Danny began to slice her throat. Her father's scream drew the attention back to that side of the room as a jet of blood sprayed from that girl's throat. Danny repeating the process again and again. He was screaming himself, blood covering his hand and face as the girl's body hung limply in his arm. She was powerless to escape, caught in the grip of the monster stealing her life. He was actually laughing as he ran the blade across her throat repeatedly while jeering at her father. I heard Sam scream from behind me, then run towards Danny as the girl dropped to the floor, her blood-matted hair covering her face. Her head had been almost completely severed, and in a final act of defiance, the prick spat on her as Nick ran screaming to his daughter's body, now lying dead on the floor. Sam was the first officer to reach Danny, and he swung his baton at his head without hesitation. I heard it connect all the way from where I was standing, a lot of people screaming in panic. One officer remained with me as the rest rushed to where Sam was now hitting Danny again and again. Lying at their feet was the body of a young girl and her grieving father. The horror that I had just helped to occur was something I could never have imagined. It numbed me in a way I cannot explain to you. The only thing that kept coming back to my mind was the winking between Frank and Danny during their initial plan revelation. The pain I heard in the screams of a grief-stricken father was something I could never have prepared for. It's a pain I still hear to this very day, never able to block it out entirely. Although Nick had just been taught the harshest lesson of all, it was also one that I instantly understood. Sometimes, lessons meant for one person can impact on many others. For me, that was one of the hardest lessons of my life. Chapter 7. I was in shock as the screws escorted me from the visitors' centre. Sam had been taken down by half of the officers and dragged from the room, screaming and crying, streams of snot hanging from his nostrils. The other half had cuffed Danny, still laughing at Nick as he cradled his dead child on the floor. More officers began to flood the area, a couple helping Nick's wife who had fainted, the baby lying on the floor screaming beside her. Most of the visitors had already been directed outside, the prisoners already ordered back into the waiting room. It was pandemonium. The looks of shock on people's faces was undeniable, dozens crying hysterically. There was so much blood from the young girl that it covered a huge swath of linoleum, running out in all directions. The officers had to drag Danny from the room, still defiantly yelling abuse at Nick. But the grieving father didn't hear him, softly crying as he continued cradling his child, rocking her back and forth, as if trying to soothe her to sleep. They didn't link my outburst with Danny, escorting me back to the unit almost an hour later. The entire prison went into lockdown and all the prisoners were escorted back personally. I never saw Danny again. He was taken to the admissions building and, from what I heard, suffered a stroke from the beating Sam had given him. A rumour began to circulate a few days later that one of the admissions billets had seen 4 officers enter his holding cell shortly after arriving and beat the shit out of him. The cameras that monitored that side of the prison were also conveniently non-operational at the time. An ambulance arrived shortly after Danny was discovered unconscious in his cell and taken to a local hospital where he was put on life support. He died 3 weeks later, never waking from the coma he slipped into. It was no great loss. Sam was driven home by Duran himself later that day. I know because Sam phoned me a few days later. It was a strange phone call, the voice at the other end talking incoherently for most of it, but I caught most of what he was trying to get across. Not only did Frank take over control of Sam during work hours, but he'd also sent goons around to his home to threaten his family. His wife had taken their child and disappeared late one night after one of those visits, refusing to listen to her husband. Their marriage effectively ended that night, as did Sam's contact with his young son. From what I could make out, she'd refused to let him anywhere near her or their son again, Sam unaware of their new address. His life had been taken by the Cruds, stolen and turned into a living hell. The Cruds that turned up at the house on a few occasions had forced Sam's wife to strip off in front of them, threatening her with rape if she told anyone. They'd also taken the boy and held a knife to his throat. I can't imagine the trauma the young officer had gone through. There was no escape for him, firmly held in Frank's grip. Already teetering on the edge of sanity, the murder of little Katerina Treforis had sealed his fate, effectively handing Danny the blade with which to slice the girl's throat. Sam felt as responsible for the murder as if he'd performed the killing himself. His final words to me during that last phone call told me exactly of what he was planning. I didn't try and stop him or talk him out of it. I'd heard enough, my own mind already struggling with the events of that horrible day. I'm going now, Dylan. I'm going to go and meet that girl and personally ask her for forgiveness. I'm hoping it's enough to give my son a long and happy life, was what he said to me. I never had a chance to respond, quietly listening to his words before the connection was terminated. Sam Lester hung himself in the garage of his home within minutes of ending the phone call to me. I know because Duran told me so himself. The phone conversation, like every other made to prisoners, was recorded. He summoned me the next day, replaying the conversation to me on his computer. My only saving grace that day was Sam never mentioning me as being involved in any of it. The phone call sounded like him venting his anger at the Cruds, never talking about how he was initially drawn into the web by me and a certain cell phone. Duran didn't pursue his suspicions. Not that day anyway. He was as deflated as the rest of his staff. After the events of the week, I think he was more focused on taking care of the officers that needed help. Many of them were traumatized, 3 of them on extended stress leave. There were many people shocked by the murder that day. But this was prison, and prison is a fucked version of insanity. Not everyone saw the murder as a bad thing. Those opposed to Nick, and there were many, openly declared that they'd hoped he'd suffer because of it. They blamed him for her death, saying that if he wasn't such a useless cunt, she might still be alive. The way Frank put it was probably the hardest for me to stomach. Although the unit was locked down when I was returned to it, it reopened the following morning. I had no sooner heard my door unlocked when Hal came to pay me a visit. "Yo, brother, how'd you go? I heard it was quite a party," he said, jovially dancing his way through the door. I just glared at him, unable to speak for fear of decking him. I put my shoes on, stood as he looked at me with a shit-eating grin, then pushed past him. "What? What did I say?" he asked, completely clueless. I tried to prepare myself as best as I could on my walk to Frank's cell. I knew this wasn't going to be easy. Frank would be overjoyed with the events of the previous day, and he wouldn't hold back. He'd want every happy detail from me. Hal followed close behind me, still asking if he'd said something wrong. I wasn't in the frame of mind to educate him, just wanting this visit to be over with. I climbed the stairs 2 at a time and quickened my pace a little. Hal dropped back a little, then ran to catch up. "Just don't ruin his mood, man. I beg you." That's when I spun around, grabbed Hal by the scruff and slammed him into the wall. I stared into his shocked expression for a few seconds to get my point across. His eyes registered my message, and I let him go, turning back towards Frank's cell. This time, Hal didn't bother following, just standing there as people around the unit stared at him. I stopped in front of Frank's cell, closed my eyes, and took a deep breath. I tried to calm myself, the beating in my temples feeling uncomfortable. I opened my eyes, knocked on the door, and slowly entered.
"Ah, my boy, you and Danny are to be congratulated," he said, rising from his bed and coming to greet me. "I hear it was quite a party you had."
The prick sounded overly happy, patting both my shoulders. I never wanted to hit someone more than at that moment. "Frank," I whispered. "He murdered a child." Frank stepped back, his face morphing into a more serious one.
"Is there something you want to tell me, Dylan?"
he asked, holding the temper I could see instantly arising within him.
"You have words you wish to say?"
I tried to think of an appropriate response, but knew nothing I said would be accepted. He had his ways, and I had mine. "I'm just saying, Frank, he killed a little girl, right there in the middle of that room with other children watching."
"Wrong!"
he screamed instantly, pointing his finger at me as if accusing me of a far greater crime.
"Danny took care of a sheep, nothing more."
He stopped himself, took a deep breath, and sat back down on his bed. He looked at me for a moment, then reached for his coffee cup.
"Please,"
he said, gesturing at the chair.
"Sit down, Dylan."
I did as he asked, desperate to hold my anger in. He took a sip of his coffee and held it in his mouth for a long time, before finally swallowing.
"That sheep he killed would probably thank you if she could. She was nothing more than a disgusting offspring of that piece of shit. Did he weep for her? Did he fall to his fucking knees and cry for his fallen child?"
I nodded, completely shocked by his way of thinking. I had associated myself with something much worse than the Jesters ever would have been. This man, sitting before me, was the real monster, and we were his minions. Watching and listening as Frank dismissed the moral implications with such ease, I realized just how much of a mistake I'd made. This wasn't a gang. It wasn't a way to protect me from the Jesters. This was the devil himself, acting without a single shred of humanity. "I don't think it was right, that's all," I said.
"Not right? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you cared so much for them. Please, allow me to consult with you before we take any more action."
He put his cup down and leant a little closer to me.
"What the fuck did you think you were signing up for, kid?"
"Not to murder children," I said, looking at the floor as I did. Frank just sat and stared at me for a moment, then began to laugh. It was the kind of laugh reserved for company directors, laughing at the mistakes of the executives beneath them. Frank seemed to enjoy his moment, justifying the act to himself.
"Dylan, kid,"
he said once his laughter was under control.
"I love you, kid. I really do. But leave this moral shit behind, I beg you. No good will come of it. You know why you joined us?"
he asked. I looked at him, unsure of his point. I wanted a family. It was all I could think of, despite being a lie.
"Bullshit. I can smell that answer, kid. I can smell it because it's bullshit. You joined us because you're just as fucked up as the rest of us. I know it, you know it, and everybody else knows it."
I didn't want to admit it then, but I recognized what he meant. I knew because, to a certain degree, He was right. I wanted nothing more than revenge for Aiden. That bitter hatred was still living inside me, driving me to do some of the things I'd given into. Frank looked at me and saw me understanding his words.
Yeah, you see? You get it. You get what I'm talking about. You're just as fucked up as me. The only difference is, I know what I am. You're just too fucking weak to admit it to yourself.
He was right. A part of me was just as screwed up as him. But I knew right from wrong, and I would never hurt a child. Not directly, anyway. I looked Frank in the eye and waited for him to finish. It was pointless speaking up against him.
You'll understand in time, kid. I was like you once. A head full of anger and a heart full of care. I wanted to fix the world, help all the people that needed helping. Look where it got me. Now, I don't give a fuck about anyone except one. Me. The sooner you accept that, the sooner you can live a happier life. Remove all the bullshit from your mind, all the fake people from your life. Only then can you really see yourself for who you really are. Now, fuck off and let me enjoy the moment. I'm not in a preachy kind of mood today.
I did as he asked, nodding and rising to my feet. As I reached the door, Frank called out to me.
Dylan!
I stopped and turned back.
Don't hate me because you hate yourself. I do what I do because of our family. Remember that. Our family is all that matters.
He turned back to his window, dismissing me with a wave of his hand. Hal was standing just outside the door, leaning on the handrail. He turned and looked at me as I stepped out onto the tier. There was no words needed. The look from each of us, enough. He was questioning my loyalty, the same as Frank. I walked back to my cell in silence, no one bothering me. I looked up briefly as I neared my door and saw Sam leaning on the rail above. There was no emotion on his face. I could tell he was as shocked as the rest of them. There was a line crossed, and there would be a price to pay. That night was one of the longest of my life. I know there'd been trying times before, many times, but this was the absolute worst it's ever been. People had died. Innocent people. The girl was an innocent victim because of a stupid dispute between her father and Frank. I would find out later that Rock McGovern had also played a part in her death. But the person I couldn't get out of my head was Sam. An innocent party forced into the circle of the Cruds because of me. I know that if I hadn't pulled him in, someone else would have. The poor prick had no hope once he put on that uniform. He was doomed from the start. But it had been me, dragging him in and destroying his life. I wondered how many more children were suffering because of the actions of the gangs. How many officers were intimidated, abused, threatened, and worse because of the greed and corruption within these walls. I made a pact that night. A pact that would see me betray the very people who had sworn to protect me. The time had come for me to make a stand and pick a side. It would be a decision that had far worse implications than what happened in that visitor's center. I would no longer be a puppet on a string, controlled by those who considered themselves superior to everyone else. The time to act had arrived, and I would repay a debt owed to a small boy left fatherless because of my actions. That boy is who I would remember. I would whisper his name into the ear of the man who had taken so many, the plan for his downfall already playing out in my mind.